Yeah, good mate. Looking forward to this, and it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, mate. Obviously, 24 hours is a very long race, so I'm excited to get this started. I'm just about to post it in the Twitch chat. Yeah, so obviously we obviously had our qualifying event last weekend, so the 8 hours of Spa. So we're just gonna run a formation lap, just let the guys warm the tyres up and just get formed up into the grid for the 24 hours. Obviously, the grid not that important for the 24 hours of Le Mans, but it's still a little bit of bragging rights for the guys on pole in the LMP1 class and the GT3 class. So we're just Oh, I mean, we've had races at Le Mans for over 100 years now, and obviously the track's evolved an awful lot over the course of that time. Obviously, the big change that you guys are going to notice is the chicanes on the Mulsanne Straight. Originally, this Mulsanne Straight was just a big long straight with nothing to. As we just watch, just Brad just taking out one of the cones on one of the chicanes there, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Whether we'll just try and catch him a little bit later and see what's going on. But yeah, of course the chicanes introduced just to try and keep the speeds on the Mulsanne Straight down. Obviously, with in the kind of late 90s running the GT1 cars, the guys were hitting sort of 240, 250 miles an hour, and obviously we saw the incident with the Mercedes team in, I believe it's 1999. Flipping a couple of cars. Mark Webber, of course, most of you will know from Formula One fame, and of course a Le Mans winner for Porsche. Flipping twice in one weekend and managing to walk away both times. So as we just watch the GT3 cars forming up, we're just watching our wildcard team for today. Obviously, Team Regal Racing joining us. They didn't participate in the 8 hours of Spa, so they are starting at the back of the field today. And oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The Bentley, one of the faster GT3 cars in Project Cars, and obviously it's great to see a variety of cars out on track as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do from the back of the field. I believe the LMP1 is just coming around, just on the run down to the Porsche curves now, so it shouldn't be long before we start. We have about a minute left to go until the start of the race. Yeah, absolutely. It's I'm obviously very, like I say, we're very excited to start this event and of course try and raise some money. I can, just before we start, confirm that we are on £180 for St John's Ambulance. That's up from about 105, 120 last week. So about 20 seconds to go, and the guys coming round the Porsche curves, and a bit of quite a fairly perfectly timed lap for the formation lap there, as these guys just make their way down to the chicanes at the start of the start finish straight. So there we go. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see what the how this plays out over the first few laps. Obviously, Alderfer Jr. and Brad Williams there, just pulling a little bit of a gap on the first lap. These guys fairly closely matched in pace, it seems, with Schley there, one of our admins racing for Toyota. So we'll see what the guys make their way around onto the Mulsanne straight for the first time. Let's see what kind of speeds the guys are hitting on the straights, as Brad seems to have dropped off the back of Alderfer Jr. there a little bit. So obviously just making a little mistake there onto the Mulsanne straight, as we ride along with Alderfer Jr. down to the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight, and the guy's hitting about 316 kilometers an hour, so just under 200 miles an hour. Obviously these cars are able to reach very, very high speeds on the Mulsanne, and of course, as I pointed out earlier, the chicanes in the Mulsanne just to limit the cars a little bit, just slow them down, just for safety's sake. Yeah, absolutely, and so we're just riding on board with Fang Leach down to the second chicane, as he just looks up the inside of, and a little bit of contact there, just a little bit of a bump from Fang Leach, just out-braking himself a little bit, and luckily no one seriously affected by that, and everything very gentlemanly at the moment. Yeah, this is going to be interesting going into this Mulsanne corner. Obviously, there's the track. That's a very, very fast part of the track, and kind of a big braking zone there as we ride on board with Timmy just off the back of the pack at the moment. Just about 10 seconds off about 8 seconds off at the moment. So just making his way through. Oh, and he loses it on the Mulsanne corner there. So. Yeah, that was a very, very, very strange spin there. Obviously, just flicking the car sideways and just not able to catch the car. As we ride on board with DOR Vantage, of course, our wildcard entry in Bentley. Yeah, with. Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Gomez has the pace down the straights to just reel the Ferraris in for. So maybe this could be. We're just looking to the front there, Dizzy. It looks like Brad's taken the lead of the LMP1 race. So it looks like we've just seen a quick overtake there. That was through the yep. So Brad has just taken the lead through the LMP1 race. So the guy's running about a 3:25. I happen to know that the Audi pace is a little bit quicker than that. Obviously, just the guy's settling in on the first lap. So there we go. So Oliver Jr. back down to second place with Team Audi, with Brad taking the lead on lap 2. So going back, that battle at the front of the GT3 still seems to be raging on, and with the two Ferraris at the moment,
he's got the measure, I think, on he's got the measure on Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox was leading at the beginning there, but looks as though he's lost out to Frank Leach. He's trying to make a move.
Yeah, just a little bit too. A little bit too far back there, I think. And we see Vantage in the pits. So Vantage with a bit of damage there, with
a lot of damage.
I believe that's Taylor Clan in the pits as well there, Dizzy, as well. So we can see the pit crew waiting. So it looks like it's coming together
between the two. Yeah.
Yeah. As we see the Bentley just making its way back out. Of course, at Le Mans it's a very fast track, so it's aerodynamics crucial at this track. So it's probably advisable.
That Bentley got a bit bent.
I believe that we might be seeing a little bit. That was terrible. That was one of the worst jokes I've ever heard. As Vantage looking like he's not quite repaired all the damage there, so maybe trying to save a little bit of time in the pits.
I think possibly the game could be lagging up a little bit, but Porsche Taylor Clan, his damage is alright. It looked as though Vantage did go wide there, but he is really flying though. You can see through that right-hander going onto the Mulsanne, Chris. That Mulsanne, if you get that corner right, you can really get a good drive. And that deadly sounds amazing going down the Mulsanne.
And of course the guy's running about 250 kilometers an hour there, so I don't know what that is in Church of England, but as we watch this three-way tussle at the front of the GT3 field,
it's quite interesting, really.
With the guys, it's a bit of a slipstreaming battle here going on as we watch the guys at the front, with Gomez just sitting in third at the moment, with Mr. Fox Fantastic, I believe, in second place, with Fang Leach at the start, as all the guys all close up into Mosaic Corner. Yeah, that's just opened the door for. So it's just opened the door for Gomez a little bit. To make his way down. He's got the inside run on the run into Indianapolis. So we shall see how.
Now, to those of you who don't remember, the GRG racing team that he pushed, I think it was Great or Good Racing Team. Those guys are in the Casio Mercedes there that we're currently watching. He's got to give up the place there. Looks like he got a little bit wide on the exit.
It looks like he just outbraked himself into Indianapolis there.
Yeah, he did. Going towards the Porsche curves now. These GT3 cars, Chris, good Porsche curves. You can carry a lot more speed, but those LMPs obviously really use the Porsche curves almost flat out, as you're probably aware, as I'm aware. Those GT3 cars have to let off a little bit, especially Gomez there, having to sort of sit in the draft a little bit. He can really eat his tyres early on, especially while the weather is like it is at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Porsche curve's an incredibly fast part of the track. Obviously, the whole thing with Le Mans has Schley into the pits now, so something happening for Schley there. I'm not entirely sure whether he's come off the track or needs to do some repairs, or if indeed maybe you'll be able to confirm this, Dizzy, whether this is a part of the strategy or not.
It's not part of the strategy, I can guarantee that.
Absolutely. So obviously the Porsche curves with the LMP1 cars, it's almost a flat run through the Porsche curve. You have to. There's a couple of points where just letting off a little bit just helps to settle the car, and but very much for the GT3s, you're very much on the edge of grip, just trying to hang on to the car and just try and carry as much speed through those corners as possible. Obviously, it's a bit of a scary situation as we watch Alder Jr. just making his way around the Mulsanne corner. As we, like I say, it's a little bit of a scary situation if you're in a GT3 car and you see one of those LMP1 cars coming up to you through the Porsche curves, because at that point you're running as fast as you can, and there is absolutely nothing you can do to try and get out of the way.
Well, of course, obviously the main rule is with the GT3 cars that they have to sort of remain where they are and let those LMP cars get past them their own way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Bradley's really pulling away. 5-second gap now on Team BRL. The Alder Jr. driver in second. He's closing in. He's 5 seconds off this Audi. Obviously, the Audi team have the luxury of 2 different cars. So last week they used the I think it's the Fuji version of the car to get them around Spa.
Yes,
whereas this week they've been allowed to use the Le Mans version, which you can tell the front's a lot different. Chris, do you sort of understand why that is? Is it down to the aerodynamics?
Very much. Yeah, it's very much is to do with the aerodynamics. Obviously, the front of the car, you can see the little mustache there on the front of the car. Obviously, that's an awful lot bigger on the Fuji variant, and just the headlight enclosures as well are completely different for this kind of car. Obviously, this car's set up for high-speed stability and just top speed. Obviously, I know that with the Audi, it's topping out at about kind of 350 k's an hour, which is a good chunk faster than the other 2 cars in the LMP1 category. Obviously, the only thing with the thing to kind of look at is that the Porsche is obviously able to regenerate its hybrid in a very different way to the Audi. So obviously the Audi it's very much a balancing act, and the Audi losing out in terms of to the other 2 LMP1 cars.
Yeah. Now the 44 Fanatec Porsche, sorry, the Falcon Porsche. Last week, this team did a really good job. They got the talk of quite a few of the stints, but really, being in a good position. It looks as though at the moment, though, Chris, sitting currently fourth in.
Yeah, as we just watched Vantage just take that position away, and obviously I believe that these guys are Backmarker Racing, which is absolutely not an apt name for these guys. They're very quick, and
they are very quick indeed. Yeah.
They're and obviously they've been working very, very hard on the setup for this race, and they've been attending quite a lot of the practice sessions over the last week. Obviously, we've been running practice sessions pretty much nightly for the last kind of few days, and just trying to dial the cars in, and as we ride on board with Gomez just running a little and getting a very scary moment there coming out of the Porsche curves.
I think they've had to give way to the LMP of Schley, because Schley isn't that. Yeah, Schley's just going down the start finish straight. So he actually came out behind the GT3. So not only is he already 2 minutes behind the lead, Chris, he also, he's had to make that pit, and then he got traffic on the way out as well. So not the best start for Team Shard, which I'm a bit sad about. But we have to keep it, good on commentary.
It's a very, very long race yet, Dizzy. So there's plenty of racing still to do, and as we ride on board with Schley, he's a bit of a recovery drive now, and just trying to push the car as much as possible to try and get back on terms with the other 2 guys in his class. So we ride on board with our current LMP1 leader Brad, making his way through the Porsche curves, and just not quite holding it flat through those curves. Just like I say, just easing off a little bit, letting the car just settle itself a little bit, and as we ride behind him now, as he makes his way down to the start finish straight, and already closing in on the back end of the GT3 pack there.
I believe that's Taylor. Sorry, no, it's not Taylor. It's in fact
so
Tim.
actually, Timmy there. Oh, as Brad goes round.
Oh, he's gone off in front of him. That's huge. That is massive, Chris. That's massive. I don't know
Yeah,
what happened there with braking, but
it looks like he's just outbraked himself into the corner, trying to dive down the inside of Timmy there. As Alderfer Jr. Just making his way through, so that's dropped the gap to about 5 seconds there.
That spin, that was lucky that he got away with that there, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. No contact with the barriers or by the looks of things. So
or with each other. That was, I think, that was very close. I think that was the reaction time from Timmy there.
Yeah, absolutely. Timmy doing a great job just to avoid the spinning Audi.
Yeah. And the closing speed here, Chris, you can see now the closing speed of these two cars is just phenomenal as we get on the bumper view there.
Yeah,
we get past Timmy in the BRL Porsche. And yeah, the closing speed of these cars, like say under braking, that's where you can lose it, and it looks as though Bradley did lose it into turn 1, and that corner is quite difficult to get right, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely, and I happen to know that the Audi can be a little bit snappy if you're really heavy on the brakes, and obviously just a bit of an unfortunate situation, just locking the rear tyres up and going around. Like I say, very lucky not to do any damage to the Audi and sort of walk away relatively unscathed there. As we ride on board with Vantage in the Bentley making his way, he's in currently in 4th place in GT3 at the moment, so about 30 seconds behind Fang Leach. So I believe that kind of Fang Leach now on the run down to Indy, as we follow on with Schley as he makes his way, and Alderfer Jr. just down to the Mulsanne corner. Alderfer's definitely going to be pushing hard now to try and close that 6-second gap.
Another mistake like that from Bradley could possibly put Alderfer Jr. back in sort of that draft, which can make a massive difference. He was in the draft at one point early on there, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say,
carried a lot more speed.
The Audi having a bit of an advantage in a straight line, but obviously if the Porsche can get back on the back of that Audi and kind of make his way through and just kind of let the Audi just punch a big hole in the air for him, he might be able to stay on the back of the Audi, coming up to one of those chicanes and possibly just look to size up a move for as we ride down on the bumper cam into the Porsche curves. It just gives you a bit of an impression of just how fast it is going into those Porsche curves. And now on the run down to the start-finish straight.
One thing I will just point out, obviously, Chris, is fuel loads. Currently, BRL, they've got 35 litres left in this car now, running a little bit wider, but he's got not a lot of fuel left in this car compared to, let's have a look and see where Bradley's at. Bradley's actually not got that much either, and Schley is on 51, so currently...
Yeah, obviously Schley fueling up during that quick pit stop early. I do happen to know that the Porsche has a slightly larger tank than the Audi, so is able to carry a little bit more fuel, which may play out and help the guys out in the Porsche a little bit, and maybe even cost Audi another pit stop over the full stint. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out over the course of 3 hours.
And for those guys that are already watching, again, thanks for watching the stream as you watch VRL. Flying past one of the Ferraris, it looks as though...
Oh, that's Gomez off. That looks like a slow speed spin into the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. So
no visible damage. That does
it looks like
he's in touch.
Yeah, it does look like Fang Leach is kind of just closing in on the back of Gomez now. So maybe Gomez can sort of recompose himself and just get back underway and get his head down and put some laps in now. as that last lap for Oliver Jr. was a 3:22, which is I believe one of his faster laps in this stint. So he really is trying to get his head down at this point and just try and get back on terms with the back of the Audi.
That gap only 6 seconds and reducing as well, Chris.
Yeah, so it does very much look like Oliver Jr. is closing in on the back of the Audi now. So it does look like if he can stay on terms with the Audi and not lose too much time, then he will be able to jump past the Audi when the Audi comes in for the pits. As we
Ferrari
Porsche, that was very scary for the Porsche there. I believe that was Fang Leach who we're looking at now. And no, it's Fox Fantastic who just kind of just drifted across the track a little bit.
Oh, and
Oliver Jr. spins in front of us. So a little bit of a kind of reprieve there for Brad, as Oliver Jr. just outbraking himself into Indianapolis, just getting that all wrong. I wonder if he had a little bit of dirt on the tyres from running on the grass to pass the Ferrari there. Obviously, as we watch Taylor Clan just overtaking Timmy there for 5th and 6th in the GT3 class. It does very much look like Oliver Jr. just kind of outbraked himself into Indianapolis there, and a bit of a strange spin there. So hopefully he's not got any damage, and he can continue. Obviously, these stints, they are 3 hours, so they are quite long. So a few mistakes just are inevitable to kind of creep in over the course of 3 hours.
That's right, yeah, and damage is going to play a key part, I think, in people's lap times and then people's lap counts. Some severe damage will cost you a lap, possibly, around here, Chris.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you get it kind of very wrong and end up punting a barrier, then it takes a very, very long time to recover back to the pits around this track. Obviously, we see at the moment the guys doing 320, sort of around the 320 mark is for the LMP1 cars. So very much a long old slog back to the pits to recover the car.
What is interesting, Chris, is sorry to jump in there, but the interesting situation here is if you look at the GT3 time, apart from Gomez, who's just crossed the line, I believe, and was obviously he spanned that last lap, so he's a little bit behind. They were all doing around the 4:07 mark, and that's pretty good considering. As one of the Porsches there getting a little bit loose, Taylor getting a little bit loose through the Porsche curves. But yeah, the times aren't that too dissimilar, apart from when you look at the LMPs, Chris, you can see that the average lap is about 325, 326, but to have these guys in the GT3s all putting in similar lap times of around the 4:07, that's quite impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's going to be an incredibly close race between all the GT3s, and I think it's very much going to play out to it's going to be a mistake that's going to cost somebody in this race. It's not going to be an outright kind of battle of pace, or it's going to be it's very much going to be a case of just putting in consistent laps and not making a mistake, as we follow on with the White Gomez there, just making his way down the Mulsanne, and about 2.5 hours, so about half an hour of this race gone so far, and one of the guys in the Twitch chat there, Dizzy, is asking if we can pop the track map up on the screen, just so they can just follow along with where we are. Guys. So there we go. That's the track map. As you can see, we're just on the run down to I believe it's called the Mulsanne corner, which is obviously right at the end of the right at the end of the Mulsanne straight. What a lot of people don't realise, and I believe that this is fairly well publicised now, but these are actually most of the time these are public roads. This is not a specifically built race circuit. So obviously you have the Bugatti circuit at Le Mans, which is the permanent race track, which is obviously the run from kind of the Porsche curves down to, as we just watched Timmy just getting a little bit squirrely there, coming through the
Bit of a
S's.
shame there, Chris, because he was catching up to Taylor Clan, and actually was gaining some draft as he came into that first chain.
Yeah.
He's actually lost some time there. He was starting to gain some time on him.
Yeah, so obviously we're just watching Timmy now, and he's kind of trying to make his way onto the back of Taylor Clan. These guys obviously both in the Porsche. I believe Taylor Clan and Vantage had a bit of a coming together. I believe I've got Vantage in the commentary box with me in the next stint, so we'll definitely have a bit of an ask about that then.
Yeah.
And so Taylor Clan able to extend the gap out to about 4 seconds through that set of S's there. So I believe that Taylor Clan's car very much set up for kind of straight line speed at the moment, as we watch Oliver Jr. just coming round to make his way onto the Mulsanne straight.
Losing time again to Bradley in front, now 18 seconds off.
Yeah, I believe
early in this race.
I believe the gap after Alderfer's little spin was about 12 to 15 seconds. So Bradley definitely getting the hammer down at this point and just kind of trying to pull the gap out a little bit. As you can see on the track map, we're following on with Brad now, and the next white dot behind him is Alderfer Jr. So not a great deal. Like, it doesn't look like a lot of space on the. Doesn't look like a lot of time on the track map, but obviously this is an incredibly long circuit. So obviously
Bradley has a good gap there. If you see on the map, guys, the blue cars are cars that have already been lapped or will need to be lapped, and yeah, he's got a bit of breathing space here, has Bradley, to catch up, make a bit of time, and then once you start having to get through the GT3s, naturally your lap time is going to drop. So, I mean, do we think BRL will be able to pull it back if there's any incidents with the GT3s?
Yeah, absolutely. I think getting through the traffic is crucial at this point, and as we've seen, Brad already outbrake himself once trying to get round a GT3. I wonder if he must be kicking himself at this point and just trying not to, as he gets a little bit maybe a little bit nervous there coming into Indianapolis, just trying to get the car straightened out after that right-hander. So the gap now about 16 seconds. So Alderfer just pulling the gap down a little bit as we right on board with Brad, and I wonder if we can just have a
throttle through there, Chris, for some reason. He is now, but for a moment, feather in the throttle.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just trying to look after the tyres a little bit, with obviously Brad's only got about 12 litres of fuel, so he's only got about 3 laps left before he has to stop for fuel.
For his first stop, yeah. Junior on 22 litres, so a couple more laps out of the Porsche, possibly another lap of extras in that Audi, like you say.
These LMP1 cars run about these LMP1 cars run about 4 litres, just over 4.5 litres a lap around here. So you can kind of do the maths and work out when these guys are going to stop. Obviously, Alderfer Jr. able to just stay in touch with Brad there, and still falling off the back of him, but obviously Brad having to make a stop fairly soon for fuel.
We are at the Elderberg there, running all sort of wide on the entry to the corner, coming around that right-hander, but then running wide, going into the Dunlop chicane. So
yeah, absolutely, and it does look like Alderfer Jr. just losing about 2 seconds a lap at this point to the Audi. So the Audi, Brad seems to know that obviously he knows that he's got to come into the pits, so he's very much, I think, getting the hammer down at this point and just trying to extend that gap as much as possible. Yeah,
definitely. It's definitely a game of strategy at this point when it comes to that. We sit on board with Schleif for a minute, who's, so far, 229s, 329s, 328s is the pace that he's doing, so a bit off the leaders. But you know, he's starting to catch up with the GT3s now, so he's got to deal with some traffic there, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. That Toyota just not looking, as we see him just run a little bit wide there through Indy. That Toyota just not looking as composed as the Audi and the Porsche at the moment. So as he again runs a little bit wide, just using all the road there, and so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. With through the pit stops, obviously Schley running a little bit longer, having to take that pit stop right at the start of the race, so he can obviously run a little bit longer, which will gain him a bit of time. It'd be nice to see Schley just try and kind of just make his way nicely through the back of the GT3s at this point, as he comes up on the back advantage to put a lap on him.
Like just thinking about the move, Bandage sees him, so definitely he's giving him some room there. Obviously can't break his late, so
yeah, I mean it's very much
there,
like we say, it's up to the LMP1s to get around the GT3s safely, but it's kind of a collaborative effort, and like I say, if you're in a GT3 car and you can see one of these LMP1 cars coming up behind you, you kind of want to try and make it nice and obvious which side you're thinking they're going to go, which is what we saw earlier with Alderfer Jr., just the Ferrari just drifting into the middle of the track and just giving Alderfer nowhere to go really, but he'd already committed to the overtake, so he'd got to kind of make his way onto the grass to get that done.
Kind of got to make the move. Now, of course, if any GT3s come together while there's an LMP behind, that is going to cause big issues as well. It's this race isn't over and won't be over until literally that 24-hour mark goes. I think, Chris. This
absolutely.
Looks as though we've already got an outright pace leader, but obviously there are 3 other drivers to take a stint, as well as Bradley doing another stint at some point throughout the 24 hours. Every driver has to do 2-3 hour stints. So, is this the sign of Bradley being one of the faster drivers in the LMPs?
I think so. I think Bradley, we saw some lightning pace from him last week at Spa as well, so he's clearly a very quick driver, and again for Alderfer Jr. as well, we saw incredibly fast pace from him at Spa as well last week, so I think at this point the Audi and the Porsche putting their best foot forward, as it were, and kind of putting their quick drivers in at the start of the race, just to try and build a bit of a gap, just to kind of make their way through, as I believe Brad might be on his way round to come into the pits this lap, so we'll see. We've got 6.3, he might do another lap. We'll see what how he comes through, as Alderfer Jr. taking a really wide line there through that first chicane for the Mulsanne straight. As we follow along with Brad now, 6 litres of fuel left, just weaving from side to side. I wonder if he's trying to keep some heat in the tyres.
Possibly, I believe the straights are probably killing his tyres a bit, but really I think this is probably the time to be putting it in.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, the Audi averaging about 4 litres a lap, so I don't think he's going to have enough to do another lap, so I'd expect to see him in the pits at the end of this lap.
Of course, the last thing we want, Chris, at this stage is for a driver to not realise what fuel they've got left.
Absolutely. That's going to be that's going to be disastrous for the Audi at this point, and obviously, if the cars run out of fuel, there is no way of recovering them to the pits, so the driver has no option but to retire from the session and kind of make his way, kind of basically wait out the session. Obviously, losing a great day. We saw it last weekend with people getting disconnected and kind of missing stints and things like that, which, like I said earlier, I'd be very surprised if we don't see any more of that through this, as Brad just making his way around advantage there, just giving him, like I say again, just giving him a nice big clear indication of which side he'd like to go past there, so just
really compromising his line just to
Yeah, absolutely. Just a nice,
this is
safe.
definitely going to be a pit stop.
Yeah, nice, safe.
This has to be a pit stop.
Nice, safe lap with 3.9 litres of fuel left as we see Brad into the pits there. So Alderfer almost certainly going to inherit the lead here, coming through the Porsche curves at this point. And like I say, that's one of the Audi's big weaknesses, is that the fuel tank's a lot smaller than the Porsche. Though Alderfer only got 12 litres of fuel left, so able to just run a little bit longer. But I don't think it's going to. I actually don't think it's going to save them a fuel stop in this 3-hour stint. I think we're still going to see, as Brad able to run about 45 minutes on that tank of fuel there. As we see Brad coming out of the pits, I believe he's probably doing some quick repairs at the same time.
Yep. Just a few repairs. So that's going to cost him some time there, Chris. Schley on 28 litres, obviously has pitted.
So yeah, as we just watch Schley make his way down the Mulsanne to make his way through that second chicane on the Mulsanne. As we watch Brad coming out of the pits now. So once he gets out of the pits, we'll see what the in real terms what the gap is between Bradley and Alderfer Jr. there. So just waiting for the timing screens to update. As there we go. There's about a 30-second gap at the moment. So about a 40. What was that? About a 60-second pit stop there for Brad to refuel and take on fresh rubber. Yeah. So it's we'll see what Brad can do on fresh rubber and whether he can start to close the gap a little bit on Alderfer Jr.
Like you say, the fuel tank not actually that big, only 50 litres. He runs wide there. No penalties will be given, obviously, in this race, guys. The track limits on this track are actually a bit weird. Where you can see Bradley at the moment, those white lines on either side of the road are actually track limits. So to enable the cars to be able to pass on the Mulsanne cleanly and have good racing and allow for a bit of a better line into the corners as well. Those track limits are off.
Yeah, absolutely. And just coming back to a little bit of history of Le Mans, the Mulsanne, obviously, we all know about the terrible accident in 1955, where we had one of the Mercedes going into the crowd and tragically killing quite a lot of people. After that accident, as a result of that accident, the Mulsanne straight was actually widened. So the white lines on the road denote the original width of the Mulsanne straight, and then obviously there's the paved areas on the outside which have been added to just allow the cars to kind of, like you say, pass cleanly and just allow the cars a little bit more room, especially when these guys are running at 200 plus miles an hour. Obviously things happen very, very quickly. So we see Brad just running a little bit wide there and just clipping the gravel a little bit. So the gap to Alderfer Jr. now about 37 seconds. So it has come down just a touch. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out and whether he has to stop with about 7.4 litres of fuel left. So probably another couple of laps, maybe another lap, as we watch our leader Alderfer Jr. just coming up on the back of one of the Ferraris there to make his way down round to start his what we believe might be his final lap before his pit stop. Oh, very, very close there for Alderfer Jr.
I think the Porsches are probably going to pit this lap. I think 12 litres as they came across the line last lap. Now 6 litres as they come across the line this lap. So yeah, I think they're probably just going to make it on this tank that they've got for another lap.
Yeah, so it looks like
but it's closing in. That gap for Bradley is closing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, the gap down to 34 seconds now. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another change for the lead at the end of this lap. So obviously the Porsche able to complete 13 laps, whereas the Audi only able to run at about between 11 and 12 was what we were working out in in practice. So
I think this is a crucial moment here now, Chris. Already, this early stage, he's got to pass this GT3 car. Looks like Junior's got to pass some GT3 cars down Mulsanne. So this could be crucial. This could be where time is lost and gained.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bradley catching up with, I think,
that's the Bentley there.
Bentley.
And just catching the Bentley in about the perfect place to get round him there. So let's just go back to Oliver Jr. and already round the White Gomez in the Mercedes. So a nice easy pass for Oliver Jr. So the gap up to about 36 seconds. So Brad has lost a little bit of time to Oliver Jr. on this straight as Oliver makes his way up to one of the Ferraris there. So I believe that is Fanged Leach there. He's making his way past, and a nice clean pass on the run down into the Mulsanne corner there to start his lap. So just for those of you that have just joined us or are just checking the stream out from Twitch, we are running the 24 hours of Le Mans, and we're running it in aid of St John's Ambulance. St John's Ambulance, a charity in the UK and a charity all across the world, who are helped with emergency medical care and kind of ambulance services, and just try and help at the moment. Obviously, those things very much at the forefront of everyone's mind, as we believe we've lost Dizzy there, so we are going to just stay on board with Alderford Jr. for a while. And so obviously Alderford Jr. Our leader at the moment, and like I say, St John's Ambulance very much in demand at the moment during the current climate, and we are currently, I believe, up to £180 of our £500 target. So I'm just going to just pop the link for the Just Giving page into the chat for you guys, just so you can see what's going on. So as I believe we just lost connection to Dizzy at the moment, so I'm just going to try and get him back to just have a bit of a chat with us, as we see Oliver Jr. coming into the pits now, and he makes his way through, and Brad very much closing in the gap, about 25 seconds at this point. So I do believe we are going to see a change for the lead. Dizzy, do we have you back now?
Yes, you do. For some reason, my Xbox has just switched off for no reason. So I may have caught it with something, but it switched off. So I unfortunately can't watch the rest of this particular thing unless I get on the stream, which I'm going to do now for you. So
yeah. So obviously at this point we're stuck watching Oliver Jr. So we've got a couple of hours of Oliver Jr. now. We could in fact call this Oliver Cam, as he makes his way around, and Brad now into the lead of the race. We're just going to wait until he exits the pits just to see what the gap is at this point. So the gap about 9 seconds. So the Audi able to gain about 9 seconds. So actually losing some time there in the pit stops. Obviously, before the pit stop started, the gap was up to about 30 seconds. Dizzy.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, obviously the Porsche at the moment is still ahead, and yeah, that once they make that pit stop, Chris.
So we've actually just to fill you in, Dizzy. Oliver's just made his first pit stop.
Oh, okay.
And come out about 12 seconds behind Brad at this point. So obviously Brad losing a bit of time to Oliver Jr. And as we follow along as he makes his way through the first chicane at the Mulsanne, and I'm just going to run you through the field quickly as we watch Oliver Jr. and Brad in first, Oliver Jr. second, Schley for Team Boxyard in third, only about 2 minutes behind the Porsche at this point, and with Mr. Fox Fantastic and then the White Gomez battling it out for first place in the GT3 cars, with Fang Leach in third, and Vantage, our wildcard team. So the Bentley making its way up to fourth at this point, Dizzy, with Taylor Klein in fifth and Timmy at the back of the field in sixth at this point.
Yeah, that's right. I feel as though you know the Toyota. Sadly, I think this particular stint, I feel like we're probably going to be looking at the Porsche. As the Porsche, I've just seen the Porsche overtake the Mercedes there going into the Mulsanne corner. Schley being obviously a little bit slower than the other two in terms of outlap complete pace. I feel as though the Toyotas probably at the moment they're going to sit at the back in third. The GT3s though are keeping it quite interesting. The lap time's still very similar.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, the front runners in the GT3s ranging from a 4:05 to a 4:07, so very much all still on the kind of the same pace at this point. And as we watch Oliver just making his way down to, I believe that's the start of the Porsche curves there. So Brad just pulling the gap out to about 11 seconds now, and we will see what the rest of this stint has in store for us.
Yeah. Can I just check with you there, Chris, whereabouts you are on track at the moment viewing DRL, just so I can work out how far I am behind?
So we are just coming into the last of the first of the chicanes onto the start-finish straight, as we watch Oliver Junior just make his way through. So you're not
Second
that far behind
now.
us.
I'm just about to start finish line now.
Yeah. So there you're a few seconds behind us, but not by much.
That's alright then. It's not going to matter too much. Sadly, guys, until I'm hoping, Chris, that when a driver does get in the pits, that they'll be able to throw me a quick invite while they're getting their work done on their car. So I'm not going to be out of this for the whole 3 hours, guys. So do stick around, keep watching, because I will make sure that I get back into the race to give you guys a few more camera views. BRL probably won't get any more screen time this particular stint after this, Chris.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go into my Xbox now and just see if I can ping you an invite to the game, and see. So no, because I'm in the game already, it's not actually letting me throw an invite out to you.
The drivers are allowed to do it because they're in the actual race themselves. So it's okay. We'll hopefully get it back for you guys very soon. So in the meantime, we're going to be watching Alderferder.
Yeah, I've just put in the chat that it is #AlderferJuniorCan for the next for the next few minutes at least, as we wait for obviously one of the drivers to just pop into the pits so that we can get Dizzy, our broadcast director, back in.
If you can keep me up to date on who comes in the pits and when, if you can sort of give me an idea, and I'll get them in the chat. But yeah, I mean, so far, Sausage Miyagi there say get it trending. Hi Sausage, how you doing? Hope you're well. It looks like Sausage is actually going to be in it later on. Sausage
running for I think it's #backmarker racing at this point. And obviously plenty more racing to come, guys. So we've got about 2 hours of this first stint left, and the gap kind of stable at about 9 seconds at this point between Brad and Oliver Junior.
Oh, it looks like a Porsche's come off in front.
Yeah, so that looks like Timmy there just having a bit of trouble. On the exit of the I believe that's the exit after the corner after Indianapolis there.
Yeah.
So actually,
so he's lost it.
Oliver Junior closing in on Brad at this point as he the gap
really
down to about
only 7
six seconds there. So I wonder if Brad's had a little spin somewhere.
I think he
out
has.
On track.
He's still costing him, Chris. It's still costing him. He's still gaining. BRL's still gaining time here, Chris.
Yeah, as he very much seems to be closing in at this point. So there we go. As we watch Brad coming into the pit. So Brad definitely having a bit of an off there. So having to
Oh
come into the
dear.
pits for repairs. So that promotes Oliver Junior into the lead of the race at this point. So we'll see how long Brad is in the pits. This may drop him back into the clutches of Schley. They're only a couple of minutes behind.
That's a strange one. I think in the next stream we'll get a chat with Brad and find out what happened there. Unfortunately, we've not been able to catch it, so otherwise we would have caught it. But I have a feeling when we do get the cameras back that there possibly may have been some damage caused to that Audi.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I was saying earlier, aerodynamics very important on this track. So it's better to if you do suffer any damage to come in and get that fixed and then go from there. So Brad dropping back. He's about 26 seconds behind at this point. It does look like he's out of the pits now. So not losing that much time, but definitely a significant chunk of time there, especially since he's maybe going to have to make another stop to Oliver Junior as well. So I think Brad's going to be champing at the bit to try and kind of get himself back on terms with Oliver Junior as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably what's going to happen. I feel like it's possible that that pit stop there, Chris, could have really cost Bradley the lead. Obviously, he's out of the pits now.
Yeah, so it does look like Bradley's just slowly closing the gap now. The gap down. He came out at about 30 seconds behind. He's now 24 seconds behind. As we watch Timmy in the pits at the back of the field. I'm not entirely sure if he was having trouble there. And that was what we saw when we were following Oliver Junior around.
Yeah. But very quickly, Chris, and to the guys in the stream, I'm just going to very quickly nip off, go and speak to my team driver, Schley, who's currently in third. Just get a quick update from him in terms of where the situation is at speed, and hopefully get him to give me an invite as soon as he can. So we should be back in the game. But I'll just go speak to him during that very quickly, and I'll be joining you right back.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just following Oliver Junior as he makes his way out of the Mulsanne, as obviously Oliver is very much in the lead at this point of the. So with Brad taking some damage there on the last lap, so having to come into the pits to repair that, and but now closing back in again with Brad kind of 23 seconds behind at this point. Brad obviously an incredibly quick driver, and Oliver as well. So it's going to be interesting to see these guys do battle once that gap closes back up again. So just running you through back down to the GT3 races now. It does look like Timmy is staying in the pits. He hasn't moved at the moment, so we're not entirely sure what's going on there. Maybe as Oliver hits the wall. Oliver has just hit the wall, and he's on the start-finish straight. So that's going to be a very, very long lap for Oliver Junior with some damage there. As we wait to see what the damage is to the Porsche as he makes his way through. The gap down to 18 seconds now, with Oliver Junior just completely misjudging that exit to the second chicane and hitting the wall on the way out. So the gap coming down now, with Brad now 16 seconds behind. Obviously, like I said, the damage a very big factor on this track, and Oliver Junior unfortunately damaging his car on almost the worst part of the track possible, just past the pit entry, and so now has to do an entire lap with a damaged car. So we're just gonna try and see what is happening with Oliver Junior and Dizzy as he makes his way through the first of the chicanes. Does seem to have picked the pace back up, but the gap is very much coming down at this point. This will almost certainly re-promote Brad into the lead of the race, with Schley in third now, about 2 minutes behind the leader. So Timmy back out of the pits now and making his way back around the track. So it does look like that's a repair there for Timmy rather than a retirement. So the big news story at the moment is DOR Vantage, our wildcard team. So Team Regal Racing making their way through to 4th place at this point. Obviously, Vantage taking a little bit of damage at the start of this session, and kind of basically trying to recover at this point and try and make up as much ground as possible. So Oliver Jr., the gap's down to about 13 seconds now. So it's going to be interesting to see if he tries to carry on, or whether he's going to come and pit for the damage that was caused at the start of this lap. Obviously, like I say, this lap an incredibly long lap, so he will be losing an awful lot of time making his way around as we see Schley coming into the pit. So hopefully we should make his way round, as I'm just waiting to see what happens with CRS Dizzy and whether he can just come back in and just run some cameras for us. And the gap down to 11 seconds now as Brad closing in on the back of Oliver Jr. So Brad very much as Oliver Jr. slower through the Porsche cars than we have seen him before. Obviously that car damaged and kind of making his way through, as I'm just hearing that Timmy was hit by another car out on track. So we're just waiting to see if we can ascertain who that was, as Oliver Jr. makes his way round again. So Oliver Jr. at this point just trying to drive that car with the damage that he has at the moment. So obviously with about 43 litres of fuel left to go, as we see the Toyota coming out of the pits with so the Toyota now a lap down, and obviously Brad coming back again through the with Brad making his way back to the back of Oliver Jr. So it's going to be interesting to see if Schley moves over for Brad to let him through, and how quickly these guys are going to catch up again. Obviously this plays into Oliver Jr.'s hands for the as Brad just losing time a little bit there to Oliver Jr. as he just kind of makes his way through. So Oliver Jr. able to hold the gap at about 6 seconds at this point, with Brad just holding station behind Schley at this point. And I'm just going to welcome back Dizzy. Dizzy, I'm presuming you weren't able to get back into the game at this point.
Sadly not. Unfortunately, for some reason, Schley isn't able to invite me when he's in the pits. So there is an issue there with, unfortunately, that happening. So we are going to be stuck watching PRL for this stint unless someone retires. If someone retires, then there's that possibility. But I don't think any of the drivers are going to be retiring from this. I think they're going to try and keep up as best they can.
Yeah, just to fill you in, we saw Oliver Jr. hit the wall just after the start finish straight. So
I saw that as well. He's actually, I've noted to Schley, who's currently just behind him, who's just needs to unlap himself, that Oliver Jr. is currently topping out at about 300 k's. Which is not great, really, which shows there's a lot of aero damage to that Porsche.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was saying to the viewers. Is it really would be better for Oliver to kind of come into the pits and just try and do as much of a repair as he can, just to try and not lose as much time as possible. Yeah, like you say, Oliver just topping out at about 300 k's an hour there. So less than 200 miles an hour. Obviously, the Audi of Brad just closing in behind him with Schley there in the back of shot, just following on, and it does look like Schley is actually able to just hang on to the back of Brad there for a sec, does he?
Schley was at the start was just taking his time and actually came off in the the first few laps. He actually came off track. We missed it. So yeah, you didn't carry any damage, but obviously lost time.
Yeah.
He's aware now that the Porsche in front has got the damage, and so I've told him it's now or never to start pushing, get that lap, unlap yourself, and then sort of keep up with the Audi, who, yeah, obviously has also lapped Schley. So it's just about getting ahead of that Porsche.
So there we go. We just
got a lap on the. Yep, he's in the pits.
So we're just going to see Oliver Junior dive into the pits, as obviously at this point realised that he's losing time hand over fist, and just makes his way into the pits to try and repair as much of that damage as possible. So we'll see how this shakes out once Oliver Junior is in the pits. Obviously we are going to be stuck on Oliver Junior to kind of make his way through, and so obviously Brad at this point inherits the lead. Do you think that Schley will be able to make up the ground to try and unlap himself, Dizzy?
It depends how close he is. Unfortunately, we're not sat with him, sadly, so we can't see it. But it depends how much damage Alderfer's got, as he's out the pits already. So not a lot of damage clearly, but enough to affect his top speed there on the more sand. But yeah, I think Schley's probably not going to be able to keep up with that Audi, especially he's got to unlap himself. It may get to the point where the Audi's faster in certain places and then needs to lap him again. So there could be that issue with blue flags, which could be a problem. But I think at the moment he's going to probably just stick with him and just be that one lap down, because it is only one lap. It's not, it's not a few laps. So because I think that's what we're expecting with this 24-hour race, Chris. It's not going to be a case of how many seconds the car is off the next car. It's going to be how many laps you've done in total, and that is going to be the big difference. Can one car out of a particular, especially in the GT3s, I think if the GT3s start getting cars that have to lap one another, that's when we'll start seeing the clear winners of the GT3, and we might find that the GT3 class especially run the same amount of laps. There could be a group of people that run the same amount of laps, and the win will be decided on who finished first the most in those sessions.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the LMPs, it's looking like it's going to be a case of how many laps you can get on the car behind, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Alderfer just able to make his way up to 325 kilometers an hour there. So very much it seems like back up to speed now, and just making his way down the last part of the Malzahn straight to Malzahn corner. So it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. Obviously, Brad now with a just under a minute lead for the lead of the race at this point.
Yeah, so not exactly a lap yet. So obviously Brad and Junior both on the same amount of laps. But Junior there gets a little bit squiggly going through Mulsanne's corner. But yeah, he's got to sort of start reeling in Brad now and make the pit stop that he's had to make. He needed to make that pit stop, really, as we were saying. That's cost him an extra pit stop for sure. So it's not going to be a case of running till the next stop now. He had to fill up a tank that was probably only half full, which means he hasn't done the amount of running that he wanted to do in that particular stint there. So for sure, I think it's going to cost. It'll cost Junior a little bit, but if he can reel Brad back in, it could still be on for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. As Brad just clocked in a 3:21 there, so still very much running on the pace at this point, and it's going to be interesting to see if Oliver Junior can put in some fast laps to kind of, like you say, reel him in.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I just want to say to everybody as well, Chris, apologies that we're not able to show you pictures of other cars at the moment. Just anyone that is watching that has just joined us. This stream obviously is a 24-hour stream. It's going to be done in sort of blocks, isn't it? Really, Chris. We're going to have possibly the stream stop for give or take maybe 10 minutes. But the way we're doing this, guys, is obviously 3-hour sessions, so we have to jump from race to race as races end. But yeah, just to anyone that's watching, apologies for this particular block that we've got this first 3 hours. We are going to be stuck watching Aldo Virginia go around the track for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, so just to update you on the race at this point, especially the GT3s, who obviously we can't see at the moment. It does look like Fang Leach made his way into the pits a second ago there. So Mr. Fox Fantastic in first place at the moment, with the White Gamers closing in, so only about 15 seconds between first and second at this point. So very much a close race in GT3 at the moment for first place, with Vantage there in third place now. So they're a wildcard team able to make their way up to third in class at this point.
Yeah.
And
that Bentley down the straights is known to be quite powerful. It is a bit of a block. It's a bit of a turbo brick.
Yeah, very much the boat. The boat, I think, was the word someone used to describe it earlier. Fang Leach sitting in fourth, with Taylor Clan in fifth, just about a minute behind the fourth place runner at the moment, with Timmy losing about 5 minutes at this point to sort of 4 or 5 minutes to the car in front in last place at the moment. I believe that Timmy was actually but hit by another car on track. Obviously we're unable to show it at this point, so Timmy having a real run of bad luck there at the moment, as the gap now 53 seconds between between Olaf Jr. and our leader Brad at this point.
Yeah, I think Brad possibly has this in the bag now. I hate to say that's too soon into stream, but that crash has cost BRL some considerable lap time.
Yeah, and
then
really
also
struggling to
continuing.
Really struggling to get round the Bentley there into Mulsanne corner. Had to kind of
Caught
wait it out.
Place, I think.
Yeah, very much had to wait it out and just kind of make sure that he passed safely there. So
he goes into Porsche curbs.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of lap time Olaf Jr. is able to put in this lap. Obviously, Brad running about a 3:20 at the moment. I have seen Brad drop down into the 3:18s at one point, which is an incredibly rapid lap for
that is a fast lap, yeah. Obviously, the track limits on this do enable people to go a little bit faster, and so if you do cut a corner, the lap times at like a 2.8, like a 3:18, will be looked at, because I think a fast lap in an LMP here currently is about a 3:20, so those kind of laps will be looked at. But at the moment, it doesn't look as though any drivers are particularly, extending track limits. The lap times are looking pretty consistent from everybody, which shows that everyone's respecting those track limits. Maybe pushing it a little bit in places, but that's just where you can push it. Through the chicanes into the Mulsanne, those particular chicanes on the Mulsanne, you can actually run a little bit wider or a little bit more narrower into a corner and still make the corner, and it still be a legitimate use of the corner, and not actually be gaining any penalties, whereas the game would actually penalise you for it. So
yeah, absolutely.
That's why we've got that set.
I know for myself, watching onboard laps of Le Mans, just to try and find braking points and kind of gear selection in corners. If you watch a lot of the pro guys, they're really taking liberties with the curbs. They're very much hammering the curbs, especially in those chicanes coming into the start-finish straight and the first kind of I think it's turns 2 and 3, where they're very much hammering the curbs and trying to streamline those corners as much as possible.
Absolutely. So, Chris, obviously people can see the cars on the map, and so roughly we can see about where everyone is. obviously it's showing the cars in blue as the cars that BRL is going to be overtaking. But yeah, you still see the cars on the map, so it sort of gives you an idea of where everyone is, and if there's an accident or anything like that, you'll be able to see, that dot sort of stop moving for a minute. So it's not completely gone, but unfortunately, it's not the best this situation. But apologies to everybody that's watching. Thanks to everybody that is watching, and also, Chris, just a very quick segue while we're in.
Aldifer Junior onto the grass there, around Timmy. Just getting very, getting very creative. With
getting out of the way.
Giving the Porsche plenty of room there, as Brad into the pits on lap 21 there.
Okay.
So Brad making his way into the pits. It's going to be interesting to see how much time Aldifer Junior is going to gain at this point. Obviously, Aldifer with plenty of fuel left in the tank at this point. So we shall see how much time Aldifer Junior gains back to Brad, and we'll see where Brad comes out in terms of, as Aldifer Junior coming through the Porsche curves now, so may even get close to the lead at this point.
Yeah. Now, very quickly, I'm going to have a look at our Just Giving page, Chris, and see sort of where we're at with donations, and sort of give you guys a bit of an update on that. Of course, this stream is for St John's Ambulance. For those of you who don't know what St John's Ambulance is and are just joining the stream now, St John's Ambulance helps with the ambulance service in the UK and around the world, and they also teach people how to save a life as well. So there's a lot more people in the world now, Chris, thanks to St John's Ambulance, that have been taught the correct way, to deliver CPR or to deliver life-saving tasks or life-saving manoeuvres that otherwise that person might not make it. So, and it's a really great cause that we're donating to.
Yeah, absolutely, and a very worthy one. I've just popped the Just Giving link in the Twitch chat for anyone that would like to give any money possible at all. Like no amount is too small at this point. And just to bring you back to the race there, Dizzy, Aldifer Junior coming out only 2 or 3 seconds behind Brad at this point, so really closing up on Brad.
Yeah, he is. Whether that's outright pace or whether it's a case of I need to catch up now.
I believe Aldifer Junior just slapped the wall a little bit there. With the car. I don't think there's a great deal of damage, but he does look to have lost about a second there to Brad coming through that corner.
Brad did pit, I'm guessing, so I did miss that. I apologise.
Yes, so Brad
did pit,
coming in for his next scheduled fuel and tyre stop. So that's where. So
he's already a pit stop ahead then.
That time's gone. Obviously, Aldifer Junior with about 45 litres in the tank, so probably another 40 minutes or so before he needs to pit again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just very quickly, Chris, now I've got the page up. I just want to say thanks very much so far to everyone that's donated. Chris, we're already a massive 40% of our goal. £200 now been donated so far, and we're only we're only about an hour or so into this stream, so that's massive. I just want to say thank you to the following people that have already donated. Rebecca Wall, thanks very much for the £20. Robo Mandy again, thanks very much for the £10. Kyle B said, to be honest, I don't really get what this is, but have fun. £10 donated there, so thanks very much. Shepherdess donated 1 day ago, because what else would you want to do all weekend? £10 donated there, so thanks very much to you guys that have donated so far. It's really massive to see that donations coming in. 17 supporters so far, Chris.
Just to add to that, Dizzy,
just amazing.
Just to add to that, Dizzy, Cara Kingston Lee has just come in with £20 plus a £5 gift aid donation as well in the last few seconds. So just as I refreshed the page, that one came in. So we are now 44% of our way to our target. So a whole £220. Thank you very much to everyone that's donated so far.
Thanks very much, Cara Kingston Lee. Thank you very much. So back to the racing. Bradley made that pit stop. Looks like Junior got a little bit slidey through there then.
He seems to be struggling with the back of the car at the moment. So I wonder if he has got just a a little bit of damage from just slapping the wall coming out of the one of the Mulsanne chicanes.
Possibly, yeah. Unfortunately, Apex, I'm just seeing the comments, Chris. Hi, Apex, thanks for watching and joining the stream. Unfortunately, due to the way that this this particular game runs, unfortunately, one of us got thrown out, and it was the person in charge of the cameras. So, sadly, we are going to be stuck with this particular LMP car that's Alderferda Jr. for the next hour and 30 minutes, an hour and 40 minutes. So, apologies that we can't see the GT cars, but we will be able to see the GT cars in the next stint. So you've got plenty more, 21 more hours of being able to see those GT cars. And to JHig 011, person in 5th at the moment in the GT3s is Taylor, who's running for, I can't remember, I think it's the, can't remember what the team's called, Chris, apologies, I'll get that up. But yeah, running in the Porsche.
Yes, so we've got our 2 Porsches at the back of the field at the moment. So obviously Timmy for back marker racing, and Taylor Clan, who is obviously the other Porsche out on track at the moment.
That's right, yeah. So guys, to anyone that's wants to say hello, if you want to know about anything going on, particularly within this particular lobby, if you need to know any more information, throw it up in the Twitch. If you want any questions answering, me and Chris will do our best to answer those questions, and sort of give us something to talk about as well, guys. It's a long stream, and obviously, unfortunately, at the moment we are sat with one car. Obviously, now and again we get to see the other cars on the track. I think that is actually Taylor that we're catching in the back of shot there. Or that could have been Timmy. I'm not entirely sure.
That is Taylor Clan there. So Taylor Clan is the kind of neon green and blue car, and Timmy, I believe, is in the kind of blue and the Falcon livery car.
Timmy actually quite a way back from Taylor Clan there.
So Vantage into the pits there for Team Regal Racing. So making his pit stop. Let's see if Fang Leach can just make the jump past him whilst he's in the pits.
Yep. So currently the person leading the GT3s is Mr. Fox Fantastic, who's currently leading the GT3s. Doing quite a good job as well. He's actually stayed in front this entire time, Chris. Good 40 seconds or so ahead of the White Gomez in that Mercedes, that Casio Mercedes. So yeah, he's doing a good job so far.
Yes, so obviously Mr. Fox Fantastic just pulling out a bit of a lead in the GT3s at the moment. Obviously when we get to the end of the stint, it's not just the lap count that matters, it's very much the gap between the cars that we take into account as well. So obviously all to play for, and very much it's very important to try and keep the gaps between the cars as small as possible, with Oliver Jr. only about 4 seconds off the back of Brad now, so he is losing a little bit of time, but he's not losing time as quickly as he was before. So Oliver Jr. seems to have picked up the pace a little bit, and just able to kind of stay with Brad and just try and kind of make his way, basically just try and stay on the back of that Audi.
Yeah. And I think that's the key thing right now. I think Chris is just staying on the back of it. I think is probably going to be the most important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to keep that gap down as much as possible is what we're looking for. As I'm just looking in the chat, Apex_odd, there is just GT3 cars running in this event. Originally, when we were planning this event, we very much discussed running a multi-class, didn't we, Dizzy? And we took the decision to try and keep the racing competitive and to give as many teams as possible the chance to fight for a class win, to keep the classes 2, LMP1 and GT3, as they were the kind of the popular choices. As, we just to jump across you there, Dizzy. We watch Brad just coming up to lap Schley again. I'm not entirely sure whether Schley has managed to make his way. Schley has managed to unlap himself, or
I think
whether
possibly he has. Yeah.
Whether he's come around to put another lap.
Yeah, possibly.
Oliver Junior just kind of able to get past DOR Vantage a little bit easier than maybe Brad did on the run down the Mulsanne Straight. We're on the run down to Indianapolis.
A lot of cars in this sector at the moment on the map there, Chris. A lot of cars using this sector at the moment, so it's getting quite close. It looks as though from the last shot there, it looks as though Schley is still in front.
And Oldefover gets it all wrong on that corner and just opens the gap up a little bit. It would appear that Brad really was really struggling to kind of get past Schley there, and
it did look as though that was the case.
So Junior,
now that's closed the gap massively.
It looked like the gap closed down to about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds, and then Oliver Junior obviously just getting it a little bit wrong coming out of that corner and just opening the gap back up to about 5 seconds now.
Now the Porsches and the LMPs, especially the Porsche LMP, Chris, fantastic sounding car, and I think won Le Mans in 2016, I believe.
Yes, won in 2016, obviously powered by a 2-litre V4 engine. Obviously, you can hear that kind of typical roar of that V4. It's really something to see if you see that thing moving live. Obviously, as you see it come past, you can really feel it in your chest as that thing comes past.
Got a little bit squiggly coming up the Dunlop chicane there, and Schley looked as though he cut the Dunlop chicane a little bit in that last camera shot. But these cars, the LMPs especially, are all quite amazing machines, really, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, these things built to go. Obviously, I think it was Adam Millward I was watching, where he did a direct comparison around Le Mans between a current hybrid Formula 1 car and these LMP1s, and it's an awful lot closer than you think it would be. Obviously, both cars run hybrid, and these cars just a little bit heavier than Formula 1 cars, but the pace is within the same kind of ballpark. There's not as much of a difference as you'd expect, and nothing sort of, like I say, short of a Formula 1 car is built in the same way as an LMP1 car, and these things obviously designed to run for 24 hours, if not 36 hours at a time. Obviously the teams test these cars extensively and very much wait and try and run them to kind of destruction almost a little bit, and kind of make sure that they're nice and solid. As we just come around and watch Oliver Junior just closing up on the back of Schley. Just for those of you that have just spotted a little bit of an influx of viewers, we unfortunately our race director Dizzy was ejected from the lobby due to a disconnection issue, so we are stuck on Oliver Junior for a little while. We are working on trying to get him back into the lobby at this point, and we hope to be able to change camera at some point very, very soon. We are kind of older for cam at the moment, and we're just trying to do our best just to try and kind of describe what's going on in the rest of the race and just keep you guys updated on what's happening. As Oliver Junior just making his way down, doesn't look as comfortable with that car as he has in the past. These guys running a fairly similar pace at the moment, so only about 4 seconds between the two at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, and I feel as though Brad has got a little bit of a window there where as the Porsche has to go really wide through the Porsche curves there to get around the Ferrari. I feel as though Brad he's kind of got a bit of an opportunity to kind of just stay ahead. He doesn't have to push too much. Being that Alderferda got damage earlier on and obviously drove that extra lap, I feel like that's actually cost him.
Yeah, so at this point it seems that
both laps.
So yeah, like you say, it just seems at this point that Brad's just running a nice, safe pace. He's not pushing too hard. Obviously, we have seen kind of 221s, 220s out of Brad, and a little bit faster occasionally. And so it does seem that he's just kind of conserving his lead a little bit, and just kind of, like you say, just not making any mistakes. And there's obviously Schley there. Now very much running on the pace, and it does seem that Schley is in the middle of these two cars at this point. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when Alderfer Jr. comes up behind him and has to get past him.
Yeah, I feel as though Schley now putting on the pace. I think he's realised, or he's sort of now within that gaggle of those two other cars. I feel like he's able to keep the pace because he's with them. Which is, that's kind of good, but also once he's behind a car and that car pulls away, could start to drop back again, and the lap times might drop. But I feel as though the drivers, the LMP1 cars now, starting to get a bit of a groove, and starting to get into the groove of things, and starting to get comfortable with the cars. So the lap times will sort of start to stabilise, and we'll start to see perhaps equal lap times from everybody. I think it took Schley a couple of laps to really get into the groove there, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, Schley just kind of taking it easy at the start of the race, and just kind of, like you say, just having a bit of maybe just kind of like first stint jitters there, and just trying to like I say, preserve the car and just kind of run a consistent pace.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So to the GT3s, we've not really spoken too much about them because obviously I think because we're on the LMPs, it's very easy to talk about them. So a bit more difficult to talk about the GT3s when we can't see them. But Mr. Fox, fantastic, currently running first. The White Gomez in that Mercedes, Casio Mercedes, he's running second. Can't seem to say Casio and Mercedes in the same sentence for some reason. I get my tongue twisted a little bit. You can try and say that yourself in a bit. It's quite difficult. Fang Leach, running in third. He's in one of the Ferraris. So Mr. Fox, fantastic, and Fang Leach in the Ferraris, Chris. Those Ferraris at the beginning of the race getting pretty close with each other, and it kind of let Gomez catch up, and I feel as though that now has played into Gomez's hands as he's actually got that second place, and he's kind of keeping, if not a little bit faster than the car in front. Not necessarily faster than the car behind though, by the looks of things. Fang Leach putting in what looks like a 4:04 from what I'm looking at, which is an extremely fast lap time for 4:04. It's an extremely fast lap time for the GT3s around the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely, and like you say, it's obviously easier for us to talk about the LMP1s as we're following round on Alderfer Cam at this point. And sorry, just to kind of interject, Schley there putting in a 1:23.3, so very much on the pace of the leaders at this point. But yeah, like you say, the two Ferraris obviously fighting it out for the first kind of few laps at least, and it seems that now that the field has spread out a little bit, that Gomez has been able to kind of stretch his legs a little bit and just kind of make his way up into second and start to push that Mercedes a little bit.
Yeah, Alderfer getting a little bit squiggly on the entrance, so just before the entrance there to Mulsanne, just getting a little bit wide on the grass before the corner to the entry. But keeping up, Schley, like you say, keeping up and actually putting in a really fast lap time there. 3:23 is extremely fast. I think the team were actually looking at doing 3:25. So to put a 3:23 in on this setup is fantastic. But it looks as though Chris Alderfer Jr. here is going to try and overtake Schley and lap him.
Yeah,
because at the moment they're both on the same lap.
I was going to say, it looks like Schley is actually kind of just a bit further ahead from Alderfer Jr. at this point, and doesn't seem to be holding Alderfer Jr. up at all at the moment. So unless Alderfer Jr. can make his way onto the back of Schley, then he kind of has to work fairly hard to get around Schley at this point.
Yeah, it's not a simple pass like it would be with the GT3s. That obviously, when you're following a car that you are lapping, he's not necessarily going to move out of the way. But there is probably that need. If he does get a blue flag, he will have to give way. You can't really stay in front of someone that is already a lap on you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just watching now, Dizzy. Obviously, you're a couple of seconds behind us. Alderfer slipstreams up behind Schley.
Yeah, he is slipstreaming him.
Just looking to go
Schley
around
blocking him by the looks of it. Oh no, he's giving him way, I think.
Giving him a little bit of room, and Alderfer Jr. just running a little bit wide there, but able to make the pass stick through Indianapolis. So
bit of trust there from both drivers, I think, Chris. I think Schley realised
that's
he didn't want to give up too much time, but he definitely backed out going into Indianapolis.
Absolutely, that's an incredibly fast part of the track, and Schley now coming back at Alderfer Jr. And Schley now up the side of Alderfer Jr. He's not going to be happy about that, as Schley tries to unlap himself there on Alderfer Jr. So obviously all of this plays into Brad's hands, as this allows as obviously Alderfer Jr. with Schley to think about behind him. Schley obviously a lap down at this point, and so just gives
Schley maybe trying to prove a point there, but that wasn't a necessary move. I don't think he needs to be fighting with the car in front. You definitely want to be leaving him to just do his own thing, because you don't want to end up in a crash that ends up, he's already a lap down. You don't want to end up in a crash with that car.
Oh, absolutely.
It's only going to look bad on. It's only going to look bad on himself.
Absolutely.
Like in the corner there in the last game.
Yeah, I did spot there as he goes up the inside of Alderfer Jr. now. Oh, and the two cars come together. That's an incredibly lucky save there for Alderfer Jr. That's a great bit of driving from Alderfer Jr. Schley there. Maybe learned his lesson after this point. As
I'm just going to go. I am just going to go and speak to Schley. 1 second. I will come back in just a moment, Chris. I need to go and speak to my driver.
Yeah, no worries. And obviously, Alderfer Jr. there just a little bit of contact with Schley, and obviously Schley a lap down at this point. So that's not what we want to be seeing, and we hope that both cars are all right. Obviously, that's given Brad a little bit of a chance to just scamper away a little bit further with a 9-second gap, an 8-second gap at this point. Obviously, these cars closing up and extending their kind of runs on the Mulsanne straight, with Alderfer Jr. only about 18 litres of fuel, so we do expect to see him come in the next kind of 4 laps or so. We're about halfway through this session now, just over halfway through, with Mr. Fox Fantastic in first place in the GT3s, with the White Gomez in second place, Fang Leach in third, Vantage, our wildcard team Regal Racing, in fourth, with Taylor Clan, who has just come into the pits, in fifth place, with Timmy in the final place in that group at the moment. So Timmy, it may look like he's now making his way onto the back of Taylor Clan. So maybe we're going to see a little fight for the final place in GT3 at this point. I'm just reading the chat at the moment, DC Gunner. I don't know if Dizzy can see through time, but I think we can very much all see that coming, with Schley just fighting Alderfer Jr. to try and gain that lap back. Obviously, Alderfer Jr. and Alderfer Jr. and Schley coming together a little bit on the first corner. Luckily, both drivers managed to make their way through and save the cars, and Schley actually, I believe, getting a little bit of a warning from the stewards for that, and
yeah, that was a little bit of a warning from the team more than the stewards there. Chris, I just sort of told him, don't battle him. There's no point in battling. You're already a lap down. he's like, okay, yeah, all right, I'll back off, I'll back off. So please don't be battling him because that was too close to call. He has actually come off at one of the chicanes, though, unfortunately. We didn't see it on stream, but if you actually saw behind on the stream, he actually did come off at the chicane.
Yeah.
So Schley actually damaging the car, actually carrying some damage. But he says he's only got about 10 minutes of fuel left. So he's going to be lapping. So he's going to be pitting soon. Sorry, and he's just going to carry that damage until he pits.
So we just got some comments in the chat here, Dizzy. DC Gunner asking, can Dizzy see through time? And I wonder if that was in relation to Schley's incident a minute ago.
Yeah, possibly.
And a few
I
of
can
the
see
other
through time,
guys,
definitely.
and a few of the other guys just calling for blue flags. And like I say, it's not something you ever want to see as a driver just trying to battle it out to gain a lap back and potentially taking out one of the front runners.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit unnecessary at this point. You know, the team are only a lap down, so yeah, as probably the rest of the drivers, just
very much
unnecessary.
Very much a message from the rest of the team to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. The Toyotas, I do think, actually suffer a bit on pace here. It is difficult to get a really fast lap in, so he was probably just trying to keep up with Alfredo Jr., but there's just no need for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Not doing a bad job keeping up with Alfredo Jr. He's definitely that car has definitely got the pace to keep up with the two cars in front, and
absolutely.
So it's just a kind of, like I say, it's just a kind of a thing of being a lap down and kind of knowing where you are in the race. Oliver Jr. now only about 5 seconds behind Brad, so it looks like Brad's the pace has dropped a little bit there for Brad. Still putting in 3:22, so actually it looks like Oliver Jr. has picked up his pace a little bit, and kind of as you see him making his way through the Mulsanne corner.
Yep. Almost, give or take, about what, an hour and 20 minutes to go, Chris.
Yeah, like I say, about an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, and already this first stint, I think the track might start cooling down in the next stint. We're starting at 7 o'clock for the next stint, so it could be, the track starts to cool down, especially going from 7 to 10. We'll lose sunlight, but currently the pace 3:20. But what are we expecting as we go into the evening?
Yeah, obviously the track going to cool down into the evening, and as we do that, the track temperature drops. So the pace kind of probably going to slow down a little bit, and obviously as the track temperature drops, it becomes increasingly hard to keep temperature in the tyres. So we'll probably see the drivers kind of working a little bit harder, kind of pushing the cars a little bit more, just to try and maintain some heat in the tyres. I think that's going to be the big battle in the coming stints, especially overnight.
Yeah, as we've said, guys, this is a 24-hour race, and it's not a 3-hour race done with 24-hour time. So it's actually a 24-hour race, guys. So the real time in this, obviously, as we get towards the evening, you will start to just have night streams. It's going to be basically us at about 4 o'clock. We've got a few more commentators joining us, actually, haven't we, Chris?
Yeah. So DOR Vantage,
people that have been with us before.
Yeah, DOR Vantage, who is currently you're seeing out on track in the Bentley, and who's going to join me for the next session, for the next 3-hour session, and then I believe we have Jimmy P and for Dixon Sider taking us through the night, and then back to myself and DC Gunner. If you've seen our touring car coverage, you'll have heard DC Gunner before, kind of picking up in the morning.
That's right. Jimmy B and for Dixon Sider, they're going to be doing, like we say, they're going to be doing overnight. I will also be doing some of that night stint with you guys as well. So there may be a bit of a crossover, Chris, where you maybe run just a little bit over the real life 24 hours just to make sure that every stint gets its full coverage. So be prepared for that, guys. It may run a little bit over, but be sure it won't run over by too much, maybe by 10 minutes, 20 minutes, give or take. So, yeah, I mean, going forward, Chris, back to the race a little bit. The LMPs now comfortably, 17 minutes or so ahead of these GT3 cars. So they're actually lapping these GT3 cars quite a bit every lap. It's 40 seconds of a lap faster, give or take. And that's a big gap, really. And it does show that, these guys are going to be, especially as we get sort of into the night, knowing where a car is, especially in a GT3, knowing where an LMP car is going to be crucial, because that's where the biggest accidents happen, is when we're in at night. So
yeah, absolutely, and obviously, like I say, at the moment the job's kind of, I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's certainly easier than kind of at night, where you've literally got a pair of headlights to in your rearview mirror, and that's all you've got to go on, and
yeah.
So we
of
just
course, not
I'm
many
just
not many lights at the side of this track.
Yeah, I'm just hearing in from the Discord chat that Team BRL really not happy with Schley at this point, and kind of very much not a fan of that move down into turn 1, as we see Oliver Jr. Just kind of just putting another lap on the White Gammas, who is currently in second place in the GT3s.
Very dangerous spot to pass there, but making it stick, kind of getting the job done.
It's Oliver
only
Jr.
a few seconds off.
Oh, and Brad round on the Brad round on the last chicane there. So Brad, a little spin there for Brad, as Oliver luckily got away with it, as Oliver Jr. coming into the pits.
Yeah, he is coming into the pits. I think Schley will be good coming in this lap as well. Obviously, about a minute behind. Well, actually, a lap and a minute or so behind Brad and Junior. So Junior may come out of the pits here, still in front of him, but we'll wait to see that. It looks like Schley might have already pitted, actually, come to think of it. He was running on, the last 10 minutes of fuel, so maybe with the damage that he had, he's just got the job done and jumped in the pits. But yeah, hopefully they don't come across each other again, because it looks as though, like you say, BRL not happy with the move from Schley, running for Team Boxyard LMPH. The Audi is the Audi Endurance Team. For those of you guys that are watching, wondering what the teams are called. Yeah, the Audi Endurance Team. Then you've got Team BRL. You've got Team Boxyard, and then we'll get the other names up, Chris. Actually, let's go through the drivers and sort of chat about who we've got in the coming stints, and sort of maybe chat about some of the faster drivers and who to look out for as we go through this evening.
Yeah, absolutely, and so we are obviously just going to have a quick look and see who we have in the next street, who are the guys to look out for in the.
So I mean, at the moment you've got with like I say, you've got Team BRL Red, which is their full title in the Porsche. They are currently running with Alderford Jr., but they've also got Livid Opossum. Now, Livid Opossum, although he used a different car in the Spa for purely reasons that needed the stream to continue, he was pretty fast and pretty consistent. A couple of accidents, I think, in Spa, with Spa being quite a difficult circuit for that car.
Yeah, absolutely, and like you say, it's a very difficult circuit. Just to point out that Smokey is coming in for Team Boxyard, and that's going to be an interesting driver. Like I say, Smokey struggling with the car at Spa a little bit, as Oliver Jr. they're running straight on at the chicane. Luckily, I believe not taking any damage for the at that point. and just able to run over the gravel and continue on his way.
Just getting away with that. I think a very lucky escape. That has actually put, I think there's a minute now from Alderfer Jr. to Brad. So, I mean, Brad really has driven away with this, like we said. I'm pretty sure the gap was very small earlier. In fact, I think it was 4 seconds. So, was there a bigger incident for Junior?
I believe that's just the time that it costs for a pit stop. As Alderfer Jr. just getting through on Taylor Clan there. Taylor Clan looks like a little bit of damage, getting very sideways there and onto the grass in the back of shot there. As Brad into the pit, so we're going to see what
Porsche getting stuck behind the Bentley. I know I'm a bit behind there, but
yeah, we're going to see what
a little bit stuck behind the Bentley coming through that corner there.
Sorry, yeah, like we say, I'm just watching the Twitch chat. Game over 60 with unfortunately our race director not able to change cameras at the moment as he's been kicked from the lobby. So we are stuck on
the gods of project cars.
Yeah, very much the project cars, the curse of project cars there. As we watch Alderfer Jr. coming down to the. I believe that's the final chicane, so it's going to be interesting to see, as it looks like Brad's on the move already, coming out of the pits. So we will very much see what's happening at this point, as it looks like about a 7 second gap now. So, but after the two guys have made their kind of pit stops, it does look like the gap has remained fairly stable between the two guys.
Yeah. It looks as though they're the. Is that Mr. Fox? I'm trying to look who's close there, but looks as though White Gomez and Fang Leach. So who's fighting there? Who is that? Is that?
That I believe is
battling
the
with who there?
31 Ferrari and the Mercedes. So I believe that is Fang Leach and the White Gomez there.
The gap considerably bigger on our timing screen though, Chris, than what it shows on track. So is he being lapped there?
Possibly. Like we said, the gods of project cars not being favourable at this point to us, so we're not entirely sure who that is battling there. So maybe we'll find out very, very soon. So as we continue to watch the lead of the LMP1 race with about a 5-6 second gap between the two at the moment, as Alderfer Jr. there making his way around the second chicane at the Mulsanne, and very much chasing down Brad at this point, does he?
Yeah, only a 7 second gap now, and he'll be trying to close that in. I mean, to be only 7 seconds off after the situation that they experienced earlier in the race, I think that's a good turnaround. I don't know about you, but to catch up that much and still be catching. Obviously, in the Mulsanne, the car ahead has already done the braking and then is on the next bit, but the gap is about 7 seconds, about 7 or 8 seconds. So that's not a massive margin for Bradley to be comfortable with, I'd say, especially with his last lap being a 3:29 and Alderfer's being, being a 4:23, but obviously he has pitted. So
yeah, obviously we saw Brad have that little spin there on the last chicane, so losing a bit of time through that. So we'll see how things shake out at the at the end of this lap and see what kind of lap times these guys are doing.
Yeah. With regards to the GT3s again, Fang Leach currently doing 4:03s. I think that's the fastest lap in a GT3 this session so far, which is huge. A 4:030 when all the cars around him are doing 4:05s and 4:07s, and then you've got Taylor and Timmy sat quite far back off the pace actually, Chris. 4:15s and 4:22s. So not necessarily the fastest guys out there today. Is that, do you reckon, down to the Porsche that they're using, or is it just because they're struggling, do you think?
To be honest, I think the two guys at the back, the Porsche obviously has a long history at Le Mans, and Porsche is probably one of those names that's synonymous with Le Mans. So I think the guy's probably just struggling with the car at this point, and I know speaking to the guys earlier in the week that they were struggling with how tail happy the Porsche was a little bit, as we just see Oliver Junior running wide there.
Yeah,
just struggling to get past the Ferrari there, and the gap is now down to about 4 seconds.
A very difficult place to overtake there. I actually remember from Le Mans a few years ago there, Chris. I think it was Alan McNish, who's a very well-known Scottish LMP driver, GT driver. He was trying to overtake, I think it was a GT car in that section coming down the hill. Came down the inside and wiped each other out because he made a crazy move. So, you know, it's not completely unbelievable that could happen in this. It happens in real life. Quite a few incidents have happened here over the years. Some things I don't think we'll ever see again because of the safety of the cars and the way that they're built now. But, you know, especially we've lost a few people as well on this track. This track isn't... It may look simple and it may look like there's a lot of room, but get it wrong, Chris, it bites you.
Oh, absolutely, and like I say, the main factor with this track is the speeds that are involved, and kind of, like I say, with the cars now hitting well over 200 miles an hour coming down to the end of the straights. Like I said earlier, the chicanes added in to the Mulsanne straight just to try and attempt to just slow the cars down, and just keep the top speeds to a kind of a reasonable level.
That's it. And I remember, it was a very long time ago now, when Le Mans was quite different from what it is now. I remember the pictures and videos of Mark Webber, if you remember that. Mark Webber flipping his car down the Mulsanne when it was, I believe, completely flat out, and flipping it in mid-air, and the car just going into the air and then just flying into the trees, and luckily surviving that.
Yeah, I believe for his 2 accidents, he actually was able to walk away from those accidents, which is incredible. It's a testament to the safety of those cars, and of course the safety of the cars that we run today. Obviously, Mark Webber leaving the Mercedes team immediately after that incident, and having some issues with how Mercedes handled that whole situation. Yes, Sausage
well,
Miyagi
these cars
was,
specifically.
Sorry, I'm just answering a question in the chat there, Dizzy. Sausage Miyagi, it was in fact Mark Webber that flipped on the Mulsanne straight. He actually did it twice in the same weekend, and it was appealing for the Mercedes team to withdraw the cars from the race, and then another one, I believe, flipped in the race as well, at which point they withdrew the final car.
Yeah, and it's it was quite a weird time for Le Mans, especially because you had a team like Mercedes refusing to really do anything about the fact that they had cars flipping. But yeah, just it seems as though safety now, especially the reasoning behind, I think a lot of people now have learnt the reasons as to why the Mercedes did flip all that time ago, and it was just due to air getting underneath the car as they come up that hill, as they finish the Mulsanne. Air picks the car up, and the stability of the car would rock backwards and forwards, and it just lifted the cars up, and they never really did anything about it. You don't really see that now, Chris, because obviously these cars, they are super stable. They're not going to move around. You've got 4-wheel drive. You've got all that aero pressing the car down onto the ground. Those Mercedes didn't really have that back then. They kind of stripped back as much aero as they could to get all the speed.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, this was these were in the days where top speed at Le Mans was king, so you very much designed your car around sorry, it was all to do with kind of getting as much top speed on the Mulsanne straight as possible, and
Yeah, absolutely.
of course, as Ed rightly points out in the chat, it's to do with the shorter wheelbase of the car that year. Without getting too much into it technically, it allowed the car to rock backwards and forwards, and it was actually a particular situation where they would be coming down the Mulsanne straight, and they'd be in the slipstream of another car. And obviously, when you're in the slipstream of a car, you don't have as much downforce, and there's not as much air pressing down on the car. So as you kind of crest the hill, there's no downforce there to hold the front of the car down, and that was what caused the cars to flip.
Absolutely, and with a circuit like this, like we say, overtaking and being behind another car happens a lot, especially with the GT3 cars being on the same field. But like we say, no one's going to experience that now in these particular cars, with the way that the cars are set up, how low they are to the ground, and how much downforce they do carry. So it's amazing to see, that we've understood and learnt lessons from our part from the past in motorsport, and it makes the racing safer. It doesn't necessarily make it more boring. I think watching an LMP1 car go around Le Mans flat out is still an impressive thing to watch, even in a game. While we can't actually watch it in real life, to watch it in a game is refreshing, I think, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely, and no. So in lieu of in lieu of a real Le Mans, we're trying to do as much as we can to try and recreate that experience.
Absolutely.
So I'm just seeing some footage that's been submitted to the stewards there, Dizzy. The Team BRL saying that Team Audi at the moment are taking an excessive amount of curb into some of the corners. So I'm just trying to have a quick look at the footage and just see what I can see. Obviously, this footage clipped
myself as well.
Clipped straight from.
The beauty of this, ladies and gentlemen, is we get to see incidents as they come in. At least a second. Let's have a look and see. So yeah, we're just watching the clip now. So nothing that I can see that's been clipped at the moment, but we will see.
I'm just actually asking Team BRL for a bit of clarification, just to kind of see if there's a particular point in the video that we should be looking at, and hopefully they'll get back to me.
It's not very clear through there, I don't think. It doesn't like there's any excessive cutting of any sort from my view here, so I'd say there's nothing at the moment that would be penalisable there. Chris, there's no actual footage of the car in front cutting corners.
Yeah, like I say, just to answer anybody on Twitch at the moment, unfortunately Dizzy was controlling the cameras for this stint and was unfortunately booted by the gods of Project Cars at this point, and so we're stuck on Older for Junior at this point, and we're just kind of just watching Older for Junior, and kind of we'll try and get back to some of the other cars as quickly as we can, and just to recap what's going on at the moment. Brad in first place with about a 6-second gap at the moment to Older for Junior. So this LMP1 race really close at the moment. And
yeah, it is, I think, for the first two, but Schley obviously falling behind again. He's now 4 minutes behind the lead, so not only a lap down, but possibly you could start wondering, is he maybe going to be 2 laps down by the end of this?
Yeah,
Do you
like
see
you
that
say,
being a possibility?
yeah, absolutely. With an hour to go, having lost a lap in about 2 hours, he does seem to be able to have slowed down a little bit as well, running a 3:28 at this point. And just to carry on,
As I thought might be the case.
Mr. Fox Fantastic leading the GT3 race at the moment, about 19 minutes off the leader at this point, so several laps down from the LMP1 cars. Obviously, these cars are running a slightly slower time to the LMP1 cars, running about 40 seconds slower at the moment. With DOR, I believe that's Fang Leach in there as Oliver Jr. spins again there, just getting the car really wide. I didn't see, as I was trying to read, whether he was getting tangled up with
He just got wide. He didn't spin, but he was trying to overtake the Porsche on the entry.
And very close to Timmy there. Incredibly close. The GT3s might be just told to just watch for their mirrors at this point, because obviously that's the second time we've seen a GT3 car drift across in front of an LMP1 car, and obviously the GT3s are supposed to be holding their line at this point.
That's right, there may be words from the stewards any minute about that, we'll let you know.
So we're just gonna, and then was it Fang Leach in second in the GT3 class at the moment, with DRR Vantage for in the wildcard entry in the Bentley in third at the moment, about 50 seconds off the back of the leader. So still all to play for in GT3 with. I believe that's the White Gomez now in fourth place in GT3, with Taylor Clan in fifth and Timmy in sixth.
That's right, yeah. The drivers there just being told from the race director, just to the GT3 drivers specifically being told to not move around so much as the LMP cars are passing, as it looks as though the LMP cars go for the gap and then the GT3 cars start moving around, Chris. So being told there to just hold back a bit and just make sure they're not fighting. Yeah,
absolutely. Like I say, it's imperative when it's imperative when you're being overtaken by an LMP1 car, just to try and hold your line and just keep as steady as possible. Obviously, it's an incredibly nervy situation for both parties, and which they're trying to execute kind of safe passes as much as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, so far it's actually been pretty clean. I'd say, you know, the GT3s have stayed out of the way of most LMP cars. We've seen, especially Schley, from what we saw before we lost the ability to change cameras. Schley was flashing lights, making sure that there was room. So in terms of passing GT3s, so far the person that's, I think, maybe not struggling so much with it is Schley. But the Audi, obviously at the beginning of the stint, Chris, if you remember, losing the back end in front of one of the Porsches as he went to lap him, and BRL coming across a few GT3s and getting quite close. So it's a question of, can't really make a last minute move with these LMP1 cars. The move has to have been sort of signified to the GT3 car. Look, I'm going in this position. I think that's maybe where he crossed over that Falcon 44 Porsche, because he was trying to gain as much draft as he could, that the GT3 driver was about to move out of the way, and then moved into the path of the LMP car, because obviously the LMP car can dart around the straights a little bit more than that Porsche can. So yeah, I think that's probably what was part and parcel of it. But obviously the GT3 cars just need to stay where they are, stay on the line that they're on and not move, and that's the main rule, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Like as you say, rightly so. You can't see an LMP1 car coming in your mirrors and then decide that you want to move across the track. You very much need to stay where you are and just let the LMP1 car pass and then move across the track. So the gap now out to about 13 seconds to Brad in the lead. So to Team Audi just pulling out the gap a little bit now, and I believe that Junior ran a 28.4 last time around, so losing a bit of time to Brad there, and Brad's still running 21s at this point.
Yeah, now the next drivers for some of these stints, I think we're looking at Smokey Beaverman is in the next stint, like you said earlier. DC Gunner for the LMPs is in the next stint. I can't remember who's in the next stint for Team BRL. We'll get that for you now. But the GT3 cars, their stints as well. We're looking. There's some fast drivers that are yet to come with the GT3s. I think that we've seen the likes of Mr. Fox Fantastic, Fang Leach, and DOR Advantage. But from what I've learned from the drivers over the last few weeks, DOR Advantage isn't necessarily the fastest driver in Regal, and so there's possibility that that position that they're in, which at the moment to be third in class on a wild card entry, that's phenomenal so far, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, and like I say, the guys starting at the back of the field for the as we just watch Oliver Junior just get it very sideways coming out of Malzahn corner there. So like I say, guys, we are kind of Oliver Junior cam at this point, and we are stuck on Oliver Junior until the end of this stint. So
we apologise for that, guys.
And but yeah, like I say. The one I'm looking forward to seeing is Pinky 87. So Pinky running really quickly for his team at Spa. So it'll be interesting to see if he can kind of recreate that pace here at Le Mans as well.
Yeah. Currently, I'm not sure if that's correct. I just need to see if that is correct in terms of how much time he is off. So yeah. Junior now only 13 seconds off Bradley, Chris. It was a minute gap at one point, so it seems to have swung around a little bit. But
yeah, absolutely.
What's your thoughts on that?
It would seem that the
Fang Leach in the pits, by the way.
Yeah, there we go. So Fang Leach, our second place runner in GT3, in the pits. It would seem that the Porsche is very much benefiting from the fact that it can go a little bit longer. And kind of, as we just watched Oliver Junior get a little bit squiggly there. Oh, it hits the wall. Manages to just kind of swipe the barrier again a little bit there.
Yeah.
Hopefully there's not too much damage with that car. And still able to run at a kind of reasonable 320 kilometers an hour top speed. So able to kind of keep the speed up. So we'll see how this has affected the car in the corners. It does seem that, like I say, Oliver Junior, the very much Team BRL, kind of gaining a bit of an advantage from the fact that he can go a little bit longer on fuel, and like I say, just able to gain a little bit of time. It does seem that the gap is extending now a little bit, with Brad just taking the gap out to about 16 seconds.
So, Vantage there took Fang Leach in the pits, Chris. So they're now up to second place, putting in 4:04s, and I think that seems to be their fastest lap time so far of the session. Looks as though DOR's found some pace in that Bentley.
Yeah, like you say, a 4:04 is an incredibly a quick time for a GT3 car around here. I happen to know that Vantage is a particularly quick driver for our wildcard team. So, like I say, they've gained a little bit of pace in the Bentley. Maybe they're kind of getting ready to come in for a stop. Obviously, Fang Leach we saw dive into the pits for a fuel and tyre stop. So maybe
the possibility of maybe an overcut.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, talk about obviously this 24-hour series, Chris. Last week we had that Spa 8 hours. Who stood out that hasn't raced yet? Who stood out to you? Who will be driving in this stint at some point in this 24 hours?
Oh, just sorry to cut across you. Alderfer Junior really diving wide there to get round the
I
Ferrari,
saw that, yeah.
and it looks like making contact with the wall.
A little bit unnecessary.
So Alderfer Junior, like I say, just look at the side of that Porsche now, just a little bit scrubbed there, so it does look like he's made contact with the wall. Like I say, I think my standout from last week was very much Pinky. Like I said earlier, I'm looking forward to seeing him race today, and he was one of our contenders for driver of the day last week as well. Yeah. So I think he's very much, we're going to see some fireworks from him, and a little bit of a kind of a cheeky line there, should we call it, into the just coming out of the Dunlop chicane from Alderfer Junior, just getting the wrong side of the curb a little bit.
Just a little bit, but allowable over this 3-hour stint. You don't really gain that much time. Obviously, these cars are being watched, so one car is anyway. So yeah, other cars may be taking that advantage while they're not being watched, but we hope that isn't the case. This is
we'd like to
designed to be as fair as possible.
Yeah, we'd like to think that the other teams are being kind of as sportsmanlike as we'd hope at this point. And like I say, we just see the Porsche now just losing a bit of speed on the Mulsanne straight there, just only able to get up to just under 200 miles an hour. So I wonder if Alderfer Junior is actually carrying a little bit of damage now, does he? Just from that swipe of the ball trying to get round the Ferrari.
I don't mean to sound a bit horrible to BRL, but I think that was an unnecessary move, going for that Ferrari in Porsche curves. I think to go wide there, to drive that wide and just not wait, be patient. You have to be patient. You can't just fly around cars like that. And I think that's where the damage comes, when you start making stupid ideas and stupid moves like that. It can cost you. I get that these drivers are obviously perhaps wanting to get past these GT3s as fast as possible and not deal with them, but to run that wide, kind of unnecessary, Chris.
Yeah, like you say, and obviously Team BRL by the looks of it, just paying a little bit of paying the price a little bit there for maybe a slightly hasty move around the Ferrari. Just answering Sausage Miyagi in the Twitch chat, Brad, the leader, is on lap 30. He's currently on lap 39 at the moment. Obviously, Team BRL, so Alderfer Junior, also on lap 39. Schley a lap down, and I'm not entirely sure where we are with the GT3s at the moment. Obviously, Sausage, one of our drivers for Team Backmarker Racing, having a bit of a torrid time last weekend, is he? And really struggling in his stint as Timmy into the pits now for a fuel and tyre stop. Yeah,
and the other, I was going to mention them before, the GRG team, where the cash show Mercedes, White Gomez currently in third. They started first. They actually qualified first in their class last weekend, and they've not had a great start to this event. To be losing a few places there, be considerably behind the other cars as well. It's not the best. I mean, they're kind of at the same sort of pace as Vantage, but they've lost a lot of positions. 3 positions, sorry. What's your thought on that? Because they were the fastest and carrying the most laps last weekend.
Yeah, I think the thing with Team GRG is last weekend they were very, very consistent, and that kind of played into their favour a little bit. So I wouldn't read too much into their position at the moment. I believe that they're putting in sort of solid lap times, and We've kind of just over 20, just under 22 hours of this race left to go. I think it's very much still all to play for at this point.
Absolutely, you know, there's still a load of time, but yeah, it's just a bit strange to see. It's just a bit strange to see. You know, Gomez fall back that much, but yeah, we can get a bit of a. Someone's given us a lap update with regards to the GT3s there. Looks like they're on lap 40, but we can't be 100% sure. The LMPs are on lap 40. The GT3s may be on lap 35 or 36, guys. So roughly about that amount. The lead car, that's what they'll be on. But yeah, as we're saying, obviously, this 919 at the moment that we're watching, they've had a bit of a weird time. And when you look back at what they've done so far, they've had a few mistakes already, and it's cost them. It's cost them somewhat. I think. Currently 15 seconds off the lead, and that's not really representative of their time because they were doing such a great job, and they actually started first.
Yeah, like you say,
behind. I think that's Timmy there.
Yeah, like you say, Alder Junior starting in first place. Team BRL leading the LMP1 class in at Spa, so able to start in pole position. But yeah, a few little mistakes in this first session does seem to have just cost them a little bit.
Yeah, the inconsistencies showing early on, Chris, and that not necessarily the same for every driver, but you expect kind of to see consistency early on, especially while the track is at a temperature that is kind of raceable. As it gets darker, this track will become quite difficult to drive. We will see more mistakes. Drivers will start getting tired. This early on, I kind of feel like there shouldn't be really any mistakes, and no one should be trying to race as if their life depends on it. You know, if you get stuck behind a GT3, just kind of let it happen. Get past when you can in the best way, and you know, it's traffic. You kind of have to deal with it as traffic, and yeah, to be 15 seconds off now, he's lost a bit of time to the Audi. The Audi really pouring in some great lap times at the moment, Chris. 3:21 from the Audi.
Yeah, just
3:21 from Junior as well, but a little bit faster, but doesn't seem like it's made much of a difference.
It would seem to me that Alder Junior not able to kind of comfortably sustain that pace of 3:21.1. That seems to be a kind of at the top end of his pace at the moment. And,
yeah, that's right.
Kind of, like I say, when you're really pushing in these cars, and especially around this track as well, it does have the tendency to bite you a little bit. And I'm just hearing in the chat that Team GRG has had a bit of an issue with some LMP1 traffic and other GT3s taking wide lines. If there's anyone from Team GRG that would like to just jump on the Discord and elaborate that for me, they could just sort of send me a message about that, and then we'll try and kind of report it on in the race and kind of get the information out to everyone else.
Yeah, obviously at the moment, guys, stuck with the one camera, it does mean that we are a bit stuck in regards to being able to see who's doing what, but yeah, other GT3s taking wide lines there, I do see that that's been said, so can't really do too much about it, guys. I mean, you know, the track limits are there, everyone's going to use those track limits, I'd say, Chris. It's kind of fair for everybody to use them. You're not going to get a penalty for running wide on any area, but you know, you kind of stick to that racing line. That's the fastest way around the circuit anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, you don't really gain that much from obviously kind of the amount that it upsets the car to run over these curves is not really beneficial that much.
No, it's really not. I think the only place where it can be maybe considered that you've gained time is in that final chicane. But obviously, as we go on, we'll look at maybe serving out penalties, which could affect this race, Chris, if penalties are being served. If there's a drive-through penalty or anything like that, then obviously drivers are going to have to serve those.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the moment, though, it seems as though everyone relatively clean, but we'll obviously see what happens with the GRG submission.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just see Brad into the pits now, so that's going to be a lead change of the race with Oliver Jr. only about kind of 8 seconds behind, as Oliver Jr. taking a big chunk of that chicane there. So I wonder if he got that chicane a little bit wrong.
Looks as though he did. Not necessarily slowing down coming out of there, but keep an eye on him for the next lap and see if that was perhaps intentional. We will see as he takes the Dunlop chicane now. Obviously a little bit behind there, but running a little bit off the circuit, but kind of clean. Everyone taking that line. Perhaps a bit just running the curves.
It's very much, if you watch, like I say, as I said earlier, if you're watching onboard laps of Le Mans, then they do, like I say, take liberties with the curbs and kind of run over them a little bit. So we expect to see that.
It's there to use. So absolutely, they're there to use, and the game would penalise you quite heavily for really cutting the corners. So yeah, it's it's something to keep an eye on. But looks as though everyone is relatively keeping it clean. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely, and judging by what we've seen earlier in this stint, that looks to be the last pit stop for Brad there. About 40 seconds behind at this point, with about 40 minutes to go. He has been running about 45-minute stints, so we shall see if he needs to make a quick splash and dash at the end of this stint, which might hand the race to
It might very well, yes. It might hand the race to
the lead of this of the race to Team BRL coming out of this stint.
There's a possibility that might change Slay in the pits. And looks as though Vantage made a pit stop last lap.
So Vantage and
now back in front.
Yeah, very, very close between those two cars. See those two cars at the moment. Less than a 10-second gap on track between those two. So maybe we'll see a change for the lead kind of coming in the immediate future.
Absolutely, there's not a massive gap for second place. The lead, of the GT3s may be a bit further away, but a change for second place is definitely on. It looked really impressive from the Bentley. A couple of issues early on, Chris. Having an accident with one of the Porsches by the looks of things. I think it was Taylor, and the Bentley coming together. They seem to have done quite well to recover from that early on crash that they must have had. Obviously, early in the race, everyone's getting a bit perhaps excited, trying to prove, trying to find a gap. I think early on in the stint, for every stint that we run, drivers are going to want to find a gap.
So there we go. That's Team BRL into the pits there. Sorry to cut across you, Diddy. That's Team BRL.
That's okay.
Into the pits for their what looks to be their final stop of this stint. So we'll see what happens in terms of the lead of this race at the moment. So with only about 37 minutes to go in this stint, we'll see whether Brad can actually make his way, and that's the fuel chain, the fueling part of the pit stop done already. So maybe taking on fresh tyres here, Dizzy, as well.
Possibly. Let's see what happens once the fuel's been added. There are people with tyres ready, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're changing them. The tyres that they will have been on possibly were the hard tyres.
This is going to be incredibly close coming out of the pits, Dizzy, as I believe Brad's just taking the lead of the race there. This is
Didn't
incredibly
change the
close
tyres.
coming out of the pits.
So it's not going to be a massive gap then. Now, first it's going to be quite a small gap as they come out. That's quite close then, really.
So yeah, we're just waiting for the timing screen to update. About a 12-13 second gap at the moment. So Team Audi just pulling out a little bit further of a lead than they had when they pitted. This is all to play for at this point, and very much depends entirely upon Brad not having to do another stop at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if Brad can take it now without a splash and dash, they're probably going to win this stint. But which obviously, if it ends up that the endurance team and the BRL team end up on the same laps at the end of this 24-hour race, not only will that be incredible, but it will also be good for the Audi team, because they will have won one of the stints, and that really does count towards winning the full thing as well. Obviously, if the lap counts are better, then that's what you win on, but if you get the same lap counts and you end up winning a session or a couple more sessions than the other team, that's when things also play into the hands there. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
like I say, if all of the teams are on the same lap count, then we will take the wins of the kind of sessions and the gaps between the cars into account. So we'll see what happens in this session. It doesn't look like anybody's going to gain a lap in this session at the moment, with Team BRL about 13 seconds behind the leader of the race at this point, with Schley just about 5 minutes, so coming up to maybe a couple of laps behind to kind of just like I say, Schley having a bit of a torrid start to the race, and kind of putting the car in the wall and doing a grand job just to recover the car and bring it back to the pits, and then make his way back out again, and running some fairly quick pace at some points during this session. So very much on the pace of the leaders. We shall see what the pace of the front runners is like at the end of this lap. So just moving back as we see the leader for GT3 now into the pits. So Mr. Fox Fantastic actually into the pits at this point. So we'll see if Fang Leach can make his way past and kind of possibly challenge for the lead of the race at this point, the lead of the GT3 race at this point. So the gap coming down now, the gap about 12 seconds to Brad in the Audi at the moment. So as the guys come through the Alder Junior comes through the final corner. So coming through the Dunlop chicane there, and making his way down on the run down towards the Mulsanne, with about 30 minutes of this session to go, and obviously now the guys are starting, the tiredness is starting to kick in at this point, as Oliver Junior just runs a little bit wide there, and the GT3 just running off the track there a little bit, and just allowing Older through to the end of this, through to the first part of this Mulsanne straight. So the gap about 14 seconds now out to Brad in the lead. Obviously Brad able to get onto the straight earlier, so that gap is a little bit far out at the moment. So there seems to be a battle on track at the moment between Fang Leach and Vantage. Only Vantage about 4 seconds behind Fang Leach at this point. So those guys very much closing in to each other. So we might see a change in position. Vantage putting in a 4 minutes 10 on the last lap to Fang Leach's 4 minutes 14. So Like I say, just to run you through the order at this point, Brad for Team Audi in first place with about a 15-second gap to Oliver Jr. in second place, with Schley in third, Mr. Fox Fantastic, the leader of our GT3s, with Fangleech in second, Vantage in third, and the White Gomez in fourth, with Taylor Clan and Timmy, both of these guys running Porsches at the back of the field. Just kind of dropped off the back of the field a little bit and running a few laps down. So maybe we can grab a word with those guys once they come out of the cars and see what happened, see what the issues were in that stint, and see if there's anything they can do to improve the situation in the coming stints. So the gap coming down now, the gap down to about 12 seconds at the front of the pack. So they're very much all still to play for at this point in LMP1. So Oliver Jr. coming up on it. I believe that is Timmy there in the kind of light and dark blue Porsche, the Falcon livery Porsche there. So we'll see how he gets on coming through these Porsche curves as we come through, and he makes his way down the inside of the Porsche there. So a nice clean pass there from Oliver Jr. and on his way again. So I believe we now have Dizzy back in the party. So how are things in Team Toyota, Dizzy?
Boxyard LMPH doing good. I've just had a quick conversation with Slay. Obviously, only about 30 minutes of this session left to go, and he's just a little bit dismayed that he's lost so much time, but keeping his head down. And we're obviously just keeping an eye on track limits. Alderford are going quite off the track there in that final chicane,
that was a bit of a
I think a couple more times at that. Yeah, I think a couple more times at that they may start getting a warning, or more. In fact, I believe a warning may be coming through for them. So obviously we're keeping an eye on them. So we will. I think a warning's going out to Audi as well for that corner cutting. There's been no actual footage, but the time does show actually that the time has been gained. Alderford running wide off that chicane there, going towards Mulsanne. Yeah.
So that is a warning just gone out to Team Audi, and the same will be handed to Team BRL at this point.
That's correct. Yeah. It's just a very quick, obviously, a warning to those drivers, Chris, because it's being watched at the end of the day. We're trying to keep this as professional as possible, and yeah, that's the main thing that we want, is people to be clean. I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, absolutely, and very much like I say, it's very much down to the discretion of the stewards in this situation to kind of to police it and kind of just be as fair as possible with these kind of things. Obviously, we're a little bit handicapped at the moment, and we are only watching one car at this point, but we obviously can see other streams and other means of watching the race. So this isn't an isolated decision from the stewards.
No, it's not. It's really not. I think they're just about to receive that warning now, so we'll let you know.
So yeah, both those warnings issued, and no response at the moment. So we'll see what happens on track. Obviously, the team's in contact with their drivers, so this should get through fairly quickly.
Yeah, that's right, and they'll get told what the situation is, I'm sure, as we go on. Yeah, not necessary for them to be cutting the corners obviously we have the session as is, and it's there to ensure that that the drivers do keep it clean as best as possible. So yeah, warning's been handed out there. The GT3 drivers a little bit away from a warning, but the LMP drivers being given a warning for corner cutting there. So we should see an improvement in the driving standards, especially from BRL. They're coming up to this corner now, so we'll see if that was listened to, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how.
Absolutely was.
So it's going to be interesting to see how these things change now that that warning has been handed out. I've just had a hello from Project Cars 2.
Project Cars 2, yeah.
In the Twitch
on
chat.
Earth?
So
I'm having a look.
I'm just going to type a quick reply. So sorry if I'm a little bit quiet for a second.
Yeah. That's a very strange hello. Hello, Project Cars 2.
So there we go. That's Project Cars 2, and of course, I was very excited earlier when we were posting on our Instagram that we've actually the CRS Instagram has now been followed by. I'm just trying to find
the name. Yeah.
I'm just trying to find the post just so I get this right. So Vince Abril, who is the current
That's right, yeah.
GT3 Sprint champion, and the second place in the endurance GT endurance second place is following the Concept Racing Series Instagram account. So hopefully he'll interact with us a little bit and just hopefully chat with us a little bit.
Yeah, that would be great. If we could get him on the stream, that would be probably massive. A GT3 champion, sprint champion, winner of the Blank Pound series as well. So he's got quite a good CV. It'd be great to hear from him. Obviously, he does some endurance racing himself, I'm sure, and is probably aware of what it takes to be a GT3 driver when you've got those LMP cars all around you. So, if you are watching, come and join us on stream. It'd be good to hear from you.
So, Apex, they're just chatting to us in the Twitch chat, saying it's been raining non-stop for 14 hours here in Texas. So, I'm kind of glad that we're not in Texas at this point, and it's looking like beautiful conditions here at Le Mans, and there doesn't seem to be any forecast of rain at all at this point. Do you have an update on the weather forecast?
Yeah, I do actually. So bear with me. Actually, I'll get a current weather update for you guys. Current situation of what we're expecting for the rest of the session. Obviously, there's going to be 21 hours to go, or 22 hours. 21 hours to go. So it'll be interesting to work out and see maybe if the weather does affect things. At the moment, though, all I'm aware of is currently quite warm, so we're still at nearly 7 o'clock now, and it's still 20 degrees, Chris, so still relatively quite warm. The temperature did drop slightly, but yeah, it's currently at 21, humidity of 34, and only 1% precipitation, so only a bit of rain, only a bit of sort of moisture in the air, but nothing that would be considered rain, especially around this area. Wind currently at 8 miles an hour, so the car's maybe getting a little bit affected down the Mulsanne with the tail of the car, perhaps catching a little bit of the wind, but it depends which way that wind's blowing, Chris. It could be blowing down the Mulsanne straight, either towards them, which would help in the corners, or it's blowing with them, and so pushing them into the corners, which can affect braking, but would obviously improve speed.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, it'd be interesting to see which way that wind direction is, and it will be like you say, it'll be have a massive effect, especially with these LMP1 cars, with that big old kind of that fin kind of the kind of what I would call the longitudinal fin, which is the one that runs from front to back on the back of the car. You can see it on the back
absolutely.
of the Porsche there. That is obviously mandated on the LMP1 cars just to keep them like kind of nice and stable at high speed. But obviously that does act as a bit of a sail if you do have crosswinds.
That's right, yeah. So I can give you a bit more of a weather update now, Chris, actually. The current... We've got a bit of rain, sort of... there's rain sort of down in the south of France. So there's no actual precipitation or rain due at any point. But, yeah, the temperature, Chris, that's going to be the key. Like I say, the current temperature is 20 degrees. And yeah, it's gonna stay at about that now until it gets to this evening. When it gets to this evening, that track temperature, Chris, is gonna drop by 15 degrees. Massive track temperature difference. So that could in its own cause some issues.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said earlier, track temperature is going to be key for this race, as we see a 320.4 from Oliver Jr. So really getting the hammer down now, and kind of starting to try and reel Brad in a little bit in this last 20 minutes of the session. It's looking like Oliver Jr. is going to try and just pull this gap back in a little bit, and like I say, about 3 seconds a lap faster that last lap. So obviously around a normal circuit 3 seconds is huge. Around a circuit where the lap is 3 minutes,
yeah,
that obviously is slightly less. But and we're just seeing the call go out for all the Stint 2 drivers. So any Stint 2 drivers that are currently watching on stream, you need to go to the drivers briefing room now on the Discord. Yep. So I just thought I'd put that out just in case there's any drivers watching on the stream.
I will just give a big shout out to a streamer that I think many of us love and many of us follow, Jimmy Broadbent. I'd just like to say congratulations on your Indy 500 win this afternoon, mate. Massive well done. Actually sat with him for some of that stream, Chris, and really Indianapolis obviously a lot different to the race we're watching today, but had a fantastic job in the Indy 500.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously the Indy 500 a completely different challenge to the race we're currently watching, but very much a challenge.
Part of the Triple Crown, though.
Absolutely. So obviously we've seen a few Formula One drivers recently, as we see Oliver Jr. just flashing Vantage there, just to let him know that he's up behind him and on the way past. And
Vantage moving to the racing line. I know that might have seemed like he was in the way there, but actually moving to the racing line, which is on the right hand side, because you're obviously entering this left-hander. So Oliver Jr. getting down the inside there. Fang Leach, is that Fang Leach?
Yeah, I believe that
it is Fang Leach. So them two are very close on track, Chris. It's very
as
close between those two at the moment.
As we were saying earlier, the Vantage and Fang Leach seem to be having a bit of a battle for second and third in the GT3 at this point. So
yeah. Yeah, the temperature, like I say, Chris, it's going to drop to around 5 to 7 degrees.
Yeah,
there's a 10% chance of rain.
Just to cut across you there, Dizzy, the gap to the leader now down to 3 seconds. So it looks like Brad's had a bit of an off somewhere just to gain that amount of time. Obviously, Oliver Jr. incredibly quick, but it does appear that Brad's now coming under pressure from Oliver Jr. for the lead of the race at this point.
In the final 15 minutes of the session as well.
Oh, Brad's got damage. Brad has damage at the front of the car. The whole front of that Audi is now
massive damage.
Massive damage. So he's going to have to make a pit stop.
He's going to have
now
to
repair that damage.
Wow, so, that's a big change then. That gives the RL lead going into this first stint, Chris.
Yep. So that obviously is going to affect the lead of the race. That does explain why Oliver Jr. was able to Oliver Jr. to take the lead at this point. So we should see
That's
Brad
a
dive off
massive
into the pits. So
upset so far.
So there we go, as Brad
sure.
just outbraking himself on the pit entry a little bit there and running over the gravel. So Oliver Jr. into the lead of the race at this point. So the Porsche team currently leading at this point with Brad in the pits. So that's going to drop the Audi team back a little bit.
Chris.
I'm trying to stay impartial in the commentary box.
Yeah,
mate.
a little bit.
I'm wearing
guys,
several.
Me and Chris wearing several t-shirts, different different disguises. Yes.
Well, I mean, where's the fun in?
We are drivers in stints, so.
Yeah, I think
exactly.
Where's the fun in just commentating on an event like this? You've got to be involved as well.
Exactly. And yeah, so obviously, Chris, your Audi team, the car looks fast, I must say, but an incident there going to cost. It's going to cost Brad the lap, the lead, which, like I said earlier,
I don't
makes
think,
a big difference.
I don't think he's going to lose a lap, but he's very much going to lose a big chunk of time here. So we're probably looking at about a minute gap here. I really wish we could go and see when. So it looks like Brad back out on track now. So 45 seconds that mishap cost him. So 45 seconds. That's a huge gap.
That's a gap he isn't going to be getting back in the next 15 minutes.
No, unless we see some kind of incident. That seems to have handed the lead of the race to Team BRL.
So ladies and gentlemen, we will be cutting this stream shortly, Chris, if I'm right, for you to move on to the next stream. So once the final lap count comes in, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be able to tell you who came where, and it looks as though the BRL are going to win this stint now after that situation, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna leave it about kind of 5 minutes to go for this session, and then like I say, we'll see what happens. We'll catch up with the guys in the next stint. Obviously, one of the guys who's coming to commentate with me is also driving in this. Oh, has BRL come together with Timmy there? That's terrible luck for BRL there. That's got to be some damage. That's horrible luck for
that's huge.
The team BRL. The team are not happy about that. So we'll see what happens. The front of the Porsche looks.
I think that's possibly a penalty to Timmy there.
There's got to be some kind of warning going out for that at least, if not a penalty. As Brad now making up time.
Is coming through for them now.
So as we watch Oliver Jr. obviously incredibly unlucky making contact with the GT3 car, just moving across the track in front of him, nowhere Oliver Jr. could go, and he makes his way back to the pits. So we'll see what can happen. About 13 minutes of this race to go at this point. So we shall see how this shakes out in the pit stops. Obviously. I've just heard on the team radio that Brad is being encouraged to push at this point and go trying to kind of make as much time as he possibly can. The gap down to about 37 seconds at this point, and so we're just Dizzy putting his just leaving the party for a second just to go and speak to Timmy and Oliver Jr. Making his way round and past the pit, so not pitting this time. So I wonder if the damage isn't quite as bad as we once thought. Obviously, Brad closing in, he's about 36 seconds behind at this point. So we'll see how whether that gap comes down in the next 12 minutes. About 3 or 4 laps to go. So just welcoming Dizzy back into the party at this point. And have you got any more news for us, Dizzy, on that situation developing?
Yeah, so I've just had a quick word with the stewards, and they have confirmed that Timmy is going to receive a drive-through penalty. So that will put him back. I think he's already at the back.
Timmy running at the back of the field.
It will mean that he does, unfortunately.
So there we go. We're actually seeing
a drive-through.
Seeing Timmy in the pits, obviously damaged already, and. Obviously, this doesn't count as his drive-through. I believe this is just a pit stop to repair the car, and then he'll have to do another lap and then a drive-through penalty.
No, I believe this is his drive-through, but he just won't be using the pit box.
Okay.
He'll just be making his drive-through. It just shows up that he's in the pits, which he usually does for this game. So he won't actually be pitting because the pits entry is all manual, meaning that you can just drive through the pits. So we have enabled that. So that is a drive-through penalty that I believe he's serving there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Oliver Jr. choosing to drive the car at this point and losing time a little bit to Brad on this lap. The gap down to about 33 seconds now, with about 11 minutes left to go. It doesn't look like Brad's able to catch the catch the Porsche at this point. But like I say,
that's right.
As I said to the guys earlier, Brad being urged to push at this point by his team and try and get that gap down as little as possible.
That's right, yeah. I think the next session is 5 minutes away from starting. Chris, I think we need to jump over and start the next stream for the next 3 hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be interesting. So let's put over to the next one. I think Smokey is invited me, so I'll join that party and invite you over. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just going to run a quick 3-minute ad break just to try and cover this session as much, or to cover this transition as much as possible. I believe you guys can still hear us, and if you can't, then I'm talking to myself at this point. And so we are going to get an update once these guys finish, and I will be inviting BOR Vantage. And yes, there we go, Trucker Mum. Thank you very much. We can still hear me. So, like I say, we're just going to run an ad break just to try and cover this session, as this transition, as much as possible.
Long approach, you come out that hairpin, you make your gear changes, you get up to speed, you start hugging the pit wall, you try and get as much aerodynamic benefit from hiding behind the wall. But all you're doing the whole way down is measuring the car and getting yourself absolutely critically prepared for what's about to happen, because if you don't rock up to Eau Rouge with a very firm plan of what's going to happen, you land in trouble very quickly. And you go into this enormous compression, and the car behaves quite oddly because it fires into this wall of tarmac. It resists, so you end up actually using quite a lot of steering force, and then it goes the opposite to a point as you go over that crest where everything lightens up. It's like a dance.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. So we're just back. We're just waiting for the lobby to start at this point. So just waiting for the lobby to start. Just to run you down, as we left the session there, Timmy given a drive-through penalty for moving across in front of the car, and I believe the guys are now starting to just try and sort the lobby out at this point. So I'm just going to ping an invite over to DOR Vantage, who I believe is currently racing, but is going to join me for some commentary in the next session. Yeah, absolutely. We are just waiting for the lobby to get started now. Yeah, absolutely. So thank you very much to Dizzy there, and we are
Chat to you guys soon.
going to just wait for this lobby to be fired up now, and we're just gonna run another ad break if I can. Just to no, I'm not able to run an ad break at the moment, so we're just gonna hang on and just wait for this session to begin. At the moment, I'm currently broadcasting on my own. I'm waiting for DOR Vantage to finish his stint, so he may turn up about 5 minutes late for the stream. And I'm just gonna just try and find out what's happening with this stream and find out what the hold-up is. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, this race currently being run for St John's Ambulance. I'm going to pop the link in the description. We are currently sitting on £220 of our £500 target. So thank you very much to all of you guys who have donated so far, and we hope that to see ourselves reach the target of £500 at this point. So I'm just in the party at the moment, and we're just waiting for the lobby to be fired up, and I'm just gonna unmute one of the guys because we're just having some trouble getting the lobby fired up, and
oh, is that what everybody's doing? Alright, I'll restart mine as well then, just real quick. Yep. Loading back up already. Whiffy Winner needs an invite. Oh, to the party or to the lobby? Sorry. Sorry, I'm already in the party. My apologies.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for the lobby to get fired up. We're just making sure we're on the same settings as the previous lobby. So hopefully we'll get moving soon.
Standard start. Get on the grid. Yeah, get on the grid. When the lights drop, you go. Yes. Yes. Pardon me.
Smokey, I need to be race director, mate. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we're back now. We're just loading up into the lobby. Sorry, it's running a little bit late. We're hopefully going to be joined by DRR Vantage very, very soon. We're just waiting for the lobby to fire up, and I am going to be retiring and then just watching on the cameras just so I can show you guys what's going on. So at the moment, as far as I'm aware, we are just waiting for the first stint to finish, and So I'm just hearing from Team Audi that that the the gap at the end of that session was about 8 seconds between these guys. So we're just on the start line at the moment. So I'm just going to get set up with our speedo and map. So we're obviously there with Whiffy Wings now joining us from Team BRL, with DC Gunner for Team Audi, Smokey Beaverman for Team Toyota, with I believe I'm just gonna go through and just wait for this to fire up. I believe we're just waiting for the start of the race at the moment. Thank you very much for all those guys that are just joining us at the moment, and I hope you all guys all can hear me and everything is looking okay on the stream at the moment. We're just waiting for, there we go, that's the start of the race there. So we're just waiting for this stream to go. So 3 hours in this stint as we follow the leaders. So and away we go. So that's Whiffy Wings in first place, with DC Gunner in second place. So we're just going to move back to the as NWS Bungs, our wildcard driver, getting swallowed up by the rest of the GT3 field, and just spinning off there at the first corner. So we are going to just try and speak to Vantage in a second once this is all sorted out. So at the start of the race, Whiffy Rings and DC Gunner fighting it out for first place, as DC Gunner runs a little bit wide, and of course the gap between the two cars, unofficially I'm hearing that the gap is about 8 seconds at the moment. So the gap coming down massively at the end of that last session. So once again, for those of you that are joining us, we are going to try and just going to try and invite DOR Vantage once again to the party, so that I can just get another perspective on this. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, just as I just do this quickly to try and get somebody else in here to commentate with me. So just going to see if DOR Vantage joins me now. And so there we go, DOR Vantage now in the party with me. DOR, if you can just add your audio into the party, sorry, into the stream. Obviously you're not in the lobby at the moment, so I wonder if you can just jump on the Twitch feed and just watch what's going on from there, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
So just to fill you guys in, we actually missed an overtake there from DC Gunner on Whiffy Wings, it would appear. So DC Gunner able to just pull the gap out a little bit on this first stint, with Team BRL in second place, and then Smokey Beaverman just dropping off the back of these guys at the moment, about 7 seconds back. So how was that last stint for you, DOR? Advantage, how was that?
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a really tough stint, to be honest with you. It's 3 hours of seat time in the car, and it really does take it out of you. I mean, it's not such a strenuous track. You have some quite long straights, so you get a little bit of time to breathe, take it in. But yeah, nonetheless, it's hot, sweaty, driving for that long, ramped up a little. Yeah, it was really enjoyable. I think we've done really well. We had a bit of coming together with the Porsche opening of the stint. But yeah, we've managed to pull it back to second in class.
Yeah, it looked like, what was it, you and I believe it was Taylor Clans who came together at the start of that stint, and there was very much a recovery drive from there.
Sorry, can you just add it again? You just cut out for a moment there, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm just struggling to hear you a little bit as well. So it looked like you and Taylor Clans came together a little bit at the start of that race, and it was kind of very much a recovery drive from there. Can you just let me know where you finished?
So we
finished in,
finished second in class.
Okay, so that was a good result to come back from. As we just watch one of the Ferraris just trying to go down the inside through the Porsche curve. Sorry to cut across you there, mate.
So a little bit of a touch there as well. I think both of them would have got away without any damage there. It's only a slight glancing blow. But yeah, it's a really tough corner. I mean, when the cars all bunched up together there, I think Taylor Clans just ran a little bit wide into the Porsche curves. I didn't actually alter my line at all. I just sort of maintained on my line, and I think just the undulation of the corner just brought us both together again. I don't think it was a fault by anyone. It's just one of them things, unfortunately. But yeah, it's quite high speed, and you got quite close to the wall. So yeah, it's definitely one of the most challenging corners in the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just watched the two Ferraris battling it out there with, I believe that's Deer Hunter there in the third place GT3 Porsche at the moment, and these guys really battling it out. The obviously Bungs there at the back of the field had a bit of a spin. I don't know if you, don't think you were watching at that point with Bungs literally just getting the car sideways into the first corner.
No, I didn't actually see that. I was just getting myself into the stream here, so I've actually missed that. It's quite unfortunate, but he's quite a quick and talented driver. It seems like we're starting off a trend for the day, really. Recovery drive followed by another recovery drive. But
yeah, absolutely, and obviously Bungs now up to I believe that is 4th place in GT3 now. So what we're going to do, we're going to try and give the GT3s a bit of love in this stream. Obviously we had to follow Older for Junior for quite a lot of that first stint, so we'll try and bring you as much of the GT3 race as we possibly can, and we'll obviously keep in touch with the LMP ones and kind of just keep an eye on what they're doing. As I believe that's Deer Hunter now going back down the outside of Bungs there into the second. I believe that's the second chicane. Oh, and Deer Hunter getting it all wrong.
Yeah, sorry to cut across. It's the first chicane, but just saying that we've got a bit of a problem with the Bentley, that the homologated gearbox doesn't suit this track very well. I mean, we would be hitting the rev limits. We are running quite high wing to try and save the engine over a long period of time. So yeah, our weak spot is definitely the straight. So that is where we will be lacking today.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously top speed crucial on this Le Mans circuit. So as we see them go side by side into the second chicane there. So that was the second chicane this time, ladies and gentlemen, and obviously a great display of racing there from both guys. Both guys giving each other a decent amount of room.
Yeah, plenty of room. As we all know, it's a long race. This is only the second stint of what would it be? It's shocking. 3 hour stints over 24 hours.
So this is the second stint of 8 of this race. So obviously these guys are in the car for 3 hours. There's a little nudge there from Bungs, but no real harm done. Maybe a little bit of front end damage for the Bentley there. We're just gonna jump back to the front of the field as DC Gunn are able to pull out a 6-second lead at the start of this race. So DC Gunn are really flying on a 124. It'll be interesting to see Vantage how this plays out at the front of the LMP1 field.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen much of the race, obviously, from being inside the car for the first section. But yeah, it looked like it sort of ebbed and flowed a bit. It looked like there was quite heavy gaps in some portions of the race between the LMPs coming flying past you, and then I think in the closing stages of the races they seem to be grouped back up again. So some tight fighting out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, the LMP1 cars had quite an incident-filled first stint, and obviously I don't know if you were out on track at the time, but Timmy actually getting a drive-through for unfortunately moving across in front of one of the LMP1 cars and causing an accident, which caused Older Junior to, who's our Team BRL in the Porsche, to sustain a little bit of damage at the end of that last stint.
That makes sense. And yes, you feel like you've been, although you've been most involved more than anyone else in the race, you feel sort of completely isolated from what's happening around you. You come out of the car and start to spectate and see see exactly what it is you need to be doing.
Yeah, you get a bit of perspective on what else is happening in the race. Obviously, when you're in the car, you're 100% focused on what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it's getting a little bit darker out there now as the sun begins to fall lower in the sky, and that'll be a challenge of its own.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we say, we can with one of the benefits of me being a spectator in this session is that we can actually see the ambient and the track temperature as they drop through the throughout this stint. So at the moment the track temperature is 29 degrees. So we'll expect to see that drop throughout this stint and into the night.
Yeah, it'd be interesting for the choice of tyres. We managed to run only 2 sets of soft that whole stint. It was touch and go really. We was thinking about just one stopping, but just the fuel just wouldn't allow us to do that. But we was also thinking about just using the 1 set of tyres. It probably would have lasted, but they would have been giving up the grip towards the end, and I don't think that would have been the fastest way. So yeah, the tyres won't relinquish as much as their grip now as the sun begins to fade, but it still might not be cool enough to one stint tyres. So interesting strategies probably we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just move back to the race for the front of the GT3 field, I've just moved over to Pinky, who was actually my shout for driver of the day last weekend. They were just running an absolutely raging stint in the Spa race, and currently running in second in this stint in GT3. So we shall see what he can do in this stint. Currently running about 20 seconds, just under 20 seconds behind the leader in GT3 at the moment.
Yeah, this is the portion of the race where things really seem to find their own flow. You seem to see the drivers making less mistakes, they get a little bit of clear track around them, and yeah, this is really where the stint starts in terms of consistency for a lot of the drivers. Yeah,
absolutely, and like I say, at this point in the race, you're 3 hours into the stint. You've seen all the guys kind of, well, in theory, kind of make their early mistakes and kind of get the whole kind of excitement of racing at Le Mans out of their system at this point. So it's very much head down and kind of put as many kind of consistent laps in as you can.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, that is a very key point that you made there. I mean, racing at Le Mans, and be it that this is the time of Le Mans in the real life, we're not going to get to see that this year. It does. I mean, I felt a little bit nervous before getting. I think I do every time, and I think anyone's a liar if they say they don't feel slightly nervous or any race. But yeah, such an event like this.
Yeah, just a little shout out on Twitch to the White Gomez for hosting our stream right now. So thanks, obviously, White Gomez in the last stint as well. So White Gomez, I believe, in the mix in GT3 at the moment. So thank you very much to Gomez for just trying to get as many people to see this stream as possible. So just going back to our cause, of course, Vantage. We're doing this all in aid of St John's Ambulance. Obviously, St John's Ambulance a key charity in the UK at the moment, and very much on the front line in the fight against coronavirus. So, if there's any of you out there that do feel like you're able to donate a little bit of money and just help us out, then that would be greatly appreciated. So I'm just going to pop the link to the Just Giving page in the Twitch chat. So as we come back to the race now, I'm just going to move to the front of the GT3. So Tactical Trucker, who is our GT3 leader in this stint at the moment, is about coming up on 20 seconds ahead of Pinky at this point, and running the Mercedes, which obviously the White Gomez in your stint was running as well. Do you think there's any particular kind of advantage to running the Mercedes Vantage?
There are definitely similarities between the Mercedes and Bentley in terms that they use their power quite low down, a lot of torque. I think they're both naturally no, sorry, they're both turbo V8s, aren't they?
Yeah, I believe they are. Yeah.
I'm not actually sure. Yeah. So they get their power from quite low down, and they use the torque well. So both similar in that sense, as opposed to the Ferrari, which actually has the mid-engine turbocharged V8, and that's slightly differently set out, and that gets its power in a slightly different way. But yeah, the balanced performance between all of these cars set out in Project Cars 2 really creates a close racing situation. So you can't really say on any car being particularly strong around here. I just think they've done a really good job.
Yeah, like you say, they seem to be running a really quick pace, running 4:03s at the moment. So that's a particularly quick pace for a GT3 car around here. So we just move back and we're just watching Bungs. You should be with us in a sec, Vantage. Just watching Bungs just closing in on the back of that Ferrari as he kind of makes his way down to the second, and you can hear that kind of guttural kind of rumble of the V8 from the Bentley as he comes around the corner.
Yeah, it's quite a special car. I mean, we selected this car today for a couple of reasons, really. Obviously, the race, as you mentioned earlier on, is in aid of St John's Ambulance, and it is a British volunteer service. So we sort of, that's a little nod towards them, and also Bentley has quite a large history at Le Mans. Pre-war, I think they won it about 6 or 7 times. And obviously in 2003 they won the Bentley LMP1 car. It's a fan favourite, I think, and it was in these sort of British racing green colours. So yeah, a couple of nods to the cause.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see. It's nice to see the Bentleys out at Le Mans again, and particularly, like you say, that the Bentley, the Speed 8 that won in the mid noughties, a particular favourite of mine as well as something to see out and about.
Yeah, like I said, it is a fan favourite. It was a one-hit wonder. They came, they seen, they conquered. They never came again after they won it. Even through all the talks of the hypercars for Le Mans, I didn't really see anything in the news, or no rumblings at all from Bentley even being interested in that. So yeah, I'm not sure if that will ever happen. I mean, you never want to say never. Wow, that's
no, very risky move there from DC Gunner. Really getting the hammer down at the start of this stint, trying to pull at the moment that gap. I believe the Porsche car was about 8 seconds ahead at the start of this stint. So that gap at the moment about 6 or 7 seconds between the two cars. So on aggregate, that's it's nip and tuck at the moment. And we're just hearing from Ed in the chat. Thank you very much, Ed. That he was there that year, and it was a great car to see. Obviously, it's one of those cars that comes out every so often. You see it at kind of Goodwood Festival of Speed and kind of historic races and stuff like that. So it's going to be interesting to see Whiffy Wings just dropping back really far now, dropping back about 26 seconds. So I wonder if he's had a bit of an off somewhere on track.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's all up to us to talk about the race that we're seeing. But Baseface is obviously controlling the cameras that you're seeing on screen at the moment. We're not afforded the luxury of an action replay, unfortunately. So yeah, we must apologise if we do miss certain on-track excursions by cars or important overtakes. We are trying our absolute best.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just trying to keep in touch as we see Bungs just closing in on the back of that back of the Ferrari there. So we're just going to stay with this battle for a little bit and just see what develops. Obviously, Bungs having that really unfortunate spin at the start of this stint, and maybe just a few first stint jitters for Bungs there, Vantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. I mean, it's probably 50% to do with the coming together I had with the Porsche in the Porsche curves. Later on in the race, 2 hours in, you might not make them same mistakes, but yeah, I mean, that's why we love racing, isn't it? It's that human element of the mistakes that are sometimes made during a race, and that's what makes it all the more interesting. You can never really say for sure what's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
One
Yes.
car's just going past the 2 cars there.
Yeah, I
Bungs
believe
right
that's
behind.
the Audi there, and we're just going to stay with Bungs because I believe we're about to see a move in the next few corners. As Bungs just looks like he got a bit of a kind of not quite close enough this time potentially. It's going to be not quite close enough. Thinks better of it this time round, but definitely the Ferrari with an awful lot to think about in its mirrors at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the weakest part of the track for the Bentley. Get sort of into the more twisty stuff. That's where the Bentley shines. So the Ferrari's going to have to try and get the hammer down a little bit here. He's going to leave himself vulnerable.
So what we're going to do? We're going to ride on. Just going to ride on board with Bungs at this point, and the Ferrari running wide there on the exit of the Mulsanne corner. So this is going to be a straight drag race down to Indianapolis, and it does look like Bungs has just got a slightly better exit. This is going to be nip and tuck. Who's going to give first on this? This is not a corner you want to be running side by side into.
Yeah, one of the fastest corners in the track, Indianapolis.
Yeah, someone's going to have to give here. This is going to be a real test of metal, as Bungs thinks better of it and just backs out for this corner. Lives to fight another day. That was a really wise move there from Bungs. As we see the Ferrari go wide, and that's it. There we go. So the Ferrari just outbraking itself into Indianapolis, and that gives Bungs the position.
Yeah, wise head by Bungs there, knowing that he's not going to really gain much by sending it down the inside of Indianapolis. You can only ever really end the race there. You're not going to win it. And in doing so, he's sort of pressured the Ferrari into making a slight mistake, and that sort of gives him the position anyway. So yeah, wise head there. That's a good move. It's another position made up.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just going to move back to the front of the field with DC Gunner there running a 3:27. So the pace does seem to have slowed a little bit in this second stint. We were seeing the guys at the front of the field running kind of 3:20s, 3:22. So both, as we see DC Gunner just getting really wide there, just avoiding the.
Oh, he's nearly hit the wall as well.
Yeah, just avoiding the wall there, and. So
yeah, it doesn't take much here at Le Mans. If you have a momentary lapse of concentration, it could end your race. You are racing on.
Sorry, Whiffy Wings just hitting the back of the Ferrari on that through the Porsche curves, not able to make the pass properly. As Whiffy Wings with a really risky move there. I wonder if the Porsche's got damage now. As the Ferrari dives in.
I think the Ferrari's been hit in the rear by the Porsche, but consequently he's hit the wall on the outside of the circuit as well, so it could be front and rear damage there.
Yeah, so we're just going to follow along with this Ferrari as he makes his way into the pits. So we're going to move back to the Porsche there and just see if he loses any top speed on the run through the Mulsanne, down the Mulsanne straight, because obviously the aerodynamics crucial with these cars, and it's going to be interesting to see if he's got any damage on the front of the car.
Looks to be alright, everything looks to be straight at the moment, maybe a little bit of damage over the front left wheel arch.
Yeah, we'll
see.
Yeah, there we go. So that was 300 kilometers an hour there, so well under 200 miles an hour. He definitely has front end damage there. He's not able to reach the same top speed as the other LMP1 cars, and he's losing at the moment. He's losing time hand over foot down this straight, because obviously the Audi and the Toyota are able to get up 200 miles plus very, very easily.
Sorry, I wasn't 100% sure what sort of stint times the LMP1s are running. How many laps are they finding on their fuel?
So we're running so at the moment it's becoming apparent that the Porsche is able to go slightly longer than the Audi. So the Porsche can do probably 12 or 13 laps, whereas the Audi can only do 11 or 12. So obviously the Porsche are able to just run a little bit longer, but as that looks like Bung just having a little bit of a lag issue there. Just it's a bit of a nervy moment for any driver in an online race, with Whiffy Wings just making his way through. And we're going to move back to Smokey now, who obviously is running in the Toyota. Smokey not happy with the car last weekend and not able to kind of drive on the pace of some of the other guys in the field. He seems to be running a little bit slowly this weekend as well, so about a minute behind at the moment. However, he does seem to be catching Whiffy Wings, so this could get interesting between the Toyota and the Porsche.
Yeah, that's an on-track visual as to how much damage the Porsche has, and time doesn't lie really, does it? You see the times tumble down. I'd be surprised if you didn't see the Porsche pitting this lap.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the Porsche. I believe he's coming to. Yeah, that's the run down to the Porsche curves now. So we'll have a look. Older Junior was running kind of fairly quickly, so about 240 to 45 kilometers an hour into the Porsche curves. It does seem that he's really having to slow. He's not even over 200 kilometers an hour into the Porsche curves. So there does seem to be some damage with that car, although the gap does seem to have stabilized a little bit. So just going to move back to the front of the field as we see DC Gunner for Team Audi making his way out onto the Mulsanne straight. So just as a comparison vantage, DC Gunner topping out about 335 kilometers an hour. So that's about 210 miles an hour. So a good kind of 20 k's an hour difference between the
6 or 7 laps. You're going to find a massive difference in times, and it's not something you can really afford to do. Not to mention the fact that the car's driving, handling, stability affected.
Oh, as Whiffy Wings goes round again. Whiffy Wings going round again. So Whiffy Wings spinning on the entrance to the Dunlop chicane. So I'd be very surprised if we don't see him in this lap.
Yeah, I think he's just demonstrating exactly what the point I was making there, that despite the easiest part of the track, you're losing countless kilometres an hour in straight line speed. The car starts to handle like, well, for a better word, of a pig.
Yeah.
You're starting to get understeer in the corners where you're expecting a little bit of oversteer, and you're getting snap oversteer in the slower corners. It just becomes unpredictable, and unfortunately, the mistakes that happen as a result, they were demonstrated on screen a moment ago.
So we're going to move back to the GT3 battle. So Bung's now closing in on Pinky in second place in the GT3 battle. So it does seem that Bungs, despite that early spin, has got the pace in this GT3 race at the moment.
Yeah, all he needs to do is keep it consistent. I mean, I've driven with him for quite some time. He's quite a consistent driver once he gets his head down. He's not necessarily the outright fastest, but over such a long race, consistency really is key. So I'd be surprised if you don't see him pressuring the second place within the next couple of laps, to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. He does seem to be closing in on Pinky a little bit there. So, like you say, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an attempt at a move fairly soon.
One thing that really stands out at Le Mans is the closing speeds between the LMP1s and GT3s. It's staggering, really. I mean, it's almost as if a car is coming towards you at 150 miles an hour whilst you're standing dead still. Once they pass you, they just drive off into the distance. It's phenomenal. I mean, you're pushing your machine to its very edge. And these machines are driving past you like you're actually standing still. It's quite a testament to the cars nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously, like I say, they're not aero on these LMP1 cars, but like you say, the real difference is the closing speed, and having kind of competed with yourself and Bones and a few other drivers in a multi-class series, it does kind of sneak up on you occasionally how quickly these cars are going to come up behind you.
I don't know if it's just me who's having some technical issues with Twitch stream at the moment?
Everything seems to be okay. I'm not seeing if anyone's in the chat and can confirm whether the stream is good or not. That would be really helpful. I'm just gonna keep going at the moment. So Whiffy Wings now 1 minute and 8 seconds behind DC Gunner, so we might see the Porsche lose a lap. So thank you very much for the guys just diving in on the stream to say that it's all good their end. So like I say, the Porsche might actually lose second place in this stint here. Only about a 7 or 8 second gap between the two cars at this point, and Smokey really closing in now.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a question of risk against rewards. Do you pit early? The car just looks really unstable as it enters the Dunlop chicane there. It's all about risk or reward. Do you pit in? Do you go off strategy, repair the car, or do you stay out until your next scheduled stop? But I think the latter's not working out really for him as he's dropping back into the clutches at Toyota there. And I think the decision should have been made to pit, go off strategy, get the car repaired, and then work your way back up into clear air and hopefully pick up some more places with consistent laps.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just move back to the battle for second place in GT3, so Bung's just looking down the inside of Pinky there, and just kind of showing the nose of the car to Pinky, just giving him something to think about as he makes his way onto the Mulsanne straight. And it's really funny for me as an LMP1 driver to watch these cars go round. As obviously I know where my braking points are and kind of where I can kind of push into the corners. So to see the GT3 cars braking into onto the Mulsanne straight is really strange for me.
Yeah, if you want to jump on board with one of the GT cars, I'd be happy to give a sort of track guide to the viewers.
Yeah, let's. I tell you what, let's jump on board with Bungs at the moment. So we're just riding on board with Bungs. We're just into the first chicane at the moment.
Yeah, like we said earlier on, we're running quite critical to the rev limiter. We don't have the ability to change the gears in this GT3 homologated gearbox, so we're running quite high wing to compensate. But yeah, I mean, the middle of the track here is the less bumpy section of the track. So you want to try and run down the tram tracks here, only moving over to the right-hand side when you pass those arrows that we just passed there. Now we're looking for the second brake marker on the left-hand side. And we're just going to brake just before that, just there, heavy on the brakes, turning into third gear. When you hit the apex on the right hand side, shift down to second and power out of it. Just running a little bit of curve on the left hand side as we head on down towards the Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, just to interrupt you very, very quickly, we'll be back with Bungs in just a second. We have actually had a change for second place in the LMP1 race. So Smokey now up into second place in the LMP1 race, about 1 minute and 20 behind the leader at this point, and Whiffy Wings is now down into third place. So it does seem that that crash for Whiffy Wings is really telling at this point, and he needs to come in and repair the damage as soon as possible. So sorry Vantage. Sorry Vantage, back with Bungs at the moment.
Yeah, so as we're on the run now down towards Indianapolis, you just want to hug that curb on the right hand side, and then you want to just lift off the throttle when you hit the first brake marker here. Brake, a little dab of the brake, hit the apex on the right hand side, heavy on the brakes again, running wide into the corner to get a good exit on the corner here down to Arnage, I think it is.
Yeah, I believe that corner's Arnage.
Braking just before the 50 metre wall, turning in, trying to pick up the throttle as early as possible. This is another long straight here. So yeah, pick up the throttle nice and early. This is another long section of the track. This is the time you want to just check your dash, check your fuel. You want to just check your tyre pressures. This is one of the most challenging sections of the track. So you want to sit over on the right hand side. You want to look for the marshal flag post over on the right hand side, which is approaching now. Brake at that orange marker, run wide into it, and then just sit in gear 4 all the way round the Porsche curves. Just modulating the throttle, just playing with the throttle up and down, just making sure the car's settled. Get in every apex as closely as you can. Again, like I said, staying in 4th gear as you come round towards the end of the lap. Nail the throttle early, get a good run down to the 4 chicanes. all the way flat out here. You're looking for the pit entry line, and
There we go, and
just as that.
Bung's just diving into the pits at the end of this lap, so we're just going to go back on board with Smokey there, who's coming around the first chicane, as I believe Whiffy Wings is trying to stay with Smokey. Smokey about 3 seconds ahead at this point, and it does look like the Whiffy Wings is really struggling for pace at this point.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see if he can sort of stay within striking distance of the Toyota in front. It might not be such a bad thing, but you've got to remember, while these two are battling for second place, the Audi has gone into the sunset and he's not coming back. So
yeah, absolutely. We've
just a battle really for second place now.
Yeah, we've kind of seen on the last stream that a full tyres and kind of fuel stop for these LMP1 cars is about 40 to 50 seconds. So at this point, DC Gunner with a pit stop in hand on the guys behind him.
I think everyone else, will be on the same sort of strategy. It's an interesting pit stop for Bungs there. It's pretty early in the stint. As we say that, with an Audi in the pit as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Beyond
DC Gunner
beyond
in the pits.
strategy, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Bungs, I mean, be it that there is 3 hours at this race, you can get probably an hour and 10 minutes out of the fuel load. It's interesting to see where the third strategy will come from. And if Bungs is carrying a little bit of damage, perhaps from his earlier spin, or he just feels like he wants to get off strategy, get some clear air, get the laps under his belt, and then he can go for the two mandatory stops, as it were, towards the end of the race. And it might just sort of come back to him towards the end of the stint.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, maybe Bung's just making a bit of a play for some clear air there, as we just follow along with Bungs at the moment. That's a lovely helicopter shot there of I believe it's a drone shot nowadays, but it's a helicopter shot to me. And a really nice shot of the Mulsanne straight there as we move back to the front of the field. So obviously there's a bit of a reprieve for Pinky there with Bungs pitting, because obviously Bungs was right on the back of Pinky before that pit stop.
Lovely hue falling over the Circuit de la Sarthe, that sort of orange glow in the sky, or pink glow in the sky. Beautiful weather for a 24-hour racing. This is all you can really ask for as a racing driver, as you know, Baseface. But it's a special place, really, and what makes it all the better is that lovely summer June weather.
Yeah, absolutely. And just chatting to Tam in the chat. Yeah, we can see the chat. We kind of, myself, Dizzy and I spoke about Jimmy Broadbent a little while ago, and obviously Dizzy did a little shout out to Jimmy Broadbent winning the Indy 500 that he was competing in today, and obviously a real achievement for Jimmy, and quite an emotional win for him at the Indy 500 this weekend.
Yeah, I think he lost his granddad during the Nürburgring 24 hours just a couple of weekends ago. So yeah, I mean, he's a hero of us all, really, isn't he? He comes from the sort of same place as we do, and he's made a living out of sim racing. So yeah, fair play to him and credits to him. He really deserves it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just gonna move back to the second place, the kind of battle for second place in the LMP2 category at the moment. There's Smokey about 30 seconds behind DC Gunner at this point, and so obviously DC Gunner are able to make a pit stop and come back out in the lead as well. So Whiffy Wing's about 5 seconds behind Smokey at the moment, so still dropping back a little bit, and I think his plan is to just run this out to as far as his fuel will go, and then take the pit stop then. Obviously, we've kind of spoken about it already, how it's kind of costing him a little bit of time, obviously even running a 3:38 at this point.
Yeah, so we're already 40 minutes into this stint. My. It seems like time really does fly when you're not in the car, when you're not constantly looking at the clock and looking at the times, and looking at your delta time. Yeah, it reminds me of the good old days when we used to be able to watch motor racing for real on TV.
Yeah, obviously we have as DC Gunner running wide there. I don't think he made contact with the wall. I'm not entirely sure. I
Just
didn't
kept it
quite
out of the
see,
barrier.
but just kept it out of the wall there. I'm sure his team will be on the radio to him to kind of tell him to just calm it down a little bit and just keep the car nice and
Yeah,
clean.
for sure. Just rein it
into
in
the
a
pits,
bit.
into the pits. So he definitely has damage into the pits. So yeah, he must have swiped the wall there. So just
I don't
into the
think
pits.
he did actually swipe the wall there. I looked at that, but that might be a consequence of an earlier contact, perhaps, that we didn't actually see on the screen.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to hand the lead to Smokey in this stint, I think, with Smokey really closing in. So yeah, Smokey into the kind of chicanes that lead us back onto the start-finish straight. So just going to stay with DC Gunner and just see what happens and when he comes back out, because that drops DC Gunner down to second place. So DC Gunner now back out again. I believe this is going to be dropping him down to as Whiffy Wings in as well. So and Whiffy Wings crashing on the entrance to the pit lane there. So that's
Yeah,
a
he's
bit
lost
of
the headlight as well.
that's a bit of a let off there for DC Gunner. Able to make his way back out on track. Yeah, like I say, I believe that contact it didn't look like contact to us, but obviously a little bit of damage there for DC Gunner. Taking the choice to come in and pit to repair damage. And if it was me, I'd have topped up the fuel and as well there. He's only kind of 6 litres off a fuel tank, but that's an extra lap there. So we'll see how that plays out with DC Gunner. Must be furious at this point and raging to try and make the time up to Smokey.
Been quite a messy start to the race, or especially stint 2, for all LMP1s really. I think they've all made a mistake at some point or another. So yeah, it's been a bit scrappy, to be honest with you.
Yeah, obviously with our way of kind of running this 24 hours, it's kind of a bit more forgiving than it would be in real life. Obviously, you're limited to 3 hours, and obviously, if you damage the car, then you're only ever going to lose like a kind of relatively small amount of time compared to real life. So, and obviously, it does kind of play into the Audi's hands the way we're kind of running this format, because obviously in real life with the Porsches, eventually over 24 hours they would actually gain a pit stop over the Audis. With the way that we're running these 3 hour stints, it's actually like kind of almost a reset button on the fuel. Well, it is a reset on the fuel and tyres at the end of each stint.
Yeah, it's such a massive difference as well between, although they're all LMP1 machines, the design concept for all cars that are outside the regulations. I mean, all three manufacturers have,
yeah, as we just sorry to cut across you there, Vantage. We saw DC just going off again there on the onto the grass, so a little bit scrappy on this outlap. Do you think he's pushing a little bit too hard just to try and make some time up?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, he's just at the pits. The tyres should be up to temperature. It all depends on what tyres he's gone for. I would assume he's gone for the softs, as you know, those tyres would last the right amount of time for the fuel. But it's really hard to tell with the limited amount of telemetry we have here in the commentary booth. But yeah, like I was saying earlier on, I mean, all three manufacturers, Porsche, Audi, and Toyota, opting for completely different engines. I think the diesel V6 for the Audi, the petrol, is it still a V8 at this year? I think the TS040 was still a V8, wasn't it? Petrol V8.
Yes, I believe the Toyota is a V8, and then obviously the Porsche is a V4.
Small V4 engine, petrol engine, and all of them combined with their ERS or their CRS, if you're old school Formula one. They're about 1,000 horsepower, but all achieving that in completely different mannerisms.
Yeah, absolutely. Like me and Dizzy were discussing it earlier. Obviously, the cars all recovering their cars in very different ways, and obviously able to deploy them in slightly different ways as well. So, for example, the Audi is only actually generating energy under braking, so it kind of affects the way that you actually drive the car. For us, it's kind of very much about kind of not necessarily braking hard, but braking for slightly softer, but for longer, because you actually generate more KERS energy that way.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like you were saying, it's the kinetic energy, and the kinetic energy is generated by friction. And obviously, when an LMP1 car braking nearly 205 miles per hour into one of the chicanes generates a substantial amount of heat into those brake rotors. And what they've cleverly managed to do is they've managed to work out a system where they can harvest that energy, store it in a battery cell, and then deploy it in a more more like ergonomic,
Slightly more efficient way.
Efficient way. Perfect. Yeah, well done.
As we just watch DC Gunner coming up on the back of the GT3, I believe is at the back of the the GT3 field there. So that Ferrari really obviously involved in an incident earlier, and we're just watching along with DC Gunner at the moment as he's just closing in on Smokey, so running a little bit quicker at the moment.
I think it's probably high time the LMP1 car wanted to start running with their headlights on, as we just see the Audi flash past here. It's this sort of lighting over the circuit that can really catch the drivers out. When a driver gets into a flow, we don't necessarily look into our mirrors every 5 seconds, as you probably would do at Le Mans when we've got 52 cars plus on the track at once. The LMP1 cars are only 3 of them, and they're only coming through sort of every 4 or 5 laps, and if you're getting into quite a steady sort of frame of, and a steady lap flow, it really would help if then the LMP1 cars would use their headlights a little bit more often.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, we had a few incidents in the last stint of kind of, like I say, LMP1 cars and GT3 cars coming together, and a warning went out to kind of all of the drivers to just make sure they pay attention. We see Smokey there, just in the bottom of shot, just going through now, and does actually have his headlights on now. So I don't know if he was flashing people. He just comes up on the back of bungs there. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can get past, as this allows DC Gunner just to suck straight up onto the back of Smokey as he makes his way through. So this is actually going to play into DC Gunner's hands, as DC Gunner takes to the outside there, and
really tricky corner for the LMP ones there. I mean, they can take the Porsche curves so much faster than GT cars. I mean, the closing speed doesn't do it justice, but those GT cars, we really are on our absolute limit. I mean, the car's trying to fight us the whole way round. It's trying to suck us out towards the outside of the corners in some places. The tyres are scrubbing, and we really are having to wrestle the car. And it's quite a nerve-wracking moment when you've got an LMP1 car flying up behind you. He's got 80 k's an hour. It's really, really challenging, but that's part of the mod, and that's why we love it so much.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just ride along with Deer Hunter there, obviously Deer Hunter just making his way down the Mulsanne. It's interesting to kind of see that this Porsche kind of running out on his own at the moment, but closing in on Pinky in second place. Obviously, it's going to be an interesting fight for second and third place in the GT3s, and it does seem like Tactical Trucker has kind of run away with this second stint a little bit.
Beautifully prepared Porsche, that is. I mean, that colour contrast, the sort of teal colour and the lime green. Of course, Porsche, such an iconic brand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Start.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice to see some of these cars out on track, and just see some of the different liveries that these cars are running at the moment. And Obviously, the Porsche just closing in on the back of Smokey there. Whiffy Wing's actually running a 3:29 on that last lap. So definitely picking up the pace now.
Obviously, we're doing this all within a good name today. This 24-hour race is in aid of St John's Ambulance. This is a challenging time for the whole world, but obviously it's a challenging time for volunteers such as St John's Ambulance. We also have a link which is available in the chat. Maybe we can post that again.
I've just popped that in the chat, Vantage.
Yeah, so if you guys could make a donation towards that, that'd be.
So we're just going to follow along with Smokey now and just see if Whiffy Wings can make his way back onto the back of the Toyota. Both cars are about 50 seconds behind the leader at this point. Obviously, DC Gunner having to make a stop for some damage. So obviously, just kind of not quite as far ahead as he probably would have been after that. But all three of the LMP1 cars making a bit of a mistake at the start of this race. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a scrappy start for all. Like you said, some of the guys, it's their first stint. Stint 2. They're not, well, we say as battle hardened as some of the stint 1 guys, but after we've got sort of 3 or 4 stints out the way, all the drivers will know that the calibre of driver that they're racing against. And the thing, you'll probably see a little bit of an improvement in driver standards.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, it kind of helps to get the jitters out of the way. Obviously, my first stint is coming up at the end of this stint, so I'm starting to kind of gear myself up to get in the car. Obviously, I did a bit of running earlier today. Smokey runs really wide there out of Arnage and on the way down to the Porsche curves. Like I was saying, I did a bit of kind of warm-up running earlier just to kind of loosen everything up, just make sure I was kind of sure of my braking points and kind of just kind of, like I say, just try to take the edge off the nerves a little bit.
Yeah, when are you back in the car?
So I'm back in the car in the next stint, so I'll be running from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. as we see Whiffy Wings and Smokey. Oh, and Smokey, Whiffy Wings, there is no room around the outside of Smokey there. We're just going to go back to Whiffy Wings. Whiffy Wings running without a front, any front bodywork there. Oh, that car's spinning again, so really struggling to hold on to that car. As I say, if there is ever a fortunate place on the track to have an accident, I guess that's it, because it dives straight into the pits. Obviously, that would have been absolutely devastating anywhere else on the track. But
it's still not going to help him much, is it?
He's lost
his front nose cone. He's had an absolute dire stint, really, hasn't he? It's unfortunate, really. He's not really made any massive mistakes there, but obviously the Toyota had the racing line. He didn't do anything. He didn't cut across him. He just held his racing line. But there is no grip out on the outside of the circuit there, and that's just seen him right off into the barriers.
Yeah, I wonder if he's.
And that's just going to.
Sorry,
Vantage, play off into DCG's hands there. He's just going to drive away with this stint.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Whiffy Wings just a bit of a victim of the marbles. A victim of the marbles there. I don't think there was any contact between the Toyota and the Porsche. And as Dizzy saying in the chat, that was totally the Porsche's his fault. And I think even Whiffy Wings would acknowledge that a little bit, as we see him coming out of the pits now. And so we'll see what the gap in real terms is. So we're just going to see where DC Gunner is on the track. So DC Gunner still a little bit behind, not quite a lap ahead at this point. So we'll see what the gap is as he comes out. And so Whiffy Wings now just about 2 minutes behind DC Gunner. So
also looking at the timing, it looks like Bungs has lost a little bit of time towards Deer Hunter there.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at Bungs and just catch up with all the GT3 guys as well. Just because we've been focusing on the LMP1 race a little bit. So out in the lead at the moment is Tactical Trucker. Obviously, Tactical Trucker running away with this first stint. About a minute ahead at this point, with an hour gone in this stint. Picky in second place, running a nice strong second place. Team Backmarker Racing, they're called. So I think they're definitely not backmarkers at this point. Deer Hunter in third place, running that second Porsche. Obviously, two Porsches having a bit of a torrid stint in the last stint, and not quite kind of on the pace of some of the other cars. Bungs, part of our wildcard entry, and obviously a teammate of yours, Vantage, running a 4:05 in fourth place at the moment, so closing in on Deer Hunter in third place. We're just going to move over. That's the Ferrari, who I'm afraid I don't know the screen name for these two guys. I've got a feeling I didn't know the screen name. So the big pillow there in fifth place, and GK Phantom running around at the back of the field. Obviously, these two guys fighting for position at the moment. So I'm just wondering, I'm just wondering, Vantage, if this is going to knock Whiffy Wings' confidence at all in the Porsche.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible. At the end of the day, there's only 3 LMP1 cars running. He's made a couple of mistakes. He makes a mistake there as we're walking out onto the Mulsanne corner. He needs to just put that out of his mind. I mean, I remember there was many years ago, my brother actually once said to me when we was playing football, if you're continually making mistakes, all you need to do is focus on the simple things. Don't worry about sending it fast into a corner, braking that a little bit later. Brake that little bit earlier, get the consistency right. And once that consistency is there, you'll start to find yourself making up time later on down the line. And it's a wisdom sort of thing, and I think that's what he needs to focus on now. He needs to focus on hitting his brake markers, not as he can on the race.
Sorry there, Vance, it's just my headset just disconnecting for a second there. But yeah, absolutely, just focusing on the little things. As we see, Whiffy Wings just hit the wall again. So definitely running again with some damage. So a bit of a torrid stint for Whiffy Wings, this one. And we'll see whether the rest of the guys from Team BRL can kind of recover from this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I think we dropped out a little bit there on the stream. But basically, what I was saying was, my brother once said to me whilst I was playing football, I said I continuously make mistakes, and then you make one mistake, and that sort of breeds another mistake, and before you know it, further on down the line, you're making countless mistakes because you're trying to chase the race, as it would be. And
yeah,
what he
absolutely.
basically said was concentrate on doing the simple things first. Concentrate on passing the ball 100 times first, nice clean passes, and then you build on that, and you try and run into space a little bit, and before you know it, you're back up to speed a lot quicker. It's like a gambling sort of thing. As we're looking on top of the Porsche now, he's making another mistake. He just needs to concentrate on making doing the simple things first, and that will see him in a better stead. But at the minute, he's just losing time, hand over fist.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, that last lap, a 4:30. I'm not entirely sure whether that last lap included a pit stop. I don't think it did, which is obviously an incredibly... No, I believe that 4:30 is including a pit stop. So we'll see how this plays out for Whiffy Wings, and we hope that he's all right, and we actually get a nice kind of competitive race at the front of the LMP1 field. So just moving back, we're just riding along with Deer Hunter now as we kind of make our way down to the Porsche curves. Deer Hunter in that Porsche, and obviously the guys in the last stint really struggling with the Porsche. In my experience, there's a definite way to drive the Porsche, and it's kind of, you have to be so gentle with the steering on this thing, and obviously being rear-engined, well, as rear-engined as these cars get,
Yeah.
there is a certain amount of kind of the back end
Yeah,
kind of
with the
swinging
Porsche,
around.
they other than the most latest iteration of the Porsche GTE car, these Porsches are as rear-mounted engines as you would find in any modern GT car, which makes for a very unique driving style. You've really got to drive these cars on the nose. You've really got to get onto the brakes really late, get all the braking done, and then accelerate really fast out of the corners. But it's a handling. Some might say they take a lot of learning to drive. If you've driven Porsches consistently, then you'll find it quite easy. I mean, at the Bathurst 12-hour, I think it was last year, the Porsche won, and it was basically because the drivers were academy drivers who were fed into the races from the feeder series, the Porsche Carrera Cup, and they'd done, I think, a national series. They moved into a European series, then on a World Series, and then they drove GT3 cars at tracks like the Dubai 24-hour before graduating onto the GTE stage. And they are quite a unique driving style, but once you master it, you really abuse it, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, you've kind of got to get your braking done in a straight line, and if you hit the brakes and load the nose of the car, and then try and turn at the same time, the car's just going to come round on you every single time. Just before we dive back into the action, I just want to give a shout out to DC Gunner's dad. DC Gunner's dad has donated £10 plus some £2.50 gift aid, so that's our 19th donator, and brings us up to £230 for the stream, as I'm just seeing. So a big shout out to DC Gunner's dad there, and thank you very much for the donation.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I mean, this race is all in aid of St John's Ambulance, mainly a volunteer group who do an outstanding job caring for people, doing the little things that the NHS might not be able to do at this present time, COVID-19 crisis that we're currently facing. So yeah, guys, every penny that you can donate, it goes a long way. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a little bit of a battle forming at the back of the GT3 field here, Vantage. We're just watching along with GK Phantom, and the big pillow is closing in. That's a very strange phrase to say. The big pillow is closing in behind him. So we're gonna ride along with these guys. I might even just ride on board with GK Phantom for a little bit, and I'm just going to watch along and just see if anything develops. About a 3-second gap at the moment, but it does seem to be coming down. And these Ferraris sound great, don't they?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I can't actually agree with you on that, Chris. I mean, be it a veteran of the motor racing world and someone who's been around racing cars all their life, well, all their adult life especially. I mean, I was actually pretty disappointed when I heard these 488 turbocharged engines. I mean, someone who'd listened to the 458 scream around Silverstone. I turned up the Silverstone Circuit, the World Endurance Championship, where this car made its debut. And the turbos that you hear in the cars nowadays, they really do make for a really soft sounding engine. So yeah, I mean, out of all the GT cars, I would say this is one of the most quiet engines that I've heard.
So yeah, I mean, maybe it's a little bit different for me, as obviously we're riding on board at the moment, but I very much I enjoy how Ferrari kind of make their V8s sound. As we just watched GK Phantom just a bit wide there into the corner. Speaking of another car that sounds great, let's ride on board with Bungs in the Bentley, and you can just hear that nice deep rumble as he just runs a little bit wide there. I think as that's an LMP1 car coming past him. That's Whiffy Wings. We can see just coming past him at this point. So Whiffy Wings about 2 minutes off the back of the LMP1 field at this point, and I think it's going to be really difficult for Whiffy Wings to kind of make that time up again, Vantage.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the back foot now, really, isn't he? He's made quite a number of mistakes as we jump on board with the Toyota, which is already down towards the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight. But yeah, as you were saying, that we jumped on board with that Bentley there. I mean, that's another manufacturer who's looked at a GT regulation. They've done something completely different. They've adopted the V8 engine, but they've stuck a couple of turbochargers on it, and it sounds completely different than that of the Ferrari engine. But like we were saying earlier on, you've got the flat six engine of the Porsche, the V8 engine turbocharged by the Ferrari. We've got the V8 naturally aspirated engine of the Mercedes-Benz, and it's really just a playground for manufacturers to look at the regulations, build bodywork, and the Toyota spins out of Mulsanne corner there.
Yeah, that's a really difficult, kind of corner to get right in an LMP1 car. Obviously, these LMP1 cars very much downforce focused, and so getting these things out of the slow corners is a real challenge sometimes. They have a bit of a tendency to just try and rotate on you in the slow corners.
Yeah, I've not got much experience driving the LMP1 cars. I gather they're quite a handful to drive on some of the circuits.
Yeah, absolutely. They're much more manageable for Le Mans than on some of the. Obviously, Le Mans quite a nice wide circuit for these cars. With the LMP1 cars, they can feel like a bit of a rocket ship on some of the slightly more twisty tracks, including Spa, for example, is actually a pretty good example of that. You get to feel just how wide these cars are when you're on a circuit like Spa.
Yeah, I mean, it does have its similarities between Spa-Francorchamps and here, but it also has its massive differences. I mean, there's some quite long straights at Spa, especially the Kemmel straight, but everything is amplified and multiplied by tenfold when you get to this circuit de la Sarthe. And yeah, I think like as I said, there are some mid-corner speeds that you could apply directly to Spa, but over the time of the stint, the difference is it's chalk and cheese, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of one of the reasons, obviously, I'm driving for Team Audi in the next stint. It's one of the reasons that we actually chose the Audi as the car. Obviously, there's two variants of the Audi, and we were very careful to check when we were entering this event that we're actually allowed to run the Le Mans variant for at Le Mans, and it's kind of like I say, this car is very much specifically built for Le Mans. It's designed and engineered to run quickly here, and like I say, it kind of gives you an advantage to be just that little bit quicker down the straights than some of the other LMP1 cars.
The rare thing that you see here in Project Cars 2 is there is actually two different variants of the Audi R18. One of them would be the low downforce setting car, which is here at the Le Mans spec. But they also have, I think it's the Fiji. Is it?
Yeah, so the Fuji spec car is very much more of a high downforce variant, and obviously we ran that car at Spa last weekend.
Very aggressive at the front end, isn't it? I mean, if you're looking as we're riding on board with the Audi here, you can see there's sort of a stubbed nose look towards the car, and especially over the front wheel arch there, sort of shaved off. It looks like someone's had a bit of a plane towards the front of that car, and it's all squared off. But in the Fuji spec, those front wheel arches do extend more. What does that sort of do for the handling, Chris?
To be honest, it doesn't feel that much different to how the Fuji car handles in terms of kind of characteristics. Obviously, there's an awful lot more downforce with the Fuji car, and obviously you can kind of throw it into corners much more. In terms of kind of actual handling characteristics, I think Audi have been very, very careful to try and make them as close as possible. Obviously, with the Porsche in Project Cars 2, you do get a Le Mans, a special LM setup, so a Le Mans setup for the Porsche, which does seem to help in terms of just extracting the most amount of top speed out of the car as possible. As we just watched Whiffy Wings blasting past the camera there, and down on the run down to the Mulsanne corner. So it does look like Whiffy Wings is gaining on Smokey at this point, and running a 3:31 at this point, so not quite on the pace of the Audi, but running just a little bit quicker than Smokey. It does look like the Porsche's got a little bit of damage at the front there, Vantage.
Yeah, I did notice that a couple of laps back. It doesn't look like it's performance impeding, but that left front headlight is a telltale sign. The headlights are on the left one clearly on stream. Is
As Whiffy Wings go straight on at Indianapolis. So having to...
Common mistake, that.
Just out-braking himself on the way down into Indianapolis, and we'll see what happens there. That does look like that's done a little bit more damage to the front of that Porsche car, so we'll see what happens. And at this point, I think it's very much down to DC Gunner just to bring the car home. It's very much, let's just have a quick look and see where DC Gunner is on track. So DC Gunner actually almost a full lap behind, so I think the Porsche will actually go a lap behind at this point.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a dismal time, really, hasn't he? Like we said, there's in motor racing there's cautions breed cautions, but in this instance, it's mistakes breed mistakes, and yeah, he just looks like he's had a really poor stint here. I mean, it's not all over. I mean, this is only hour 3 of 24. Sorry, hour 4 of 24. But yeah, it's not looking great, is it, for the Porsche team?
No, absolutely. It's gonna be a tough old slog to get to the end of this stint. As Whiffy Wings opting not to come into the pits at this point. I think he's going to struggle here, and I think they're trying to not fall a lap behind at this point. I think that seems to be the aim of the Porsche, and hopefully that Mercedes just spotting that there was a big black and white Porsche in the mirrors as they come out of the pits, with Whiffy Wings just making his way around there. So we're just going to ride back on board.
Big heads-up driving there for the Mercedes.
Yeah, as we just watch DC Gunner just coming into the pits for his second stop. So wouldn't have caught the Porsche anyway. But it does look like that Smokey has very much consolidated his second place on Whiffy Wings at this point.
How close was the finish in the LMP1 class from stint 1, Chris?
We're just having a quick look now, and sorry, I'm just reading some of the stewards' inquiries for. So anyway, just moving back to the race, very much all to play for at this point. Obviously, it's kind of a very, very long race. Obviously, we're in just very slightly into hour 5 of the race now. So just moving back. Yeah, it does really fly as we just ride on board with Deer Hunter, and we're just riding down the Mulsanne Straight, and kind of like I say, the guys in the GT3 class all kind of spread out a little bit now. It does look like Tactical Trucker in that Mercedes is very much kind of widened the gap a little bit, and obviously Tactical Trucker, we saw him coming out of the pits a lap ago, so I don't know, do you think Pinky might be pushing a little bit to kind of try and get on the back of this Mercedes Vantage?
But that's the thing. I mean, it's such a long race that you don't want to really push hard. You don't want to take out all of the life of your tyres in order to make up a few tenths or even a few seconds at this stage of the race. I mean, if you've got a stronger driver, as I do have in my car, I don't want to be like dragging the car and trying to make up distance hard to find. So I think it's important for driver grouping to understand their strengths and weaknesses. I myself have got two really strong paced, natural ability drivers who will be in the car later on this afternoon. So for me, it was all about keeping the car clean and consistent, hitting them sort of 2-3 tenths of a second a lap, delta times, and that just gives them a better ability to do the masterful things. In a sense. Yeah, I think that's where some of the drivers might be falling a bit short. They might be diving really late into corners, really late on the brakes, trying to gain 3 or 4 tenths a second, but putting themselves at massive risk.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, it's a very long race. So kind of just gonna try and see what's going on now. So Smokey just in second place at the moment, and DC Gunner out in first, and obviously Whiffy Wings having a bit of a torrid strid, and kind of just running about 2 minutes off the back of the leader at the moment. Not lost a lap at this point, and just moving through the GT3 cars with Tactical Trucker at 10 minutes behind the leader, so a few laps behind the LMP1 cars at this point, with Pinky in second place, NWS Bungs in third place in the GT3. Obviously Bungs having a bit of an off at the start of this stint, with Deer Hunter in fourth place, GK Phantom in fifth place, with the Big Pillow rounding out the field in GT3. So we're just going to wait for the timing screens to update as we ride back on board with the leader. So DC Gunner making his way through the and down towards the Mulsanne Straight, with as he just runs on the grass a little bit there, and kind of this Audi kind of at the moment about a minute in the lead, with it does look like Smokey closing in on the back of it. I believe we've got Vantage back in the commentary box.
Yeah, so we're just looking on board that Audi there. I mean, that's a treacherous corner for anyone to run wide on. It's one of them corners that's sort of off camber, and even if you get two wheels off over the grass, even if you're off the throttle or you're even braking, it seems to just draw you off and into the barriers. So it's somewhere you really want to avoid when you're at a high pace.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just having a quick read of the kind of stewards chat at the moment, and just going back to that incident between Whiffy Wings and Smokey at that point. It does, but I do. There is some allegations that there was some contact there. So not something that we saw on our stream, but it does seem that there's a bit of a developing situation there.
Yeah, it's something to keep an eye on at the minute, as we just see the Audi appearing from behind the Porsche with no headlights on. So I can only imagine that's something you can really see or not see from the Porsche's point of view.
So just moving back to the GT3 field as we follow Tactical Trucker as he rounds Indianapolis. Tactical pulling about a 30 second gap at this point, and making his way round Arnage. And like I say, how do you think these guys are going to fare in the long run? Obviously, these guys kind of battling. I believe they were battling with yourself on track in the last stint as well. So kind of.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Chris. I didn't actually see this car out on track. I didn't see them once. I didn't actually know there was that beautifully coloured Mercedes-Benz out on track. All of the fighting I actually done was during the pit stops, and like we were saying earlier on, that's absolutely key in a long stinted race like this. It was all about getting on or off strategy, making the most of your tyres and your fuel at the same time. So all of my overtakes with this car were done in the pit lane. So yeah, it's quite funny really. What we're seeing here on the screen looks like sort of high adrenaline, action-packed action, but what we actually do as a driver is something that you've done sometimes, as you probably know, is quite a lonely stint. You only see, the cars you're overtaking, and all of the action actually happens in the pit lane. And these early stints, it's not so much a shock to see that at the once.
Yeah, Vantage, that message that you've just sent me. Do you just send me that on the Discord just so I can see it on my phone? But yeah, like you say, this is very much a pit stops game for these GT3s, especially as you get into the kind of
ebb and flow of the race.
The ebb and flow, and see what's going on. I'm just going to dive off a sec, Vantage, just to answer some messages and just speak to the race stewards very, very quickly, okay?
Yeah, no problem at all. As we just jump on board with that beautifully prepared Mercedes, flashing his headlights in it. He's just driving down the Mulsanne straight. He's just doing exactly what he needs to do. Just keeping the car straight, keeping it on the track. Oh, as I see, yeah, there's just going to be one car just fly down the inside there. Quite a heads-up drive for any GT driver to be vigilant, to be able to see and have that sort of mindset of a faster approaching car. It's not always easy to see, like we were saying earlier on. You've got some points in the race where you're absolutely flat out and you're so concentrated and so in the middle of looking at your upcoming apex and your upcoming brake marker that a car approaching at nearly 200 plus kilometers an hour, you don't even see it. Field of view is also a big aspect of this racing series. Every driver has their own preference of field of view, their position in the car. I mean, the Bentley, like we was talking about earlier on, the Bungs in the car at the moment, we're not really afforded great visibility. There's no in-car camera looking rearward, and we don't really have a rear view mirror. The side mirrors of the car are positioned quite far back on the chassis. So yeah, it's good heads-up driving for any GT3 driver who can see the upcoming traffic.
Yeah, absolutely, and like you say, it's very much a case of kind of having your head on a swivel at this point to make sure that you can see those LMP1 cars coming, and there's no incidents or unfortunate kind of contact between the two guys.
Yeah, like we was, again, going back to what we were saying earlier on in the race, the closing speeds between these LMP1 cars, it's a big wiggle for that Porsche there as it goes into the Dunlop chicane. What we were saying earlier on, the closing speed between these two cars, if you think about someone standing in a car park completely still and a car driving towards them at 120 miles per hour, that's the sort of closing speed that we are seeing between a GT car and an LMP1 car at the fastest section of this track.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said a couple of times already, the closing speed between these teams is between these cars is incredible, and just watching Team BRL Whiffy Wings in the Porsche at the moment, just hitting about 3 to 14 k's an hour on the straights at this point. So making his way around the first chicane, about 2 minutes 19 behind the. About 2 minutes 19 behind the leader at this point, as we move back to second place in this stint with Smokey on about 1 minute 18 behind at this point, so as he just comes around the Mulsanne. Sorry, that is Arnage there on the run down to the Porsche curves, just coming up to lap one of the GT3 cars as we follow on with our leader, who now has turned his headlights on and It's really really storming
That's-
along and putting a nice consistent pace in.
Yeah, I mean it's like we were saying earlier on, the visibility at Le Mans is at a paramount. You're shrouded in trees as you're driving through the forest of France, and as that sun starts to set, you know you're casting shadow a lot earlier than you would be in a circuit like like Silverstone, for example, where you've got the grandstands out to the outside and lots of runoff area. As you can already see here, the cars are driving down the straight, so they're already in the shadows, and we're sort of only edging towards 8:30 p.m.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting very close to dusk. Obviously, the forecast still clear at this point. We don't expect any rain at the moment, and the track temperature seems to have stayed fairly consistent. We're still at a nice kind of 29 degrees centigrade on track temperature at the moment.
Yeah, but as like we said earlier on, the track is shrouded in shadow for quite an early hour, and so it gives the drivers the opportunity to acclimatise to them track temperatures a little bit easier, so not necessarily just as the sun sets that all of a sudden the track temperature disappears. We've still got sun in the air, but there's shadow over the track, and that just allows a little bit of an easier bedding in for the drivers.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously a nice consistent change into nighttime is what we're after at this point. We don't want the the track to suddenly change and just catch a few drivers out. As we just see GK Phantom just cutting the corner onto the Mulsanne straight there a little bit, and I'm sure the stewards will be looking into that at this point.
Yeah, there's obviously some liberties being taken with the track limits here, but there's not so much time that you can really make up by cutting corners.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it's kind of it's very much a kind of, you can clatter the curbs and you can kind of jump those corners if you really want to, but it upsets the cars so much that you're just taking such a massive risk, especially with the LMP1 cars. You're taking such a massive you're taking such a massive risk that it's almost not worth it to try and cut those corners.
Yeah, not really. I mean, the curbs are quite unforgiving. It's quite high curbs. As we like jumping on board with an LMP1 car here, I mean, you from a first-person point of view, no, you don't really want to be touching it. You want to be staying firmly on the blacktop.
Oh, absolutely. It's kind of a bit of a quirk of project cars where if you just catch the curbs a little bit, sometimes it just the car really doesn't like it and just pitches sideways a little bit, and you have to kind of just fight the car to bring it back straight again.
Yeah, you end up making not just a slight, tiny mistake, and the nature of Le Mans means you'll be fighting that all the way down. Like one of the long straights we have here, as we just see the Porsche again, it really is a telltale sign that that car hasn't got any illuminated lights. You see the Porsche going through the Mulsanne corner. It's almost invisible watching the Porsche drive through there. He really needs to get them headlights back on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of, I think at this point it's because we're kind of almost getting into night at this point. The guys, obviously, it must look a lot lighter on track to the guys than it does to us. Obviously, we're just watching the Audi just coming through with the lights on at the moment. With the Audi about a minute and a half ahead at this point from Smokey. So obviously, Team Toyota, I believe it's Team Boxyard Racing, kind of having a bit of a terrible stint in the last 3 hours and just dropping off the back of the field. I'm just looking at what I've been hearing from the steward and the stewards, and I believe the incident between Whiffy Wings and Smokey is being investigated at this point. So we may see something from the stewards between the two guys, and we'll see what
It's
happens.
quite an interesting dynamic, that really. I mean, obviously from our point of view, from the commentators, it's quite a hard one to place. But this could be sort of a race-changing moment, depending on what the stewards decide. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing what the stewards make of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, up here in the commentary box and watching on the cameras, it was really difficult to tell what was going on in that corner. And like to me personally, it looked like there wasn't any contact between the two guys. But I mean, it may be something. It may be a quirk of Project Cars. We just see TC Gunner just getting it a little bit sideways through the Porsche curves there. So we're just gonna
say that's a Code Brown moment there.
absolutely, yeah. As just to report that Bungs is now up into second place. So Bungs, our wildcard entry for this event, is up into second place and currently setting 4:04s, which is a good 6 seconds a lap faster than anyone else in the GT3 field at this point. So Bungs really powering on and just trying to bang in the fast lap times.
Not to forget that he looks like he's pitted quite early in his stint, so he's off strategy at the moment. He might be running his full stints towards the end of the race. So yeah, that's one to watch out for, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to keep an eye on the stewards chat to see what the situation is and whether there is going to be any outcome from that incident earlier, as we just ride along with Bungs as we come down on the run down to Indianapolis. So the stewards at the moment
Sorry, I just got caught up in the moment for a minute there, just listening to that rumbling V8 engine. I mean, I could sit there and listen to it all day, as some people might sit there and listen to a Stone Roses album. I could sit there and listen to that V8 engine rumble by all night.
So
we're just watching now a battle between the Porsche and the Audi. It's going to be probably light work. The Audi slides past the Porsche there. Not too much drama there. I'd say drive down out of the second chicane towards Walsall corner.
Yeah, as we're just seeing Smokey in the pits now, as he makes his way through to take what looks like a scheduled pit stop there for tyres and fuel. So this will drop Smokey back towards Whiffy Wings. Whiffy Wings coming round on Nage at the moment, so I don't think he'll quite catch him. On this pit stop, and then we'll see.
Yeah, I think you're still probably looking about 40 seconds before the Porsche reaches the start-finish straight. Obviously, he's got to navigate the Porsche curve, that'll slow him up quite considerably once he gets out of Arnage corner. I think the Toyota will make it out the pit lane pretty much hassle-free. Again, another beautifully sounding V8 engine from that Mercedes. Not even the latest iteration of Mercedes' current GT3 program. They have just developed and released a GT3 car, which is very similar in looks to this current AMG GT3. There are some slight differences for the eagle-eyed viewer, but I think this paint scheme really does do it justice.
Yeah, absolutely. The kind of the lines of that Mercedes and that big long bonnet moving his way, it's kind of out the front of the car. Really does kind of look really very very pretty in this light.
Yeah, and it's only going to get prettier, I think, as the light continues to fade here over the famous French circuit, Circuit de l'Issard. Like again, I was saying earlier on, it's quite a challenging time for some of the drivers as they get to some of the corners. The light really is broken up by the trees that are sort of low hanging here. The most challenging time is a certain time of day. It gets time where the sun just does start to dip below the trees, and that's over one of the fastest corners of the track, which is the Indianapolis corner. And it's really, really, really easy to just miss your braking marker by, just a 20 meters or whatever, but that makes all the difference. And so you really got to be on the ball here.
So we're just riding on with Smokey at this point as he makes his way down to the end of the Mulsanne Straight, and with the stewards still deliberating over what possible action might be taken over that move earlier in the race.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear what exactly happens there. I don't envy the steward's job, to be honest. There's always two stories. But at the end of the day, they are gatekeepers, really, aren't they? They make the hard decisions.
So Smokey just having a little bit of a moment there around Arnage and just slipping sideways a little bit. So both the two LMP1 cars kind of running about 2.5 minutes behind this Audi at the moment. So I'm just going to have a look and see where Smokey is on the track. So actually it looks like the Audi is just about to catch bungs there, so we'll probably try and grab a pass on the way down to the Porsche curves and use some of that boost just to get round the Bentley. Not a great deal of track left to make up for the Audi if they want to put a lap on, and the Porsche really kind of pushing as hard as he's able to at this point just to try and make up some time, as we see the Porsche come into the pits there to make his scheduled stop.
Yeah, it's probably not a bad time of the day to make that stop. He's in clear traffic, but the Audi comes through there to put a lap on him, and that's that really, isn't it? I mean, that's been for quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just ride on board with DC Gunner as he comes through to pass Whiffy Wings in the pits to put a lap on him now. As Smokey out onto the Mulsanne Straight, he's probably going to catch Tactical Trucker just in the second part of the Mulsanne. I think he might be able to make this pass happen. There we go. So Smokey able to get the pass done on the brakes. He just runs a little bit across the curbs there.
Again, still no lights on there for the Toyota, and it does distinguish the difference between the two cars. And I do hope as we go into the next stint, we're still an hour and 23 minutes away from that next stint, but it should become mandatory almost for them LMP1 drivers to be sticking them headlights on. For a GT driver, it really does make a lot of difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at DC Gunner there, with only about 16 litres of fuel left, so we are going to see him coming in the next kind of 2 or 3 laps. So I'm just waiting for confirmation from the stewards on the situation developing at the moment. So just moving back into the GT3 race, it does look like Bungs is closing in on Tactical Trucker a little bit.
Yeah, it does look like that, but at the end of the day, Tactical Trucker, all he needs to do is just keep them consistent lap times flowing, and it doesn't hurt to have a look at the split times every now and again. Don't push yourself over the top, but if you just have a look at where you are in relative to the car behind and just react to it accordingly. So as you get over the line, if you're 30 seconds up and then you're 29 seconds down, like up, then you want to push an extra second a lap, and it's quite easy to do when you get the race going right.
Yeah, so I'm just hearing from the steward's vantage that Smokey's been awarded a drive-through penalty for that incident with Whiffy Wings earlier. So just to confirm for everybody that Smokey does have to serve a drive-through penalty. It's been judged by the stewards that he shouldn't have moved at that point, and actually that action caused Whiffy Wings to go off. So we're just waiting to see if he's. I believe he's going to make a pit stop first, and then serve his drive-through on the next lap. So that will drop him back into the clutches of Whiffy Wings a little bit there.
Create a little bit of a more interesting race for us there. Then.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the guys in the chat just I can see your reactions. Obviously this is very much in the hands of the stewards at this point, and they kind of have to make a tough. That was very much a tough decision there. It was debated for a very long time. Obviously that didn't just come out of nowhere. There was a lot of discussion from the stewards. So this is Smokey's scheduled pit stop with DC Gunner coming through to put a lap on Smokey there. So we should see Smokey come in again on the next lap, as I believe that Smokey has a pit lane violation as well. So he has a time penalty as well in that pit stop. So that's a really tough break for Smokey there.
Yeah, that's not doing many favours, is it really? Again, with just such a small grid sizing, it's amplified tenfold when you receive a penalty like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really tough break for Smokey there. Obviously, a kind of nip and tuck decision, and one of these things that kind of happens from time to time in racing. So, just going back to the GT3s at the moment, Deer Hunter only about 5 seconds ahead of GK Phantom. So, kind of just waiting for just to see if GK Phantom can close in a little bit and see. I'm actually just looking at the track map, and it does look like my timing screen is slightly off. It looks like GK Phantom is an awful lot further behind than 5 seconds. So we'll see. We'll see if GK Phantom can pick the pace up and kind of push his way onto the back of the onto the car in front of him. However, I believe that Bungs is now closing in on Tactical Trucker. So we're just riding along with Bungs at the moment, and we are going to just follow along and just see how far. If I just look at the if you look at the track map, the car with the arrow you can see going through the first chicane is Bungs, and then Tactical Trucker is the white dot, the first white dot on the map. I've just swapped it so we can see Tactical Trucker. He's just coming down to the bottom of the track now, as Trucker running really wide there in the into the Malzahn corner. And so yeah, Vantage Bungs closing in on Tactical Trucker for the lead of GT3, and really trying to push the pace and close that gap up.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing the job that he needs to do, really. He just needs to keep consistent, keep on them lap times, and that way you put the pressure on the driver in front, and it kind of sometimes, in some cases, forces a mistake. But yeah, as we're just sitting on board with the Mercedes there, just locking the left front brake, which is easily done into Indianapolis corner. But yeah, the race really is on at this point going forwards.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does seem that Bungs has, like I say, despite that spin at the start of this stint, has driven kind of marvellously just to make his way back up to the kind of second place in this GT3 field.
Yeah, like we said earlier on, he's doing what he needs to do. As long as you can keep it consistent, which isn't always as easy as said as done at the Mons, he could be looking at quite a decent result with it.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Smokey there, I'm just going to follow on with Smokey as he serves his drive-through penalty. So just driving straight through the pits at obviously 60 k's an hour. So a real blow to Smokey there, and kind of having to just serve his penalty and then make his way through it. As we see Whiffy Wings just making his way through to the kind of last part of the chicane and out onto the start-finish straight. So I don't think this is going to be a pass for second place, but this is very much going to be a kind of brings the Porsche very much back into play.
Yeah, I mean, after the sort of upset that they've suffered so far, that's quite interesting. It'd be interesting to see where they finish off this stint. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not always necessarily where you finish in relation to the car in front. It's about how many laps and how much time you manage to complete those laps in over a stint distance, which all adds up towards the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely, and like you say, yeah, it's very much a case of it's counted on laps completed. However, we do take account of the time difference between cars, especially here at Le Mans. Obviously, kind of where the lap's so long, it's obviously not going to be a great deal of difference between the cars, and so it does kind of take. As we see DC Gunner just going wide there through on the run into Indy. It does kind of help us just decide, kind of just figure out who ran quickly and who is and how far the cars have travelled in that time.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's the sort of thing that this all really counts towards. I mean, that's an endurance race, sort of gospel, isn't it? It's about how consistently you complete those laps, not necessarily how fast you complete them. At the end of the day, if there's a car that's going a lap faster than you, and spins out every 9th lap, they're going to do worse than you if you can just keep it on the road and keep it consistent. And that's what some of the drivers are doing here, and that's some of the tactics that some of them, most of the drivers, adapt.
Yeah, absolutely, and as we see DC Gunner just coming into the pits with a fairly secure lead on the two guys behind him, obviously a lap ahead in this stint at the moment. So DC Gunner into the pits. This is going to be a fuel and tyre stop, I believe. Lap 31 there, and just kind of making his way down to the start-finish straight as we just ride on board with Whiffy Wings in the Porsche. Obviously these guys both a lap down to the Audi at the moment, and kind of just waiting to see how the guys get on. Obviously Smokey through the Porsche curves right now, and just like I say, making his way into the chicanes for the start-finish straight, and we're just going to just carry on and watch what's going on with these guys, as we see DC Gunner still making his way out of the pits. So Smokey, I do believe that is Smokey making his way back out, and so we're gonna just carry on and just keep watching what's going on here as we watch DC Gunner as he tries to chase down Smokey Beaverman for the lead, sorry, not for the lead of the race, for the just to try and put that lap back on onto onto the Toyota. So thank you very much, guys, for those of you that are watching, and just again, just a little restatement that we are, of course, running this race in order, or in to benefit St John's Ambulance, and I'm just gonna try and get an up-to-date total. So we are now at £240, so we're 48% of the way up to our total. So thank you very much to Jade, who says, "Good luck, Tyler. You're going to be unbeatable. Love, Auntie Jade." So thank you very much to Jade for donating £10 there. So I'm just going to pop the link in the Twitch chat for anyone that hasn't seen it so far and wants to donate. And so we're just going to keep going. We've lost DOL Vantage at the moment. He's had to just pop off and attend to something. So I'm going to be with you for the next kind of hour and 40 minutes to hour or so, and as we make our way through to the end of hour 5 of this race. So we're just riding on board with DC Gunner, and I believe he is now ahead of Smokey Beaverman, so he has actually put a lap on both of the other LMP2 cars in this category, with obviously Whiffy Wings having a bit of an incident earlier, coming together with Smokey through the Porsche curves, and just kind of making his way back down to Indianapolis, and just trying to run consistent laps at this point, and try and gain as much time as he possibly can, as we kind of just going to ride along with Tactical Trucker. We're actually going to ride on board with Tactical Trucker as he makes his way out of Indianapolis. Obviously this is one of the fastest parts of the circuit, and as we make our way across, and we then just take the little right hand kink there, full throttle, and just a little right hand turn, obviously on the brakes through this bit. The LMP1 cars are still flat out through that little right hand kick, and then left through Indianapolis as we make our way down to Arnage, and then down to the Porsche curves. So we're just going to ride on board with DC Gunner, making his way down towards the Mulsanne Straight, and obviously you can kind of hear that diesel engine from the Audi as he makes his way out onto the Mulsanne Straight. Now, of course, these Audis able to hit kind of 330, 340 k's an hour on the straight, depending on the use of KERS, and so DC Gunner through the first chicane. So just riding on board with Smokey Beaverman as he makes his way onto the second part of the Mulsanne Straight. Obviously, like I said earlier, just kind of these chicanes put in to slow the cars down, and to try and kind of slow the top speeds we see at Le Mans here a little bit, just to try and keep the guys, obviously in real life, just that little bit safer. Obviously the cars all in as safe as they possibly can be at this point, and they're very much built for safety as well as speed. As we see Tactical Trucker into the pits there, so we're just going to watch on board with Pinky as he makes his way on the run down to the Porsche curve. So I think Tactical Trucker very much going to retain the lead in the GT3 this GT3 stint, and It seems that Deer Hunter has now moved up into third place in the So we're just riding on board as we just watched the Audi just coming across the front of the Team BRL GT3 Porsche there, with the Audi obviously taking no prisoners and kind of making his way down to the through the Porsche curves. Obviously these Porsche curves flat out in the the LMP1 cars, very much not flat out in the GT3 cars. And obviously that can create some interesting situations for these cars, as we just ride along and just watch Deer Hunter just coming through the last chicane, and Smokey Beaverman there in second place. Obviously both of the other LMP1 cars are lapped down at this point, so Smokey Beaverman just coming up behind Deer Hunter, I believe it is, that he's chasing at this point, and obviously the guys doing their best to try and kind of keep things as clean as possible. So we're just going to ride along and just have a look. That's Deer Hunter there being passed by Smokey Beaverman, and obviously these Porsche cars, we've talked about them fairly extensively. Just going to go through and just chat about some of the other cars that you might see out on track. Obviously we have our Ferrari 458, which I like the sound of, the Vantage doesn't, and so these 458s, so that's a little bit of a cut there again from GK Phantom onto the just making his way onto the Mulsanne Straight. So we're just going to ride along with Big Pillow, who's driving our other Ferrari down the Mulsanne Straight at this point. So the Big Pillow currently running in 6th position in GT3. It is a 488. That we're watching at the moment. So we're just going to ride on board. Obviously Pinky and Deer Hunter both driving the Porsches, and then one of the more interesting cars at the moment is our Bentley GT3 car, which is driven by our wildcard team. So just to fill you guys in, obviously we didn't see this car at Spa, and we kind of got these guys to come along and just participate, just to kind of just add a little bit of interest. They were very much told that they were using either the Bentley, or I believe I can't remember what the other car they were told they were allowed to use, but they chose the Bentley. And as we heard from Vantage, the big kind of weakness of the Bentley is the gearbox that they're allowed to use, and they're not allowed to kind of change the gear ratios in the Bentley, so they're having to run an awful lot of wing just to try and kind of save the gearbox in the save the engine in the Bentley. So just at the front at the moment we have the tactical trucker there driving our Mercedes entry, and obviously at the moment running at the front of the GT3 field. So just making his way through the last kind of chicanes, just as he it appears that he has the Audi coming up behind him just in the back of shot there. We're just going to flick to the Audi now. So obviously this Audi R18 powered by a diesel engine, obviously Audi synonymous with diesel at Le Mans, as we see the Audi make his way through, and so we're just going to follow the Audi along. And sorry, Trucker Mum, I do keep seeing your message that you can't access the Just Giving link. The only thing I can suggest is that you pop onto justgiving.com and then search for the Concept Racing League 24 Hours of Le Mans for Charity event, and that should pop the link up for you. So just moving back through the field, and Smokey Beaverman there in second place in the LMP2 class. Obviously, this Toyota running a V8 engine, and kind of just helping to trying to give a bit of information there for you guys out there watching, just whilst we're watching. So we are about to enter hour 6 of our Le Mans 24 hours, and so as we ride on board, sorry, Whiffy Wings looks like he's been in another incident there, as the front of that Porsche is has disappeared. So it does look like he's had another kind of incident there, and obviously having to limp that car all the way back to the pits, and losing a lot of time at this point. Obviously aerodynamics a massive thing with these LMP1 cars. So hopefully we'll hear from Dizzy in a couple of minutes, and just kind of he'll help to just weigh in on some of the things we've been seeing so far. Just to run you through it, of course, DC Gunner, our leader in this stint at the moment in the Audi, has put an entire lap on the rest of the field, at least at this point, with Smokey Beaverman in second place, Whiffy Wings in third place. Whiffy Wings having a bit of trouble in this stint, and kind of running the car without any front end at this point, so it'll be interesting to see if he pits for damage at this point. Tactical Trucker, our leader in the GT3, with the Mercedes, with Pinky, one of my shouts for a driver to watch for today, just drifting the car through that kind of right hand turn there, as he kind of makes his way through Indianapolis and down to Arnage. Deer Hunter in the second Porsche in third place, with Bungs in the Bentley, so our wildcard entry, in fourth place, with GK Phantom in the first of the Ferraris in fifth, and then the Big Pillow in sixth place. So I believe we now have Dizzy with us, just to kind of help me just get through the last hour of this stint.
Yeah, so unfortunately, as you're probably aware, Smokey received a drive-through penalty, just for, I think it was just overly defensive driving. I mean, you're in a long race like that, you don't defend as heavily as that, so that there was a penalty in there. So he's received a drive-through. Obviously, it's not really made much of a difference with the severe damage on the front of that car and losing time.
Absolutely. It looks as though he's had another bit of another incident somewhere, and like you say, seems to be running kind of 350s, but doesn't seem to have gone into the pits this time around. So going to run another lap. So it's going to be interesting to see how much time this is going to lose him here.
As he comes across the line, it's going to be a 3:39, which is the same as Smokey.
So just to answer the Regal Racing in the chat, we actually can't see the time penalty for the Mercedes at the moment. So I wonder if Tactical Trucker has picked up a time penalty in the pits, potentially for speeding in the pit lane. Does he?
Yes, I believe that Smokey has received the same penalty as well, and that he's received a 10-second penalty for just coming out of the pit lane. or coming into the pit lane too fast. So you know, these drivers do get penalised for it. So it's something that the drivers should have practiced really beforehand.
Yeah, as we see,
the
Tactical
braking.
Trucker just getting the first chicane all wrong there, and
Massively wrong. Yeah.
massively wrong, and just
Tactical
kind of
Trucker actually doing a really great job at the minute. Doing a fantastic job of keeping that first position. He's only got a bit of time to Pinky, who I think has done a fantastic job in P2. Yeah, Deer Hunter also doing a great job.
yeah, absolutely, and like you say, we're just going to go to Deer Hunter now as he makes his way out onto the Mulsanne Straight, and it does seem that Deer Hunter and Bungs are in a bit of a battle for that final podium position in DT3 at the moment.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you know, the big pillow struggling at the back. Pace-wise, definitely off the rest of the pace. But from the last 3-hour stint, Chris, to this 3-hour stint, the times again kind of similar. 4:08 when guys were getting 4:07s. I mean, we did see some guys in the 4:05s and 4:03s in that first stint. So are we maybe seeing just a bit of as the track not necessarily cooling down right now, but in some areas of the track, perhaps the shadows are starting to cool the track, or cool the tyres off a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. We should start to see a definite drop in track temperature for these guys at the end of this stint. So about 55 minutes of this stint to go, and like I say, we expect to see the kind of the track start to cool down and the time start to drop a little bit.
Yeah, it's natural, obviously, with the track evolving as we go. But equally, Chris, as we get through to tomorrow morning, as it gradually starts to build up in heat again, we'll start to see the drivers that are able to, kind of work in changing conditions. From what I'm hearing on the weather, there is no rain forecast, but there may be some fog in one of the early stints in the morning, which it's not necessarily going to be heavy fog because of the time of year, but there will be a haze in the air, which could lower track temperature, possibly, with it being a little bit hazy. Obviously, the sunshine can't really get through as well. But we will see how that develops as we go. I think right now, obviously, the track's still at a good temperature, 29 degrees, so the wind's kind of stayed steady as well. So yeah, I mean, it has changed from the last session. I think it was only 3 kilometers an hour, so the wind has picked up slightly as we get further into the evening. But yeah, we've got 50 minutes left of this particular session. We've got roughly just under 45 minutes left before we move over to the... Oh, actually, no, sorry. No, we should be finishing this one sort of roughly about the right time, because we are about 10 minutes behind now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are about 10 minutes behind. So, we'll probably be leaving this probably about 10 minutes before it's over. So we've got about another 40 minutes of view time here, ladies and gentlemen, which is really good. We're currently there with Pinky. Obviously, looking at Pinky. Pinky's done a really good job there with Smokey in the Toyota. Again, done a really fantastic job. Actually, been probably the most consistent LMP driver in this stint. I'd say he's really got the lap sitting under his belt. I think he's still he's a lap down from the Audi, but so is the BRL. So if the BRL can keep up with Smokey and keep past him, then all right, maybe the Buckshire team will struggle a bit. But as of the moment, it's looking promising at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. We're just watching Team BRL at the moment, and that Porsche's still running around with no front end, so that must be really affecting front end grip for him there.
Yeah, I feel like that the aero damage is... I don't understand why he's staying out, to be quite honest. This
was something we sort of saw in the last stint.
He's steering. his steering's all over the road as well. It's not straight, that car. The steering's damaged. He's losing out top speed.
Yeah, still able to run a 139, so giving up
Yeah, I
about
don't
13
understand
seconds a lap to DC Gunner at this point. So if it was me, I'd be diving for the pits and trying to get that car repaired. Maybe Team BRL just not wanting to try to power through for the last 50 minutes and not wanting to lose a lap. As we just watch there, as he just gets it a little bit sideways coming through Indianapolis. So that car definitely a handful at this point.
Yeah, I'm still shocked with the BRL. The damage is so severe. I'm kind of watching it in awe that he's managing to get the lap times that he is doing with the aero damage. But yeah, the GT3s are doing a fantastic job of keeping the field close together. I believe all the GT3s near enough managed similar lap counts in the last stint. So there's a couple of teams that are probably going to be toe to toe, and it's only going to come when maybe we get into when it starts to get dark, which probably could be in the next. We might start seeing the sun really start to drop in the next sort of 20-30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully
as we hit 10 o'clock.
Yeah, hopefully the time progression is on at this point in the race. It does look like it's stayed fairly consistent throughout this stint, so it might be that the time progression is not on in this session, just as a possibility.
Yeah, that's a possibility actually.
I'm just reading in the chat some of the guys just kind of having a discussion about why it hasn't got dark yet, and that would be my theory, and obviously that will be with this is the first event like this that we've run, so it's still a bit of a learning experience for all of us. So just to kind of address the elephant in the room there a little bit, it does seem that potentially time progression is the time progression is probably not on. So we'll see what happens, and obviously we'll try and get as close to the real conditions as we possibly can. Since we
it's a possibility that it could be switched off, Chris. But, it seems a bit strange, but I guess we'll see as we go.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're still following the Team BRL around the track, as they're still running with no front end to their car. Still running a fairly consistent 139 at this point, so so it does seem that he's losing quite a lot of time at this point to DC Gunner. If DC Gunner's able to put in those 126s.
Yeah, DC Gunner I think has got it. Roughly another 10 or so laps, and I think we're going to be looking. Maybe a bit more than that actually. Maybe another 15 laps, and we'll be looking at them finishing.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just watch DC Gunner just diving into the pits there. So I don't think my fuel readout is right, because it's showing him with like 17 laps of 17 litres of fuel left.
I do believe the fuel reading is correct. The fuel reading I was getting while on board was while I was speaking to Smokey for a short period of time there, that was a fuel readout. Yeah, it looks like he's topping up with fuel, but I'm thinking there's a tyre change. Yeah,
absolutely. There's definitely a tyre change for the Audi there. So about 49 litres of fuel. So 50 litres of fuel there. So that's a full tank for DC Gunner at this point. So we're just going to ride on board with Smokey and just see where Smokey is on track. So Smokey coming through the Porsche curves at this point. And so I'm just hearing from DC Gunner in the Twitch chat that he has a little bit of damage as well. So we might see. There we go. That's DC Gunner just now making his way out of the pits. So a little bit of a tactical pit stop there for DC Gunner to repair some damage.
Possibly.
And just ensure that he's
Smokey is about to pass him now.
Smokey passing him, and so Smokey now not a lap behind. So on the lead lap, we should expect to see DC Gunner just take that back as Smokey moves over and lets him through. So yeah, damage there
knows.
for DC Gunner. We didn't see where he might have picked that damage up, and
No.
with obviously the Porsche still running around with damage, making his way into the pits now. So the Porsche also pitting for a stop.
Finally.
So, we should see that. I think this will possibly be their the final stop. So I think this might be all part of a grand master plan to kind of make their way into the pits and just do all of the repairs and fuel and tyres in the same stop.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're just going to move to Pinky. One of the guys on Twitch has just asked if we can take a quick look at Pinky. So Pinky currently running in second. I believe that all the cars in GT3 are still on the same lap. Everyone looks like they're within a couple of minutes of each other, so they are still kind of.
It's impressive.
Still kind of running the same kind of pace.
It's impressive over 3 hours, that, Chris. Extremely impressive.
Absolutely. Yeah, to kind of keep that pace as consistent as possible over 3 hours is kind of a really, really, really great feat from all these guys, and a great effort for everyone involved. So we're just seeing Bungs just closing in on the back of Deer Hunter there. So Bungs actually able to just make his way onto the back of that Porsche, and I believe this is for position. So this will be for third position in GT3 at the moment.
Yeah, GT3 is obviously getting nice and close together, like you say, Chris. They're still on the same lap. It's quite, like I say, quite impressive. And the entry, the Bentley entry, the wildcard entry, doing a really good job coming up on the Porsche, like you say. Doing a really good job of maintaining a good position. They're keeping the laps on, which is good. Looks like
I believe I was going to say we might see a move fairly quickly here. As I'm going to go, I'm going to try and go on board with Bungs, just kind of watching along as Deer Hunter just kind of taking a slightly defensive line there through the first corner, and just placing the car on the inside. Obviously, Bungs taking no risks at this point, and just trying to get the move done as he cuts to the inside there on the outside of the course. Obviously, Deer Hunter taking a little bit of curb and using some of the runoff there. And so we're just riding on the bumper of Bungs at the moment as he comes very close to the back of the Porsche. Some impressive driving from both these guys. Some nice, fair, clean driving from both.
Looks as though he's trying to look to get past him, because he might try here.
Yeah, just going to use the grunt of the Bentley out of the corners to. This is going to be a straight drag race for these guys as they make their way down the Mulsanne Straight. I believe
Definitely
that
get a trackside view on
Bungs
this,
might,
for sure. That's 100%, yeah.
Bungs might be just taking the kind of
best thing to do is get underneath. That's it. Yeah.
And I believe that we were chatting to Vantage earlier. The Bentley doesn't have the top speed that potentially the Porsche does, so he needs to kind of get Pinky off the corner. Deer Hunter off the corners, and potentially catch him. Kind of where are we thinking, in Indianapolis, or potentially on the brakes?
Potentially, it depends. Yeah, potentially the brakes into Mulsanne. The Porsche will probably be a little bit lighter on the rear.
So sorry, Dizzy. Just to answer Sausage Miyagi, tactical. I believe at this point we can't see the penalties from where we're looking, but it does appear that tactical has been given a time penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's the only penalty that's actually on in this lobby. So you'll only get a penalty if you speed in or out of the pit lane. So clearly tactical there, taking a few sort of unnecessary risks in the pit lane and going a little bit fast. As Smokey now 4.5 minutes off the lead. Yeah,
so both of the guys running in the LMP1 class are a lap down at this point to DC Gunners. We see Smokey going very wide there, just getting a getting it kind of on the grass there on the way it run down to the Mulsanne, just using all the road and a little bit more.
Yeah, that's right. It's a weird situation. I think these guys are, you know, they don't know what's happening with the weather. They don't know what's happening with the track temp, which is still the same. So I believe you're right. I believe there is a situation where maybe it's not been real timed, because the shadows have kind of remained where they are for a while now.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that we're just running on kind of the settings that were set at the start of this stint. So we'll try and rectify that for the next stint and
apologies
for all the future ones.
Apologies.
So I'm just hearing from Jacob there. So one of Trucker's teammates, that he was in the setup menu and couldn't activate the pit limiter to get into the pit. So that's why Tactical's got a time penalty.
Well, that's kind of founded, really. It's a shame, but it's part of the rules. So yeah, it's one of those things, unfortunately, Chris.
Yeah, like I say, I mean, it's the kind of the pit limits there to kind of keep all the guys in the pit lane safe. And although we are in a sim race and there are no guys in the pit lane, we do have to kind of adhere to those things.
Yeah.
We're just riding along with Whiffy Wings now as he makes his way down the Mulsanne Straight. So Whiffy Wings now 5 minutes behind the leader, so a lap down at this point. And kind of just looking at the map, he's about a quarter of a lap ahead of DC Gunner. So I don't think DC Gunner's going to catch him for a second time, unless the
there's a possibility. I really think there's a possibility that he will get lapped, Chris. I think his pace has not been incredible. It's not been bad, but it's not been incredible. I even discount the mistakes and discount the incident, and you still have a driver that's trying to push the car beyond, I think, its limit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's braking in places that you just, you're on an endurance race. Admittedly, this is the final part of that stint now. It's the last half an hour of the stint, but yeah, it's a bit strange.
Yeah, but you say, I think Whiffy's pace has been a little bit off throughout this stint, and as we watch him just make his way past this Ferrari GT3, and it'd be interesting to see what this lap time is this time around, coming down to Indianapolis there. And just see what kind of pace he's running. Obviously, DC Gunner's pace dropped off a little bit now, just kind of bringing the car home, I think, a little bit, and kind of making his way just to the end of this stint now, just trying to keep his nose clean and not lose any time.
Yeah, this final 40 minutes, it's preservation time, I think, for the drivers now. Take the time, take care, look after the car, and it is all about... it's all about just being gentle. But yeah, Smokey's doing a really great job. Obviously, we're going to sit with Whiffy just for a minute now and just give him a quick watch. Just chat to me off very quickly. But it's good to note that obviously the GT3s guys, if you're in the comments, you're liking what you're seeing, the GT3 guys are the ones that you want to give props to, and they're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you very much for the cover there.
That's alright. The GT3s are doing a fantastic job, and for anyone that's watching, just up to the GT3s. They've done a fantastic work, and it's just a shame for Tactical getting a little bit of a penalty, but it doesn't look as though it's costing him this particular race.
I don't know. This is going to be interesting. Because Pinky really close. Pinky actually going to take the lead of the GT3 race here. There, Dizzy, as we'll see Pinky go past for the lead of GT3. So it's going to be interesting. I'm just going to jump on board with Pinky. Looks like he's got about 25 laps, 25 litres of fuel left. That's not going to be enough to get him to the end. So he's going to have to put some laps in now to try and extend the gap to Tactical Trucker a little bit.
Yeah. Absolutely. And sorry, apologies for my silence a little bit. Just trying to help one of our next drivers just prepare for things.
Obviously, this a bit of an undertaking for everyone to try and kind of enter, compete, and organise this sort of thing. So we do appreciate all you guys coming out to watch the stream and just kind of show your support as much as possible. I'm just going to do a quick
so many people
on the charity fundraiser at this point. Obviously, we're having a bit of trouble with the link to the charity fundraiser. We're still at £240 at the moment, so we have had a donation. I'm going to try popping the link in the chat one more time. Just if somebody can just pop onto that link and just confirm that it actually takes you to our fundraiser page.
I'll check it out.
Just to help us out.
Yeah, I click on it, go straight to it.
Okay, a few of the guys in the chat just having a few problems. If you can't get on with that link, guys, then Care Bear, what I can say is just have a look at justgiving.com and then search for Concept Racing League 24 Hours of Le Mans, and the fundraiser should pop up from that.
Yeah. So far, really great event. I think, you know, a lot of the driving standards have actually been really good, Chris.
Yeah,
there's been a couple of people that have obviously raised questions, but I think in general it's been fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. The guys kind of putting on a bit of putting on a great display here, as I say that with the Ferrari just getting out of the way of the LMP1 car. For the most part, a great display of driving from everyone so far, and it's kind of like you say, it's a bit of give and take from the LMP1s and the GT3s to kind of try and execute this. Can you? We've got currently 9 cars on track, which is not that many. Can you imagine trying to do this with 50 cars on track?
It would be crazy, wouldn't it, to keep an eye on that many cars and make sure all the incidents. Yeah, it would be a lot of work to do. But you know, that's the beauty of that event in real life, and I can't wait for the real event to happen again, whether it's this year or next year. You know, it's going to be amazing when it happens, because it's going to be, you know, it's a real race. And
yeah, absolutely. And
the people who do this for real are just amazing. They are just incredible human beings to be able to do that for so long.
Yeah. So the guys that are kind of doing this for real obviously have to contend with an awful lot more traffic than you're seeing right now. So we're going to have to kind of drop the stream for a little bit, and maybe Dizzy, you can just pop back up and just kind of chat through what's going to happen in the next kind of few hours with some of the guys, just because I've got to actually go and get suited up and ready to go for my stint. So thank you very much, Dizzy. Thanks to Vantage for joining us. Obviously, Vantage having to pop off quickly for a family matter. I have heard from him that everything's okay. Everything's fine, and so thank you very much to Vantage for joining us, and we'll be back with
thanks.
the stream very, very soon.
Yeah, cheers guys.